Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Hello and welcome to the NACL. It is week 4, day 2, the penultimate week of the season. Day 1 was a slugfest, and today with 2 games featuring 2 different teams that are aching to get their first wins on the board, we're sure to have a good time. For the cast and desk, my name is Eric Desrux Beltran. I'm joined by a man who, personally, I think it's okay if he likes girly pop, and that is Matthew Cubby Samuelson. How are you doing today?
Excited for some round 2 Electric Boogaloo with you, Desrux. Should be another fun day. And we were gifted with, I thought, 2 competitive series yesterday, so hope that's the case again today.
Yeah, I really do, especially because, as was alluded to earlier, Group A, a lot of struggles and a lot of teams that are aching for their first wins. But we're ready to get to business already. And speaking of one of those teams, that is going to be Maryville University. We have Niles on standby. Cubby, go ahead, take it away.
I mean, kind of rude of us to make him work even more overtime, but when he's dressed to look this good, no suit and tie today, Niles.
It was a rainy day today, and so yeah, it was pouring. So I was like, I'll throw on the hoodie for today, but usually it's business, right?
It's always business with you, and good to see you back in a little bit of gamer mode as you try and help out the team today.
Yep.
Obviously, not the start that you guys wanted. A couple moving pieces as UG is still abroad currently for the team. But what's it been like for you sitting in that chair again and trying to help the guys from a view that you used to have from the top lane with Maryville?
Yeah, I think it's been really great playing with them. Honestly, it's very eye-opening playing jungle, because then you realize just how delusional junglers are. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, wow, this role is yeah, junglers are very delusional. They flash for camps to smite and all that. You get a bit of that mental illness playing jungle, but it's been a lot of fun playing with the guys.
It has, of course. You got a couple new people that you're incorporating into the team, specifically Aojun, as you guys go up against his old team today. What's it been like bringing him into the fold? I know he's not in the building yet, but what's it like, the newest addition in the program?
Actually, all the boys are here except for Jerry and Yuji now. So
okay,
Johnny's right here. So yeah, so they just arrived this week, so it's been really good to have everyone here in the lab, just like a lot more focused. It's hard to be remote. There's just interruptions and scrims and practice, and so it's really great having all the guys come in.
What are the week 1 bonding activities for you guys? And anything fun planned as you have everyone back kind of in person?
Yeah, the food on campus is closed, dining hall and all that. So grocery runs, and the gym as usual. The boys have been hitting the gym. Yeah, besides that, just scrims, and looking forward to the match today. I think in our match versus Cupid, I think those guys are actually really good. And then week 1, we hadn't played with Guy, Obstinatus in the bot lane, so I think this will be a great match today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the match today too. Before I let you get back to the squad, what's the biggest challenge you feel like CCG presents you, especially with their new jungler and Aeon Crystal?
Yeah, I would say I think their mid laner is very strong. Leza, he seems like a very good laner, and a lot of plays happen around him. So I think today is just going to revolve around making sure we play well around mid with support and jungle, and take the fights better hands 3v3.
All right, well, see if you guys can take those better fight styles. Good to talk to you as always, and best of luck as you hop in the playing chair yet again today.
Thank you.
So, yeah, absolutely. Bring Deserex back in the fold as we say goodbye to a top 200 jungler on the server. Not bad for a LCS top laner who has been a coach for a couple years, Deserex. And it's almost like he's got some game.
Yeah, he's got some game, and also I like to call out junglers are delusional, just to start off the interview. Good little call right there. And also, the hoodie, not all business as usual. Also, same thing for you, Cubby. I noticed the button getting pretty low right there. We're getting in there, brother.
It's summer in the city over here. It's a little warm in the room, so we try and cheat how we can. But yeah, we'll see if things get, I guess, that undone when it comes to Maryville versus CCG, because as Niles called out, appreciate him giving respect to Cupid, as Cupid kind of blew them out of the water. They were a pretty good team indeed against Maryville in their last outing, and Maryville looking to at least bounce back. Speaking of Cupid, though, did tumble yesterday against NRG in that premier matchup we had later in the day at SRX. We thought for a sec we were going to get 3 games, and NRG shut that door rather fast.
Yeah, that was a fun day of games to watch. Blue Otter taking their 1 game, but of course losing out to Winthrop in the grand scheme of things. NRG looking like the more composed 5-stack squad and one of the toughest teams to beat within the NACL. But we're moving on to day 2. Let's pull up the standings and see how things are going. Well, Group A has NRG and Ole Miss kind of enjoying life. It's proven to be thus far the weaker group. 2 teams from Group A will be fighting for their first wins of the season today. Group B is still anybody's game. No one is locked in for playoffs just yet. Even with Cupid having 3 wins, any team can still mathematically catch up to them.
Yeah, and I feel like it really means, at least for 2 of the teams that are playing today in Group A, Maryville, Conviction, we need wins now, because if those teams want to start catching up to the rest, they're running out of opportunities. As I know that both teams kind of featuring some different rosters. Kind of weird to have 3 of our 4 teams this late in the season featuring different rosters, Deserex.
On summer season, too.
I know, yeah. Usually things are a little bit more stable when the stakes are this high, but hey, Dardoch was needed. Congrats to him. I think we're really excited to see what Dardoch can do on that big stage, and frankly, I'm excited to see what his replacement can do as well today for CCG.
Yeah, which will bring up our matches for the day. We'll go ahead and pull up the schedule right now. And again, this is a day for Group A to try and show us they got some firepower. Maryville University will seek their first win against a CCG team that just promoted their QB1 to LCS. It'll be their first game without Dardoch, so it could be MU's best time to strike. And we'll close out the day with the defending champions, Conviction, trying to turn their winless season around against the Young Guns, who haven't seen a series defeat yet in Contingent. Cubby, it feels like a day where every team stepping up has a lot to prove.
Yeah, I feel like that later matchup, on paper, you would expect the records to be reversed between Conviction and Contingent. So excited to see if Conviction can actually pick up a win, because if they drop to 0-4, then I think any pause for alarm is going to the wayside. But we are a little bit split across the board today, wow. Deserex. As a caster team, we've got some faith in CCG and Aeon Crystal stepping in. On the flip side, Conviction versus Contingent. Looks like some of us think that record will end the day closer together or further apart. We'll just have to see what our teams end up deciding.
I know Conviction is very, very favored here, even with a lot of the stumbles they've been having. But every time I keep voting against Contingent, they keep proving me wrong, man. And I'm glad some of our other casters have kind of hopped on this train. I know I've been doing some co-streams and collabing with some of the other co-streamers. Misa was one of them. I kept voting against her. She's the co-streamer for Contingent, and I keep getting proven wrong. And I got egg on my face now. So this one is bound to be a fun day. I really do like the playstyle we've been seeing from Contingent, but it's always fun when we do have a split desk and it's not just all of us going for the same team.
It is, and I think it goes to show that it's been a very surprising split of NACL so far. I think that's helped make it quite fun, but at least for me, I expect some of our teams to return to the norm today in Maryville and Conviction, and we'll see if the challengers can really step up and beat them as they have all split pretty much in NACL. And I know at least in the CCG camp, of course, down Dardoch now moving forward, who I think has a very valid argument for being the most important player to his team. Just given what Dardoch was able to bring individually and what everyone said behind the scenes he brings to the team as well.
Oh, yeah.
There is a real argument that Dardoch was the most valuable player to his team in this league. So for CCG moving forward, this is a young squad that now lacks their leader. And I want to see if only 35 can step up and be a big voice, because I know that it was Dardoch and him playing follow-up. But also excited for Aeon stepping into SRX, as this is a player that I actually worked with in a combine over a year ago at this point. Shout out to Quest Hodgins, who put together a combine for mid-masters players and kind of aspiring pros. And that's definitely a level that I feel a lot more comfortable putting the coaching hat back on and not actually these guys, because that's a hat I haven't put on in a while. But hey, you know what? He was a really motivated kid. And I think a lot of people behind the scenes, at least coach-wise, were rooting for him as a player because they wanted to work with the person. So to see him go really from over a year ago to now making it into NACL, congrats to Aeon. He pulled me aside for extra time during the combine. He wanted to talk through game-specific stuff. I really appreciated the accountability that he wanted and was willing to take for his play. And I think it showed at how much he's been able to close the gap and improve to make it into NACL. But man, he's got some big shoes to fill with Dardoch. So we'll see if he can step up and do it today.
But I think overall, when you do look at this team, expectations were a little bit higher than the performance given, even when they did have Dardoch. Cody's son did fit a little bit better with the kind of aggro play style that he had from Dardoch. And it's kind of like these differing styles, right? Cody would fight a lot in lane, where Spawn has been kind of that team fight player that we've seen. So it is another major change to have Aeon stepping in. But as you said, it is very much big shoes to fill to see if Aeon can follow up there. But we're going to move on to their opponents on the Rift, and that's going to be Maryville University. It almost feels like we've gone back to summer 23 Maryville. Scary Jerry, he's looked like a superstar in the past, but this season it's been real difficult for him. I know Ao Jun's been having a hard time finding his role on this team. Personally, I kind of feel like Crimson has been one of the better performers on this team, but it's definitely been a slump for Maryville. But this, as Niall said, should be the season, should be the week where things start to turn around, as now they have everyone in person.
Yeah, that was kind of funny to see the Ao Jun. I don't want to say jump scare, but cameo
just popped out of nowhere.
Yeah, cameo. We've seen him playing out of his room for the majority of the day. Now he's in the room with the lads. We'll see if that helps out Maryville to hit the Rift today. But yeah, I mean, you called it out, Zestrex. I feel like a lot of the pieces of MU have been struggling, and this is a team for me that's still indexed most towards early game in terms of draft and how they play. And it hasn't worked out, and because that hasn't worked out quite early in games, it's looked ugly. So we'll see if Niles can. I think. We don't want to talk about the player Niles because we just know that player is not going to be around when Yuji gets back. But if they do want to play this fast, it is going to be on Niles to make a few more educated decisions on the Rift, just to make sure that they're taking plays that do work for the team. So we'll see if that can be the case today for Maryville University.
All right, let's pull up our face-to-face matchup, and that is going to be the mid lane. Starting with Leza, historically, he's been a great player from LATAM, featuring multiple top 3 finishes within the region. Since joining CCG, we've kind of seen this identity develop for him. It's pretty solid so far, where he does really well with a lot of these champions that get in your face and scrap, being Silas, Annie, Cassiopeia. From that role, it's really easy, again, to complement Dardoch's super aggro playstyle. This is something we're going to keep bringing up because of how pivotal Dardoch was for that team. So now we want to see what Leza can bring after Dardoch, with Aeon being in that jungle position. His opponent on the Rift is Ao Jun, who is taking on his old team, Cubby.
Yeah, and I mean, it'd be nice for Ao Jun to get a win going up against his old team, but I think the stats kind of tell the story. It's been a hurtful split for Maryville. I think that they've fallen behind early in games where they've drafted for early game, and again, it's just kind of led to games where they're fighting at a 5k gold deficit to try and get shutdowns, and the numbers at the end look bad. So not exactly the split that he was hoping to have, but hey, being back, or being on campus for the first time, being in the room with the guys, hopefully that helps just with the week-to-week improvement. And of course, on the flip side, Niles shouted it out in the pregame face-to-face interview. Lanes really well, and I think from the jump when he hopped in this league, was very clear that he was not going to be pushed around individually by the majority of the league. And I'm frankly excited to see him go up against some of these top mid laners moving forward to see if he can hold his own, because I think the looks that we've seen out of him, especially you shouted out the Cassiopeia Deserex, I think that's the champ that stood out to me so far. Just when he's willing to step up, I think that he has good vision for the game in that aspect. So excited to see if that can continue today against the mid laner seat who he hopped into.
Yeah, I think back to that Blue Otter game for Leza. That was his debut on the squad. A lot of questions were in the air, like how well is he going to fit with the team? Is he going to be a standout? And, 3-man petrifying gaze to turn around a team fight on the top lane really does make a statement for yourself. So Leza versus Aljun. Again, I really want to emphasize Aljun being there in person, because I've heard from a lot of players who play within the Collegian ecosystem how much that matters, how good it is to have your teammates alongside with you. Niles mentioned it a little bit about like scrims and like not having as much difficulties with your pauses and whatnot, and of course just the team camaraderie that you have being in person. I've heard a lot of that from Winthrop's camp. I've heard a lot of that from Maryville's camp. So I want to see how Aljun is going to shape up now being there in the vicinity.
I know Niles is proud of the culture that he's helped build over there, and as someone that's worked with teams in person and remote, it is not even a comparison, the impact you can have on individuals when you get them in the building versus not to mention the fun and the memories that I've carried with me as well. I loved my remote team, but I get a lot more memories being in that room.
And, it's been interesting seeing both of these teams kind of perform and develop. I mean, on Maryville's side, I alluded to it earlier. I had said, CCG has lost their QB1. It's really easy to say that because he was one of the top 3 junglers within this within tier 2, and now not having Yuji for Maryville for the season, it has been a lot of struggles for them. I do wonder if having Aljun in person will start to turn things around now that their roster feels a little bit more stable. Both of these teams are trying to find their ways without having some of their key components alongside them, and hopefully Maryville can get Yuji in and start to see some of the superstar performances that we've seen in the past from Yuji. But otherwise, right now, I mean, the most fortunate thing for Maryville University going forward is, even if the struggles do appear and you get Yuji a little bit later, you have that last chance qualifiers to still make bracket and try and turn things around. I do think the jungle role has been kind of the most important for both of these teams. That's why I'm kind of harping on this right here.
That's something that Niles even said in the pregame interview, right? Just wanting jungle support, movement around mid to be better for the team. Feels like that's going to be key. And again, I think just taking the right plays for Maryville has been what they've struggled with so far, as they have been the team that's taken early game and has not been able to get the early game going. And I think that's kind of fed into some of the other discussion that we've had in our own camp about, how has Aljun played so far this split? Because he was a player for me that played pretty well for CCG up until the last 2 series of playoffs. And then, at that time in the playoffs, you have to go up against Insanity. And he's made a lot of mid laners look silly throughout his years. And I think he definitely got the best of Aljun in those series. But so to kind of have that hop into a new team, which we thought was an upgrade overall. I mean, you get to play with Yuji. That's pretty damn good if you're a mid laner. Obviously, Yuji's not here yet, but it hasn't been the best outings yet for Aljun. And what we asked for this MU team coming in was hoping to see the players that we knew were going to stick around step up. Opportunity for Scary Jerry to step up while he had Spyrax support and Niles jungle. Opportunity for the new guys in Crimson and Aljun as well. Just haven't seen them step up to the level that MU has needed to not even win games, but also just be competitive in games. So I think a chance to do so before Yuji comes in and resumes being one of the best players in the league, as Yuji has always been.
It's one more shout out to Dardoch for promoting into LCS. Amazing stuff to see. We always love a redemption story. I remember the first most valuable prospect we had was one of those stories in Dokla. Yeah. And it's always great to see, that it doesn't matter how long you've been in the scene, how old you are, you can always make a comeback. So quick shout out to CCG's Dardoch, who is now going over to Dignitas.
Yeah, I think one of the first things that came to mind to me was Dokla when I saw Dardoch was going to get the seat at Dignitas. That, and then also what happened last at Dignitas for Dardoch, because they went for like some weird mid lane carousel that I feel like never worked out for them way back when. It was like Soligo and Yasui. Because they always thought Yasui was going to be good for the team, and then he just never ended up panning out and being good outside of Academy.
But like it feeds into what we've said in the past, right? The path to pro is not linear. And at the end of the day, the goal more than anything is to promote. So while a lot of these players, like even Scary Jerry, wants to return to Tier 1, would be nice there. Seeing players kind of redefine themselves in Tier 2 is always going to be a big story. We are getting some issues sorted out with draft before we do head back in. It was a quick draft bug, so that'll be fixed right now, and we'll get right into there. But yeah, it's always a nice story to see because, like, yeah, look where Dokla is now, right? Like, that was an amazing performance that we got out of him recently.
I feel like it would be... I'd be surprised if Dardoch was able to do that in the LCS, just given, I think, the team he's joining and how unlikely it was to, like, do what Dokla actually accomplished. But it would be fun to see if Dardoch can cement himself as a jungler in the LCS that could stick around. I think that'd be a really fun story for him because, again, talk to anyone behind the scenes here, and they've had very good experiences with Dardoch, really since he started his NACL and CLOL tenure. And he's always been competitive. Someone's been lucky enough to cover a lot of his games, so it'll be fun. But, of course, we're looking at the current jungler for CCG.
Yeah.
See what Aeon Crystal can do when we hop into the first draft. What I expect out of him is a lot of direction. And I know I talked about how fast he's kind of come up in the scene early on. I mean, really going from, I think, on my radar to Tier 2 within 2 years is pretty damn good. Was also on the radar of Blue Water before this year even started. I know it was one of the junglers that they were considering running. As of course, they ended up going with Munchie, but Aeon Crystal was in those tryouts and in that conversation. So a player that's definitely been on the radar of teams. So not too surprised to see him picked up by CCG, given the last-second need to replace Dardoch.
And I do know he's been around for the last couple of years within the Tier 3 space. You had mentioned that the Combine that you had coached working with him. I mean, I think this is one where we kind of throw the question more to you, Cubby, is just what were the biggest things that kind of like stood out to him? You had mentioned earlier that as a person, he's very receptive to what he's being fed, but how do you feel about his play style?
Really wanted to invade. Was very willing to drop camps to go hit stuff that wasn't his own camps. So we'll see if that ends up being the case, because I feel like calculated aggression is what's important. I think that we've seen Niles as he's kind of stepped in the jungle, humble a couple times.
Yeah.
When it comes to
we had a lot of
invades
Raptor
and making sure they're
week
spot
1.
on. Yeah, and that goes for all teams, but Maryville definitely feeding into the chicken nugget prerogative, and not just because of their McDonald's sponsorship, but you know.
Shout out the Maryville meal deal, of course. As first pick coming in, we do have a draft now set up. Oriana going to be the first pick, no surprise there. We'll see if we can get something that can act as a ball delivery system in the next couple of picks. CCG look to respond with some early game presence. Aeon Crystal.
All right, Lee
you want to talk about invading, man? Like, this is one of those champions that likes to do it, take some creative angles, and look to make plays. Lee Sin locked in CCG.
That is a champion that likes more so than others to not hit his own camps and hit stuff that is not his own camps. So, see what Aeon Crystal can do in his debut, picking up Lee Sin. Chance to make a splash early on. Actually, I got a kind of a funny aside here, Deserex. So, a very good friend of mine didn't stand at his wedding, but was there, and it was a small wedding. He's a supplier for McDonald's. He was an Alabama graduate. He got invited to go to practice, like to go see a Bama behind-the-scenes practice by one of the franchisees for McDonald's. He can't make it. He was like crying in the group chat today. He's like, I could have seen the practice. Like, I could have gotten behind the scenes. So he got screwed by scheduling, but also McDonald's. Because McDonald's is his biggest ticket. I asked about the Maryville meal deal. He said that he didn't have it. which he usually has most things on the menu because part of his job is going to the franchisees that he sells equipment to and stopping on in.
All right. Well, now coming in with these picks.
Next game.
Yeah. You know, we can only talk about Ronald so long. Interesting couple of picks coming in here. So Cassiopeia getting locked in for CCG side. I always like Cass. I think Les is very good at playing it. If he's going to play it, it's most likely in the mid roll right here, but never know with the current meta. That being said, Miasma, the value you get from having a good Miasma is really big. The bigger topic right now was we're going for the Akali that got locked in for CCG.
I think that given that this is Fiji top and Akali's playable in the Oriana, I think they're moving this Cassio bot for Spawn, Deserux. So
Spawn has been willing to go mages,
yeah, interested to see what they want to pair up. I like the Poppy Band, just a lot of value against these Sin and Akali, and maybe looking to go Camille as MU does take away the Nautilus, and we'll see if they want to ban out the Camille too, as they're showing Lucian Milio in the bot lane early.
That's going to be an interesting trip. Okay, so what I have liked from Spawn is when he is able to get Ziggs for the first couple of weeks, Ziggs was left wide open for teams kind of started to realize how busted it can be given the current meta of a lot of these supports looking to roam out. Ziggs kind of fits in both profiles, and it also fits towards Spawn's profile of playing for the team fights. He played really well when he was on that champion. So seeing him move over to something like the Cass does put a very interesting story right here for CCG going forward. Camille and Poppy are both taken away, so that means you do have that ability for Leza to kind of just hop around, play around, not have much issue. And now we got our front line engaged, set up. Only 35 will be on Rel.
You want to shout out the CCG hoodie, by the way. At only 35, Fiji rocking it. I kind of like the logo upper right. It feels almost like a little bit too high upper right, but I also kind of like the look of it.
Me too.
All right, rounding this one out. Yeah, only 35 with the Rel, of course. We'll see if they can avoid the Super Mega Fire Kicks from Milio, because that does get you out of your W. It's well timed from Obstinatus. Niall's going to take, I'd say, the least aggressive jungler we've seen out of him. Tank City with an Akali showing. Skarner and Cassante both picked up. Now we'll see what I think Fiji wants to grab on this top side, but frankly, at least only 35's posturing like this is going to be Fiji busting out something you've never seen before.
Fiji has most commonly been
this is playable.
Kind of tank player, and maybe it's not going to be the tank role this time, going for something a bit more bruisery. So taking a look at this, I mean, Ragnarok into this, I mean, you avoid the Impale, you can get out of the Shockwave pretty easily, and run down, for example, Aljun, who on Oriana is a little bit more on the immobile side. You'll be taking that into the Cassante of Crimson over in the top lane.
I like the sold off pick. I feel like it interacts really well with the top side. Lucian can kind of dash or play around it, but you're still a lower range AD playing into Olaf, and you're hoping there's not enough damage on the top side, which I think Fiji's picked a good game to have it as he debuts another new champion, which we want to see out of Fiji. I think if this player really wants to grow, he's going to have to show they can put the carry pants on here and there. So good opportunity to do so this game as CCG down their captain, fair to say, in Dardoch. See what Aeon Crystal could do, making his NACL debut here, Deserux. But it feels like early game index for CCG, just given they don't have that marksman. Olaf's kind of the potential late game savior, potential to break the comp, but I do feel like Maryville should have some push early on in lanes. I think that I'm curious to see how they play around this Akali mid, because Gardner Oriana kind of has difficulty interacting with this pick, so wondering if Aljun gets any reprieve or not.
Game number 1, Maryville University versus CCG. The debut of Aeon Crystal in the jungle role for CCG. Maryville University aching for their first win. Aljun now on campus. Both teams going to look to go at it right now. And one thing I will point out is for Scary Jerry, I feel like it's... I talked a little bit about like Sushi's issues where he doesn't play that well from behind. And those have drastically improved. I feel like with Scary Jerry, you have two kind of problems that tend to pop up. One, if he does get hands checked on a lot of his over aggression in lane, it tends to look pretty gnarly for Scary Jerry and what goes on there. And oftentimes, some of his mid-game positioning can put him in a bad spot where he does get picked off. So he's going to have to watch out for that going into picks such as the Lee Sin and the Akali. You're going to have to be very careful to watch out. But I do think in the lane matchup, at least against Spawn, it does favor Scary Jerry a little bit.
It should. That's what happened last split. I just think that this split versus last split, Scary Jerry, I think at times throws his body around a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Last split, he was doing that with really big leads out of lane. And I thought that some of the deaths he had, like he was getting enough out of enemy teams. And I'm like, you know what? This is kind of worth it. Like, if you're getting 3 ultimates thrown at you and you're still able to go like 1 for 2 and the rest of the team, you know, chips in and you're winning fights in the end, that's okay. We haven't seen the same leads from Scary Jerry. And we know with Maryville, I mean, Obstinatus was on a trip. UG still away. So it hasn't been full throttle for the collegiate players who are out of season right now. But, of course, NACL being the more competitive league. Gonna have these guys turn up if they want to make the LCS soon. And Maryville, it's about time to kick things into high gear because they need wins. And frankly, both these teams kind of need a win here, given that we're talking about Maryville in the group where 3 teams are winless. CCG in the far more winning group so far. Probably need this one more.
At the very least, Blue Otter are in a spot where they're almost guaranteed to be in that placement match. I say almost guaranteed because mathematically, every team could still lose those games in Group A, and we just end up in this vicious cycle of tiebreakers.
We might get more answers after today with Maryville and Conviction playing, but you're right. It's still the penultimate week and still a lot of chance for chaos.
Aeon Crystal, first gank in the mid lane. Doesn't land his Sonic Wave, just a little bit of pressure on a drive-by gank. He'll go over to that topside scuttle. In the meantime, you have Niles, who's pathing upwards as well, getting the roam out from both supports, only 35 and Obstinatus. Both going to hit the map. An angle set up for Obstinatus. Leza will peel back. No, Leza going to go back in onto Obstinatus. It's a little bit of damage, but kind of a risky play, all in all. Pretty much just waiting for the timer of the Super Mega Fire Kick. Make sure that's not going to knock you out of your Shuriken Flip.
I do like what I actually saw from Obstinatus there. I think the pit stop mid for Aojun, just giving him some resources, kind of enables this wave that he's able to push into CCG to get all the way in. Meanwhile, Niles, that's a big base stop on Fiji. Aeon Crystal going to stall his Gromp to try and assist with the Olaf, but I think important that Aeon Crystal's able to get involved here. And actually bring it all in 35 too. Niles might be in trouble.
Yeah, Niles was able to steal the Gromp, but he'll flash. No, he gets stunned before he can get through the wall. And Niles will be the victim of Aeon's first kill in NACL.
Only 35 emoting a little bit there on the coach. As I saw the vision, saw the idea for Niles, but the fact that only 35 came up here too, do you think it shows some of the importance that they recognize in making sure this Olaf is not set too far behind? It's a pick that completely scales off the economy he gets, what you're able to give him. They get him out of a potential dive state. Wave state still very good for Crimson. Really like the pull here from him as it starves Olaf away from more resources. But I think a better walk from only 35, definitely more pressure on him to make good calls with Dardoch out of the lineup, Deserex. It's impossible to expect Aeon Crystal to bring to this team what Dardoch did. Other members are going to have to step up around what Dardoch did to make up for him missing in this team. And seems like a good read from CCG and a good play by only 35 to get a kill on the top side.
And this is like what you were saying, Kobe. You want people to step up. You're mentioning only 35 being one of those. And that's what we got right there. Reading the play from Niles headed up towards that top side to make sure that Aeon Crystal is going to be set up for some early success. Here we go. Ishtal's impact looking to come out from Niles, but Lace is just going to hop forward, puts down the Twilight Shroud. Get a couple of Shurikens into the back of Maryville University. Only 35 putting his presence in that mid lane.
You think Niles went for the tank pick because he wasn't in the suit? Well, wasn't feeling himself as much today, so went for what most people find to be the less mechanically demanding champion.
I don't know. You, tell me, Cubby, do you ever like have a fit you wear for a certain champ?
No.
No?
But I did have fits I wore to lands. That's for sure.
I mean, okay.
That's a great rule from golf, which is to look good, play good.
Yeah.
I mean, it fits for a lot of sports and a lot of different things. I think it fits for life. Maybe that's why I had the second button down today, Desrex. Who knows?
Okay. This might be a little bit of TMI, but like whenever I would need to lock in, I would literally just take my pants or shorts off and play in my underwear. I would. that was my lock-in mode. Of course, you can't do that at LAN or anything like that, but just thought it was worth mentioning, you know.
Ventilation, important as gamers. The machines get hot. You gotta keep your cool.
Yeah, you got like Derek Lewis after one of his wins. I don't know. If you've seen
I was looking for the name because I was about to ask you who's the UFC heavyweight fighter.
Took his pants off
after he wins
one.
in the ring. Like he'll win in the ring within 10 seconds. Pants are off. He's like, I can't do it.
And he says my balls was hot.
Yeah. Great interview. It really was a great interview.
I love Joe Rogan's response to that. It was like, I understand.
I've been in the ring too.
Aeon Crystal trying to match Niles on this pathing. Niles going for some interesting angles. Not going to find too much, but it does keep putting behind this bottom lane of CCG.
I think big key for this game is if Leslie can get out of this lane somewhat ahead, is Aojin going to burn the ult, at least chunk him down, but still going to be D-Shield second win running for the Akali. If Akali can get ahead and get in the side lane of this mid game, real opportunity for CCG to stretch the map and create these two really big solo laners in terms of economy.
Yeah.
To try and win this game, because we feel like what Olaf can do, and what we haven't talked about Akali, but I think what Akali can do on the side too. Opportunity for CCG to get big solo laners and try and drive home that advantage. On the flip side, for Maryville, still like their fight. I think Skarner sets up really nicely for Lucian Milio. Combos nicely with Orianna. I feel like this is a balanced composition that Maryville has. And one that I expect to group up a little bit better. And if things go late, yes, there is an Olaf in the enemy team that we talked about scaling-wise, but hey, Akali falls off, and MU's got the marksman. CCG does not, so
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what happens late. I don't have a definitive answer for you who I think is going to win with some of those later fights. Outside of Olaf, will be a monster.
And that is a good thing to bring up. Every time there's a mage in the bottom lane and there's a lot of health, there's always going to be a little bit of those worries set out. Because now you have a mission to try and punch through that health pool, which is not always going to be the easiest. And Cassiopeia has decent success there, but here we go. Ragnarok going to be used in the bottom lane. Ichi gets himself out. A nice double stun found by only 35. Puts pressure on Ops Natus. He'll fall to just below half health, a quarter of his HP remaining. Niles stepping up, but this might have stayed for too long. Here comes Spawn on the flank. Petrifying Gaze goes out. Ops Natus flashes away, but Scary Jerry's got nowhere else to go. Tries to find it on a Fiji. It'll be traded as Fiji falls to Niles. Scary Jerry giving his life, but Spawn will sink the fangs into Niles' back for a double kill.
Another good read from Only 35. Was about to talk about how... Hold on. Least to base stop. It's going to be all he goes for. CCG really likes to go for these swaps. And this is a game where Fiji on the Olaf. The swap's probably not quite as good, because you don't want to starve out your top laner when your top laner is Olaf. But to have Only 35 come down, defend against the dive, which I think was there, if he wasn't there, on the side of Maryville, was another really good read of the map from Only 35 this game.
Only 35. I do like the journey this player has been on so far, but hold on. Spawn getting hit by the calling, taking almost full damage from it. Scary Jerry smells blood in the water and will chase down Spawn for a kill.
All right. Good bounce back from Scary Jerry. Got taken out in the bot lane from some good roams from CCG. Gets back into the lane and gets that kill back for himself. That's going to be Essence Reaver. likely in the inventory. So curious if where they put Jerry now. I think having him and Obstinatus still kind of be attached at the hip. It's Emilio, so that's probably the move for Maryville. But I think early on, I'm curious at the lack of attention to grubs. There is still one grub that's left and available that I feel like would be really good for both teams to get, as it would deny the Twitch chatters for Maryville, or CCG would get some extra help hitting these turrets.
We got to start naming some of these. Is there something we can do where, like, and have player Twitch chat names over the grubs every time they spawn? Got to make that happen. We need third-party tools. Niles focusing into the bottom lane. Won't use the Ishtal's impact fully to chase any of that down. Aljun going to catch this wave. Recalls channeled by CCG.
Just start crowdfunding NACL, and the 3 biggest donors get to be named the grubs.
The grubs, yes. Oh my god, you're onto something right here. Make it happen, Riot. Give us the technology.
I mean, it might be funnier than just Grubbathy. Grub Anthony.
Yeah, Grubbathan.
Oh,
Grubtholomew.
the 7th. So, someone was complaining that a friend of theirs named their kid Rutherford. He's like, I'm not calling the kid that. He's 10 months old, not 120 years old. It's like, whoa.
This is the oldest name you could go for.
Name of president.
Yeah.
Who was shot? I failed my history yesterday with King Philip.
Yeah,
we got our
really
U.S. history right today.
You really did. I wasn't ready for the second half of that, but I appreciate you, Cubby. It's going to be a fun, whimsical day. Taking a look back at the game here, there was a point I was going to make. I do like kind of the journey Only 35 has been on, because his debut on Winthrop, he was aggressive, over-aggressive. And it did feel like from time to time he was just kind of running it down, to be very blunt about it. But when he joined up with CCG, I don't know if it was like Dardoch really helping out there and like kind of guiding that aggression, but now he's been a much more bigger focal point of this team, of the team he's on. And, you know, we're kind of seeing that in this game.
I know behind the scenes it was said that Only 35 and Dardoch kind of picked this Split's roster.
Yeah.
They came together and figured out the replacements needed for mid and AD. Of course, Dardoch getting an LCS opportunity, I think at this point in his career, felt like he had to take it, wanted to take it. I can't blame him. I'm really happy and excited for him. But yeah, I feel like Only 35, again, he's the one that probably is going to acquire the biggest workload that is left behind from Dardoch in terms of comms. And to see him have good direction in this game already, I think it does. I was worried about Only 35 kind of reverting to some of the mistakes and moments we saw pre-Dardoch. To have him have a solid game so far, been good. He's going to have a big engage, though, if they want to fight this one. CCG is posturing. Crimson's walking down. I think that might be enough to actually scare CCG off.
You have an angle set up from Laza, but Laza's not going to go through with it. So, yeah, you're absolutely right there, Cubby. Instead, CCG not going to commit for the fight. It will allow the second Drake of the game to go over to Maryville University. Laza still just going to focus on that wave. Speaking of, the biggest spikes so far that you're seeing in the gold from Maryville University, one of them coming from Scary Jerry. Of course, getting that kill on spawn was pretty on point. But the other one is Crimson, who's been stepping up in this top lane. CG trying out a new role now. Here we go. Dive set up onto Aljun, who just gets obliterated. They hop in, kill the man, they walk out.
Yeah, CCG said, or Only 35 said, I don't care how good you are, former teammate Aljun, you can't play your way out of this one. There's no way out of that one. Flash not even used, and I feel like that was the right call, as really nice combo coming out from CCG. Find the successful dive, and at least keep this game close. Even gold, 2 Drakes, of course, going over to MU. We do have an Ocean Soul on the Rift.
Aeon Crystal clearing towards that top side. And again, this has been a little bit of a struggle for Fiji so far. We do know him more as a kind of weak side tank player does really well. My favorite quote from him was, play like tank, eat like tank. All out going to be used from Crimson. He's looking to chase down Leza. Leza getting critically low, 200 health remains. Here comes Niles! Throw a rock, but it's too late. Because Crimson already rocked his world, and that's a kill on the top side.
That was very well played by Crimson. I like the fact that he went for the Q predict on Akali, just to try and get the flash. And he is able to go for that all in, because the E and the Shroud were used. So just really, really well played by Crimson. Both mechanically and then when he picks the all in, because it was there. Now only 35. Might be looking for an engage. He is spotted on his way around. Good marking by Aljun, but MU getting collapsed on.
Oh, jumping right in. Shockwave going to be avoided by Aeon Crystal, who safeguards out. Now teleport from the side coming out from Crimson. Spawn is critically low. Will need to flash over the wall to get away from Niles. Ishtal's impact going to be used. Ragnarok gets popped in response. Only 35 goes in, gets Obstinatus and Niles. Niles being the first one to fall. Lays over the wall with the Shuriken flip. Double kill picked up by Fiji, who's looking for his redemption from the lane. Stacking bodies. 2 kills going the way of CCG.
If Fiji ends up having a big fight, and I do really like what CCG did to split the fight. I thought only 35's engage. It wasn't the biggest engage, but where it was placed helped enable Fiji to press Ragnarok and auto-attack through the front line of that fight. Ended up being the difference maker, as CCG do pick up 2.
And that is a nice influx of gold to Fiji. We're just mentioning his laning going very, very wayward. But with that gold coming in, I mean, this was a good play out of CCG to catch him up.
And Crystal attempts the dive, gets out of the shockwave, high value dodge there. And opening of the fight's not good for CCG. Spawn gets forced out, but with this TP in from Nessa, it puts a lot of pressure on MU to respond to that. That's when only 35 picks his moment, goes in, and Fiji's able to get through Obstinatus and the Skarner. So I think that was really well managed. We're going to ignore the flash Q attempt from Aeon Crystal in the back half, because that was a game 1 mistake.
Just ignore it. Just ignore it.
Yeah, but I really like that engage from only 35. I feel like they did a really nice job of splitting the team and setting Fiji up for success, who you highlighted needed it, because the extra focus that came down from Maryville on that top lane did have Fiji down a level and a half and about 1k gold. After that team fight, picking up 2 big kills, less than 1k individual deficit now.
Only 35's Magnet Storm. Beautiful in that fight. This puts the teams pretty much on even footing when it comes to gold. Most of the presence from Maryville University will be sent into the mid lane. Rift Herald now going down. Crimson working his way over towards the mid lane just to get presence for the upcoming Dragon. 40 seconds before that does come up, and that would be Dragon Soul Point for Maryville University. You can see the vision line is all over the place. That bot side river is lit up like Christmas.
Gonna be good signs from you. Of course, that dragon does spawn here shortly. Ocean Soul. Not a role that either team was frankly really hoping for, but see what they can do with it.
Maryville.
Les has a bit of an angle right now.
Getting control of the mid lane river. Doesn't might have an angle, but Maryville should be peeling towards the Drake right now. Aljun being careful to take as much as he can and not get caught out by a lot of these dashy champions. Jump on you. Dragon started up. Looking for the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike to get the steal. Aeon Crystal. You gonna get your first steal of NACL? Answers no. Niles secure that, and that's Dragon Soul Point for Maryville University. Oh, but here we go, Crimson. Hopping on to only 35, only 35. Creating some distance. But MU gonna throwing their weight around after getting that dragon.
You know, I really appreciate this game, Desterux, that MU did decide to slow things down. Just overall, I think that like these Nocturne Galio comps, I mean, we're really trying to win the game early on. And I talked in the last time I covered Maryville about how that can be difficult when you're not necessarily a super strong team. As this is a team that I usually have a lot of faith in to play the early game and play it well from minute 1. But hey, they had Niles subbing in, they had Spyrax in for a bit. I'm sure Jerry and Obstinatus aren't in their peak form they want to be in. And they're incorporating new members, and I think at times when you're playing all early game and like one or two things go wrong, the game's over. We did see the score lines look a little ugly as MU tried to fight their way back, but weren't able to. And I think that this slower identity, just having Niles with a little bit more meat on his bone, Crimson as well, they're able to slow the game down, stack up as 5, and punish a CCG team that is missing their fearless leader in the comms and Dardoch.
Slight lead right now. They are playing for a lot of that kind of late game macro to come through. I do like to call out that they have slowed things down. So, disappreciated considering, you go a little bit too fast around the turnpike, could crash the car. Seen that one too many times out from Maryville's camp. Now look at this angle onto Aojun. Aojun looking to use the shockwave to get away, trying to get towards his support. Obsnatus is there.
Oh.
Niles peels away, and there's the impale, dragging Leza to his demise. Aojun survives, and there's Aeon Crystal, followed by Fiji. Fiji coming in with the Ragnarok, doesn't have enough health to keep fighting. Obsnatus will get the kill, and they were so close to finding a pick onto Aojun, but it all goes wayward, and their solo lanes crumble. Maryville come out ahead.
Obstinatus MVP, just the way that he kited the Aojun, saved him, and then helped Jerry, who you can see some of the perks of Lucian into Olaf there. If you are able to keep on autoing, you can get bonus dashes to create space. So Fiji was going for that target, wasn't big enough to be able to find the 1-for-1. That's going to enable Maryville to hit the Baron. Aeon Crystal is around with Smite, so got to assume they want to turn.
Yeah, they're looking for the angle. Solo lanes are coming off of the respawn. So instead, Maryville, again, they're playing it a little bit slower. They're not taking as many risks. They understand that they're currently ahead and in the driver's seat, so they'll peel off the Baron, have no issue, and keep running this game.
And they don't lose too much tempo off that Baron at times, so I'm all right with that. Of course, Soul on the table here, Deserex, and CCG. I like that attempt from this. I know it didn't work out. I feel like catching the Orianna in transition is going to be usually a positive for the Akali. I feel like the fact that Olaf isn't, I guess, up in Econ is just kind of hurting them at the moment, because it's going to be kind of a tough fight here for CCG that they need to fight now. They want to prevent this soul from going over. But I think in order for their fight to be happy, they might need Olaf at 3 items plus.
Yeah.
And until then, I don't know if they can break through what MU has.
And that's the problem, right? You don't have enough time to wait for 3 items plus. You only got a minute. Not getting that much gold that quickly. Unless you got to pull up some loan sharks or something like that. It's just not happening. With a minute left on that timer for Dragon Soul to come up, Maryville are going to push for control in the mid lane. Transfer that over to gather them some vision once again and set up for what could be Dragon Soul.
Full setup for MU. Team ahead in Dragons and in Gold now after that last fight. Scary Jerry having the most economy on his team. Again, opportunity for Jerry to step up with some pieces of Maryville missing between Spyrax and Yuji. And some new members coming in. Jerry now the longest tenured member on this team outside the coach.
Crimson laying it into Leza. Can't really do too much right there. Crimson's been playing well in lane. Holly wants the squishier targets to focus on control ward put.
Yep.
Red side camp, Dragon now spawning. That will be Ocean Soul. A CCG got something to say. You do have a flank set up by only 35.
I mean, this is such a good flank that we haven't even spotted it yet. I think Crimson... Oh, he doesn't even... Yep, all right.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
MU does snuff it out. I think they saw CCG enter on the bot side with that control ward, and I think the Spidey senses kind of went blinking there. But MU now... It's going to be burned down. They got to go fast.
Yeah, Ishtal's impact to get in. Aeon looking to grab it. Steals it. Does not allow Dragon Soul to go through. Aljun's looking to run away. Fiji will chase him with Ragnarok. It's not enough move speed. He will fall. Aljun survives. Petrifying Gaze lands onto 2. Scary Jerry steps up and steps away. 1 down for CCG. They lost Fiji. They also lost the Dragon Soul over on the side of MU. As Aeon Crystal clutches out the steal.
Yeah. That's if you're CCG overall, I think that you'll take that. Stole the dragons, didn't lose too much. A lot of summoner spells burned across the board. Advantage MU there for sure, but Fiji just not able to close the gap into the Milio comp so far. Milio doing enough, just providing that bonus move speed, providing that health pool. And this Olaf being just a hair behind, now a little bit further behind, hasn't had the might to get through the team. Also, I think the Ravenous Hydra, a little bit more set up for the split push. Not the Stride Breaker, which might be able to really help in this scenario. If you press Stride Breaker, can continuously get your autos down. Make sure that Ragnarok keeps going, but Aojun was able to buy enough space with Command Dissonance and help Emilio. Dodges out on Fiji getting in, but do have to give Aeon Crystal credit. It's been a quiet game from him so far in his debut. It was a nice secure on the Dragon, making sure that the Lee Sin Q Smite Execute does ring true. And only 35. Almost had the great escape.
Almost. Nice little kick there from Obsnatus. Aeon Crystal looking to run away. Gets caught by the Ishtal's impact into the Impale. And Aeon Crystal, you've yet to have your first death in the NACL. It's delivered by Scary Jerry.
I couldn't tell if that W got canceled or not, but either way, nice snag from Niles. Kind of hard to catch a Lee Sin like that if you're Skarner. Is that it?
Here we go. Leza going in, looking for Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry putting down the calling, gets a lot of damage onto Leza. Ishtal's impact is here. Petrifying Gaze lands onto 3 from spawn. But here is Aojun. Pull spawn in with the Shockwave. Rocket Belt to chip away a little bit more damage. Going for the long chase. Miasma will slow them down. The Qs are hitting. The poison is slowly taken away. And thanks to having the crab, you get a little bit more movement speed, but that teleport is going to deny Spawn the time of day, a way out of this. Instead, going to get crushed by the members of Maryville University. A couple more Fangs sinking in. That gets some damage. But guess what? Here comes Crimson. Spawn still kind of making this escape extended. More and more Fangs going through, and you do heal up with a lot of this. But yeah, Aojun finally coming out of the side. There's Niles. Slam the snake against the wall. And that is going to be a kill for Crimson.
Did your damnedest there, Spawn. Got to show off that, you know, maybe he played some Cassio mid before. I kind of forgot he was a marksman there for a sec on that long chase. Does go down in the end. Opens up a little bit more time in the map for Fiji to get something. He did get level 16, so that's nice. But still is MU in control of this game. And we haven't seen CCG really be able to break these formations. That was a good find on the Jerry, who I think did his best to play out of that. I really appreciate the fact that Wesson and Spawn did pull the trigger, as I think that was needed before MU got to Baron as 5. They found a way to split them up and take a skirmish that was favorable for them. But is this going to change the script of the game? So far, we've seen CCG at least stall things out. They haven't convinced us that the script of the game is going to go their way. And with a minute 15 until another soul potentially available for MU, see if CCG can find a way to break that stacking again.
Yeah, I'll be watching closely on that timer. One thing Maryville's been doing really well is every time Dragon is near spawn, they start setting up their vision line rather early. You see Obsnatus is heading in that direction. Going right over towards that red camp. Takes away the scrying, throws down a ward. CCG gonna try and respond in kind. Aojun set towards the top lane to just set up the wave. He does not have teleport, so he has to move pretty fast if he's going to be involved in any fights that might happen towards that dragon.
A lot of uphill battle or fighting for CCG to be making here. And now it's going to push them even further out. They've pushed them out of bot. They've pushed them out of mid. CCG can't get around this.
It's a good objective setup.
Yeah, it has. Again, I feel like this formation from you, it's made things just a little bit easier for them. It slowed things down a little bit, return to some of those fundamentals, and punishing a team missing the person who was best at those fundamentals in Dardoch as the flip comes in again.
Jones coming in, will throw that kick out, but finally Niles secures it. Only 35 is getting low, and Aljun is getting out. Meanwhile, the fight belongs to Maryville University. They'll take 2 in the blink of an eye, and CCG on full retreat.
It's going to be really tough for CCG now to break an MU team that has Ocean Soul behind them. Usually with these mage comps, we see Poke went out in a long form duration. MU not going to be broken by that as this game moves on, as Niles flashes forward just to force spawn out, and with Ocean Soul working overtime, member advantage on the Rift, and damage being here. Maryville looking to pick up this Baron and looking to put a win on the board, as they've yet to win a game this split so far. Deserex looking to change that here.
We're looking at Aljun. Aljun uses the Rock Belt Dissonance, will create some move speed, but now slowed down thanks to the Rylas of Spawn. Aljun is dead. The cost was a Baron.
Take that. As slows things down a little bit, but I don't think changes the script of the game at all. Deserex. I feel like this game, I like some of the entrances to the fight that I've seen from Lessa. It just hasn't been enough a couple times. And I don't think it's been much of a fault to his own. I think Spawn's hit some big petrifying gazes too. It's just that CCG haven't been able to put things together. And if you want to credit Maryville, they've been removing Olaf from the equation pretty fast. They've really been focusing down Olaf in these fights and skirmishes, just making sure that he's not what beats them.
Now there's not much left for Maryville to do here. Baron buff, they can start setting up the lanes, going for these Baron empowered pushes, teleport. Channeled out of Aljun, Maryville gonna regroup. This is where the siege begins. This might be one of the few opportunities that CCG have if they can find a moment to catch out Maryville in rotation. Only 35's looking for one right now, but you can see how much damage Maryville does. As he inches close.
That's not spotted.
A health bar goes down real fast. Aljun looking in that direction, though.
I don't think they found Lessa, but I'm not sure about it. I didn't see the ball placement off
I was
screen.
looking for the ball, yeah.
Oh, we're going.
Here we go, over
Engage.
the wall, looking for the Magnet Storm, looks to jump in, only catches Niles. It's a lot of damage. Aljun is going to outfight Leza without issue. Maryville will take down the mid laner of CCG, and Crimson will hold the line right in front of that inhibitor tower. Q3 goes out, Spawn flashes out, and Scary Jerry wanting a little bit more. They'll be content with the inhibitor. There's a minion wave now crashing over on that top side, but they just might be looking to close this game.
And they've got the marksman, the firepower to do so.
Shockwave goes out, only 35 falls. Crimson on the opposite side of things is still a tank. He's still extra thick, but finally CCG take him down. Niles standing on top of it all. BG popping that Ragnarok, but he can't stand toe-to-toe with Scary Jerry. Petrifying Gaze does a bit of work, but Scary Jerry will step up anyway. He is fearless, and with the Nexus now exposed, Maryville University will take their first step for their first win in the season.
It's got to feel good as we see the mid-jungle duo of Aljun and Coach Niles talking it out after that win. And I got to say, for MU, I expect them to win today just because losing Dardoch this late in the season and having a player that memorable for CCG. There's an old phrase that we used to use, Deserex, back when it was closer to Academy. Sometimes your Academy team suffers because your LCS team is suffering, right? Just snagging someone, making changes, and obviously your roster's not the priority. It's the LCS team. I mean, in this case, with Dardoch being acquired, not the priority for CCG. They got to kind of go back to the shed and figure things out. Wasn't the worst look. I feel like Aeon Crystal was a little quiet in his first game. Didn't see the flashy Wii Sin plays that we were exactly hoping for, but did get to see some good fundamental league coming out from MU, which has also been missing so far this split, and was a pleasant sight. I feel like how they played that one as a team. Crimson got a lead individually. I feel like Niles made some good moves, and Maryville put together a really solid map.
I was really happy with Maryville's playstyle because this time it was more calm and composed. They didn't feel the need to keep chasing for more. They understood when the advantage was in their hand and played for that for the most part. And it ended up resulting in a good game. As you said, it felt more like they were going for the fundamentals. So ultimately, good game coming out of Maryville University. We're going to throw it over to break while we get ready for game 2 between CCG and MU.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. Maryville University versus CCG. Much better look for Maryville. I feel slowing things down and not really playing for the pace of the game, and instead playing, as you had said time and time again, Cubby, for the fundamentals, really did result in a great look for Maryville.
Yeah, it was. I think that just having Crimson and Niles on the tanks, and I think at times Niles was playing the game a little bit too fast from the jungle himself, which I appreciate him, calling out jungle just as a role in the pregame interview and then going on to win the game. I think that's a better look than, calling out jungle as a delusional role, in his words. And, it is different when you go from laning to fighting camps at the highest level.
Yeah.
Because laning at the highest level is very difficult. As someone that might have taken out the POB at some point in time in a solo queue match myself. Could I sustain that? No. But jungle, can I currently sustain clearing on time? Yes, I can.
Took out
That's
the
what Niles
POB,
understands.
huh?
I did.
That's impressive.
It was a fun one-off because my friend clipped his stream and he had a great reaction because he was on a second account. It was the Xmithy 80 carry arc, and they were hiding the fact that Xmithy was playing AD. They were doing on second accounts, hence why I faced them. We lost the game.
Now,
I got him.
getting back into this game, I like the role that Niles and Obsnatus both played, because you saw all that Scary Jerry.
Yeah.
The amount of damage that he did was incredible, but a lot of that was because Niles and Obsnatus were able to play for their teammates. A lot of good kills, a lot of good moments where Niles is using the Ishtal's Impact and Impale to peel off for his carries. So it allowed Scary Jerry, it activated Scary Jerry to just bring in that much damage and be that aggressive for these fights.
Yeah, as someone that was complaining about seeing Lucian Milio paired with like Rumble Nefiri, it was kind of nice to see it paired with Cassante Skarner, because that beefiness, it did really open up space and enable Scary Jerry to step up. He's the player that we've been asking to step up on this team. He's now the longest tenured member. He's the one with LCS experience. He was the strongest laning AD and frankly strongest laning bot lane that we had last split with paired up with Obsnatus. So
yeah,
I think that there are opportunities for Scary Jerry to continue to prove himself as he still needs to do, and to see him cash in on that opportunity, we haven't seen that yet this split. So it was a good game one for MU, but we'll see how CCG bounces back in game two. As hopefully for me, Aeon Crystal can shake off maybe a few of those game one nerves, as I feel like there was a little bit of caution to the wind when it came to that Lee Sin, and it's not a champion that you can exactly play with caution on the mind.
Yeah, it's the jitters. I'll let him have it. There were a lot of miscues, but did have some moments like stopping the Dragon Soul, and with time, hopefully he's able to get that out, and our better game here in game number two. First pick coming out for CCG will be the Syndra, now locked in. Does leave open the options for MU for what they want to go for right now, hovering onto the Rise. They'll get picked up by MU, so the Realm Warp, always really good for getting around the map, kind of playing towards things. You will have those double mana scaling items. For CCG having the Syndra, this could enable a certain level of pick that you can go for thanks to the Scatter of the Weak. And I really want to see what jungle they go for. If they want to take something like the Vi to continue diving into some of that pick orientation, they could definitely go for. If they want to take something like the Galio to pair alongside it. Meanwhile, MU happy with the Xin Zhao in the jungle role.
Nice combo there too, just with Rise kind of locking someone down for Xin Zhao will be nice. That said, Trundle picked up little bit of terrain and the chance to subjugate that Xin. So, and Crystal going to be zapping the stats and Niles and trying to make sure that those fights are not taken on fair footing. And I would like the Alistar combo. I really feel like Bard, Alistar with Trundle, just having that pillar to set up the combos coming in from your support. I've seen a lot of teams use this quite well.
Yeah, it gets you a level of far range engage. And for Maryville University, taking this on an R3 means that you can ban away that Poppy and not worry too much about that big Camille counter. It's going to be Obstinatus taking that Camille. And this does leave some vulnerabilities that CCG will have to watch out for.
Shin taken away. Is it Caitlyn as well? Just given that there's Bard showing, just take away two of the good pairings. I think it might be an option.
Yeah.
Obviously, that Syndra is still flexible, so that can be put bot if you want to get weird or creative.
This also might be a situation where you're not really like hard required to ban the Poppy for the Camille, because you know the support's already locked in with the Bard. You know that the jungle role is most likely going to be a Trundle. So the only position that you can still take a Poppy would be on that top side. So yeah, instead, going for the marksman role, MU, taking away the Jhin and Caitlyn.
And Poppy top, not something that's exactly blindable at this level too. So that one's gonna get through unscathed. Meanwhile, Vayne taken away by Fiji. Maybe he's thinking Sion. As you... Oh, wait, no. Sion's banned. Okay, MU was thinking about Sion immediately.
Now you wanted me to bring up the quote again. Play like a tank, eat like a tank. Shout out Fiji. Corky locked in for Maryville University. Bring a lot of shred. Does mean that Maryville, I mean, Corky overall does scale really well, and he does have a decent amount of poke that he can play with. Most importantly enough, it gets him out from the Tempered Fate with a good Valkyrie. But it also means that he's short range, so the Sivir going to be locked in for CCG's side of things. They look to round out their composition.
Hextech Ultimatum can be spell shielded by Sivir. That's a positive. And he can help the entire team go fast. Should be a positive for Trundle and maybe even a Mundo coming in here. As Fiji has to blind his top laner. Gonna end up on the Gragas. So is it gonna be a potential Aatrox here for Crimson? I actually kind of like how Aatrox interacts with Gragas and with this game. And that's gonna be the option for Crimson. And having the dash to get around the pillar. Sivir's kind of short range, so you can really threaten her with the knockups.
Yeah.
And Noah is something that Crimson can play. It's usually, you know, not what we expect in the top lane, but it is a reasonable answer into Gragas. That said, we're going to go with the Ambessa. So, I think a little bit less threat against the Sivir, but that's where the Camille, the Xin, and the Ryze, that's what they're going to be there for. As the knockup against Sivir, I think, especially threatening. And also opens up that small window for Crimson to hopefully follow up, as public execution likely to be aimed at the Syndra and or the Sivir pending extra help.
Yeah. This does play like more old school Maryville, I would say, where they're not looking to do front to back. They don't have a lot of people who are going to be like beefy frontliners other than Xin Zhao with his Crescent Guard up. But they will be looking to find picks, get in your face, get on your carries. Xin Zhao and Camille both very sticky alongside Ambessa. And the short range of both the Ryze and Corky means that they'll be all up in there, to put it politely. But yeah, CCG. I don't know how I feel about their composition as a whole, though. That's the biggest thing that stands out to me. I do like the way the Tempered Fate can interact against Maryville University squad. I'm always a big fan and big proponent of the Bard as a whole. I do think there's great ways to kind of manipulate the field of battle thanks to having that Trundle on top of it. But I feel like Maryville are going towards their old style. They're very familiar with that. And we'll see what they can do with it as we head into game number 1, CCG versus Maryville University.
All right, Deserex. Oh, early action.
Oh. Yeah.
That's not CCG's jungle, apparently.
Polvado's coming through. I mean, Camille. She very much does Camille things. Has been popular in this bottom lane. To, you know, sometimes to a fault for different players, as a ward right there will allow for a Cosmic Binding. Not going to get too much done right there. Hawkshot used. And already Exhaust coming out super early on a Scary Jerry. They're looking for the kill on a Scary Jerry. They force out the barrier. Obstinatus, bit deep right there. Still has his flash available. We'll save it.
Well, that's early excitement, and being followed up mid as it is bot, as Aojun trying to get some early pressure push against Syndra. Early levels better for the Rise. Syndra gets levels. Trying to play around all the balls and the scatter is Rise. Well, that's a little bit too much range for him. So, but I think Aojun really specializes in the movers, and something that really helps CCG kind of cement their playstyle with Dardoch and what they were able to do as finalists last spring.
Ooh. Not good for Obstinatus. Will use his hook shot to get away. Not much health left there. Probably double digit. Definitely double digit. Get a whole bar before you get triple digit. Maybe single digit. World may never know.
Speaking of single digit.
Aojun on the run. Had to burn his flash. Only 35 is
the wrong
looking.
Side of the rift.
Only 35 looked the wrong way. Aeon Crystal went for the long chase.
I think he's onto it.
Can you get the execute?
Is there a pillar?
Has it been enough time?
No, we didn't find him. Oh, we tried. If the pillar connects, it does do...
It does 1 damage, doesn't it?
It does 1 damage. So it would have been it. Not quite, as Aeon Crystal not able to find the kill. And it will be Aojun. Burning time, losing out on CS and gold. I mean, as both mids TP back, you can see the deficit. It's a nice start for Lessa.
Yeah. 10 CS, separating the mid laners. And Aojun, hey, we'll let him have it. It's like the best of a bad situation. You're chased out. You don't want to give up the kill and give the extra gold for the first blood, so just run that straight down to the execute. Look at this. Now that flash is down, only 35 is going to prey on to this mid lane. Niall smells that, hey, something's up. Can't leave my mid laner hanging. I'm going to show up for Aojun. Get one scatter of the week on the way out.
I think that graphic we had up there in the third, Fiji, you can see Gragas comfortable line for him. I think the 2-5 record, not exactly indicative of his skill on the champion. Maybe more indicative of where Gragas falls in the top lane pool. Why we don't see it a lot in Tier 1. Definitely a champion that I think Fiji feels like he can get out of lane and do well with.
Yeah.
And we've seen him make a lot of plays. Just with the cask and fishing for kills. Wasn't exactly the game one that he was looking to have, but... See what happens in this game, too, is you kind of said coming into the day that Deserex, you felt like Crimson was the strongest performer for MU, and man, he really was rock solid in that game 1.
Yeah, he did look fantastic. I know there was a lot of questions, especially last split. Obstinatus coming in, gets caught by the Cosmic Binding. Now Obstinatus burning to the Ignite. Not going to go down. There's a lot of questions last split about the kind of flexibility that Crimson had as a player versus the more set champ pull that you had from K. And I don't know. I know some of the people within the community I've talked to were wondering, like, why was Crimson not put in some certain matchups? And I think this is a good time for him to prove that, A, he's got hands. He's got the more flexible champ pull, and he can play with it now. Here we go, the focus on the Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry going to be overextended. Will get picked down. Nice game coming out of Aeon Crystal. Sets up spawn for first blood.
Yeah, Wolf plays Pillar. And I'm kind of with you, Deserex. I really feel like a big part of Marigold's strategy going into Winthrop for the Sea Law Finals which, if memory serves correct, that was after they lost to Winthrop in 5 in NACL. The difference was that Crimson was in, and Crimson just started picking Denethor's champions from game 1.
Yeah.
So they were contesting the Gnar and the Ambessa, which K was more likely to go for stuff like Jack's Rumble, which Denethor can play, but not exactly the wheelhouse for him. Yeah, I think Crimson coming in, playing Denethor's champion, that was a big part of the strategy. Now they found the 3-0 in the finals.
Here we go. Over the wall. Scout of the Week doesn't land onto Aojun. The AOK. Still pressure being asserted by Aeon Crystal. I'm a little bit happier with Aeon being on the Trundle this time around. I don't think it's really that mechanically intensive as a champion such as Lee Sin, where, you know, if you are going to have first game jitters, Lee Sin, I don't think is the champion to play to try and get out those jitters, but Trundle can do a lot in this game.
Don't know if game 1's going to be what we expect to see from Aeon Crystal moving forward in terms of play, or if we can chalk it up to something like first game jitters, because a few of those Sonic Waves did look like they went wide. And it wasn't the game that I think Aeon Crystal was hoping to have for his debut. But good start to this game, too, on the Trundle so far. I think he's doing his job and a little bit more. Set up nicely for his team on the bot side. And it's helped ensure mid has a lead, which is growing. As once you get control of this matchup as Syndra, really tough to get back into it as the Rise. And,
oh my word.
No flash out, June. Well played, that. So that was calculated. Really well done.
Yeah. Shadow Leza, Residency, Mexico, by the way. Something my great-grandmother would say in response to that play is, "Hey, huevo." When she say it, Debbie, come on, say it.
Hey, huevo.
Gotta be. You got some spice in your life, brother.
A little bit. You know, Spanish was the only... Whoa, hold on.
Okay.
Nice combo. He's got to get the follow-up. Okay, not going to quite connect, but at least force him on a lane. Spanish, only course in high school I should have gotten a C in. I was a good student. My 77%... Hold on.
There's a guard going to be used. Niles, a little bit out of position right here, but Aeon Crystal getting pinched by Obsnatus. Comes the Realm Warp, jumping in. Aojun, Scatter of the Week doesn't stun him. Aojun stepping forward, and just like that, Niles is able to find the pick onto Aeon Crystal. Spawn stepping up. We'll make it a jungler for jungler trade. Sees Aojun, wants to finish off that kill. The tricky. Especially when Spell Shield's going to be on cooldown. Only 35 steps in! And just like that, will fall, giving his life to make sure that Spawn is able to grab a kill, but not just one. He's going to double up. It's not a Maryville meal deal. It's a CCG double kill.
And that's 4 kills on Sivir early. This is such a brutal champion to give gold to early, because how she uses it is she builds early. That's an 8.5-minute Yuntals. And you're just going to use that to just play the wave and cheat out of a matchup that you can get punished early in, which enables Sivir to scale more and scale faster. So Spawn being this big, really tough for Maryville. I know that Scary Jerry has a CS lead, but man, some good mechanical plays. I really like the Realm Warp placement, the lower left of your screen. I think Niles just guaranteeing they got the kill was fine. And Aojun's flash kind of got under the Q from only 35. This was a really good flash. I think it's pretty easy for players to flash that late and still get stunned up into the wall from a Bard Q. Not the case there, though. Is really well managed by Aojun as he tried to get out. But, man, this game, we have pretty large deficits that exist between mid and bot. Big difference is that Spawn, because he has 4 kills, actually up. The CS deficit doesn't really matter.
The whole item done.
CCG, just the scaling of Syndra plus Sivir in this game, I think they're in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, get your splinters. Keep slapping up Aojun. 4 kills to a Sivir. Got to feel real good for CCG, and the response to the Void Grubs going down in favor of CCG, all 3 of them. Niles will hop right onto the Drake and grab the Mountain Drake in the name of Maryville University. But yeah, this scaling factor has come online for CCG. Look at the CS difference.
8.5-minute Yuntals. Like, you're stacking this item too early. They're moving Spawn around now. He's just going to delete these waves. Spell Shield's that.
Exhaust coming out, only 35. Doesn't land the Cosmic Binding. Couple more autos coming through. CCG applying that pressure onto Maryville. Take the recall underneath the tower, but the pillar is going to interrupt it. VG looking to crash the wave to set up for the dive. Niles is far from this location.
There's 4.
And there's double the members of CCG than there is
Maybe
for
5.
Maryville University. Looking for one more to get up right now. Here comes the Realm Orb. Obstinatus has gone too fast. Crimson tries to follow up, but only 35 gets over the wall with the Magical Journey in time. Now Scatter of the Week finds the stun. It's looking bad for Maryville as 3 will fall from the tower dive of CCG.
A pillar on each side of the tower, and that pillar is the lead that CCG is going to use to build, or the rock they're going to use to build their lead off of. We got there. Man, I mean, the setup for CCG, like, kind of looking at the initial dive, we're like, oh boy, this is already grim. Aljun just coming in to join his new teammate in person and in the gray screen, as that Realm Warp to protect the dive was too little too late, because CCG, they brought the house. And boy, do they cash in. 3K gold lead now for them. Spawn got 2 more kills off that play and has another BF sword in his inventory, as if that was needed.
Oh, it's getting worse. It's going to hurt more. Spawn is going to be so big in this game. 6-0-1. Scaling Sivir pick. And you can see the gold differences that's being amassed. All that being said, Scary Jerry only being 400 gold behind is kind of crazy.
You know, CS does matter in the game. So, when you are up this much CS at home versus the kills, you can think about that next time. Temper Fate misses. Sivir all cast though.
Crescent Guard going to be used. Aeon Crystal hopping right onto Niles. For the chase, slow the pillar, doing its work there. Scary Cherry surviving, but just barely. Obstinatus will get away with a hook shot before the Scout of the Week gets him. Now fight breaking out over on the top side. Fiji, Crimson, scrapping a little bit. This does leave Aljun by his lonesome. Take some time to catch up from that 1.2 deficit against Liza.
I don't really know how MU plays their way out of this one, SRX. I think it's got to be try to stick or commit to the dragon stacking.
Well, they're going to go after
did
Fiji.
Get 6.
Go. Ultimatum used. And that's about it. It's a significant cooldown to use to really get nothing out of it. I mean, Fiji already had a splash down. Gas was down. Not going to break that. Gragas' Unleashed Power goes on to Aljun. Aljun wants to get out, and he'll Realm Warp to safety. Now only 35 is going to be low, but Scary Jerry cannot chase. Otherwise, he'll face the Wrath of Spawn.
I mean, fighting going on across the rift, and it's CCG coming out on top. Fiji survives the play, able to not lose anything, as he is going for the double stacking build. We've seen Fiji go for multiple Gragas builds, but in this matchup versus the Ambessa, valuing the fact that he is going to be that front line. So Gragas will be very useful later on in the game. He really just becomes a pain in the butt with all of the body slams that he can throw out with the ability haste you end up getting later on in this build.
Yeah. Rod of Ages.
Do you have answers or solutions how to play this one out? If you're MU to SRX, I'm kind of... I feel like they can execute one person with like the Ryze Ambessa Xin combo, but after that, I feel like the entire fight's cooked, especially if they don't find spawn.
Yeah. I mean, it's... what? You're not looking to 5v5, that is for sure. And every pick has got to be super fast. I mean, Obstinatus, we can't be using those ultimatums onto champions like the Gragas or the Trundle for that matter. But I don't know, it's too risky at this point, because even if you do find a place somewhere, if you're leaving Sivir alone, she can clean up a tower in no time. Here we go, Subjugate going to be used. Walls of Tempered Fate. Niles in a bad way, gets caught by Scattered of the Weak. Chased down by Leza, who will unleash power on to Niles. Niles is gone. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, he flashed into the Crescent Guard circle just to hit the outplay button.
You know, maybe
the gray screen.
Maybe you try and do what Near Airport did last year. I don't know if you remember where Double Lift His team was just getting completely pounded throughout the game, and Doublelift was playing Corki, and all he did was farm the entire game, catching waves, and somehow, some way, he just one-shots everyone in the Porkster. Maybe that's your prayer. That's your Hail Mary, you know?
I remember this game now.
Yeah.
I think it's really tough to play into the scatter this game for MU. And I do appreciate, whenever Sivir's in the game, one of my biases in terms of casting is I like talking about can Sivir auto-attack or not. I do think that it is a lot of the strength of the champion, because no one can doubt her DPS, especially if you're able to play against low range comps. Just bouncing the blades off tanks, it does do so much damage throughout a fight, especially later on. But you are a short-range champion that's kind of relying on a spell shield to make up for your lack of at least dashing abilities, right? It's just a move speed stack. So if you can auto or not, I think there are a lot of games where sometimes that's difficult for auto. CCG can make so much space.
Here we go. This is going to be a pick on the Leza, but what's the response out of CCG? Not enough people are there. So that was good. They got it quick at the time where CCG were resetting onto the map. And this will buy them first touch onto the Herald.
That is the execute. We saw the combo. It's the Xin Rise and bring in the Camille. I mentioned Ambessa, but that'll work for one. Are there enough tools up for the fight that CCG might want?
Tempered Fate going to be used. Killer drops as well. Aojun going to be put in a bad way by a beautiful cast from Fiji. Big Bomba come out of the big man, as now going forward to CCG, puts a bad position into CCG's ADC, who gets caught up and killed. Maryville University will get the Herald and they'll get out.
Magical journey into the pits of hell for Spawn, as I don't think that's the journey that he wanted to take. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about the ability for Sivir to auto-attack. The Bard, the Gragas, the Trundle, and the all the tools CCG has, it does make it pretty easy for Spawn to auto-attack, which does make taking magical journeys like that a bit more disappointing. Because we really don't think Spawn has to do anything that special this game. But giving up that one death, it was a big shutdown given over to Scary Jerry, who now has the lead over the Sivir that has 7 kills because of that shutdown of the farm that Jerry's been able to pick up.
That's the only place where Maryville have a gold lead working for them, but it's the right place. A Trinity Force completed. Adamina completed. Now building towards his 3rd item. And on pace to hit that spike before the Sivir does. So I think for Scary Jerry, that's feeling good. Maybe, yeah, Corki win condition. That's it. That's all we ever throw.
Not the crit build that Doublelift used, but Corki, I mean, this champion does put out filthy damage if it is enabled to step up. So, opportunity for Jerry. He's got to really be careful. Again, I think we saw in that fight so many ways that CCG can just slow things down and buy space for Sivir. I do really like, in hindsight, this core they've put together as another pick coming in. Good flash.
Yeah, trying to interrupt whatever else they can find. They'll just chase down Scary Jerry. Why not? You got the thrill of the hunt. You got the move speed.
That was a necessary flash from Scary Jerry. Only 35 deserves all the kudos, though, because that means it was a pixel-perfect Bard Q that came out right after the Tempered Fate. So, still got the stun on Jerry in the back half. He goes down, and CCG with 3 grubs empowered for their team. They take the mid-inner turret, extend their gold lead to 3K.
And again, another good look from only 35. Even though CCG lost, I still liked that Rel game, but this Bard game has been pretty on point with catching out people out of position with that Tempered Fate. It also worked against Aojun before a little fumble. Now Leza looking for Obstinatus. Ultimatum does block out a little bit of the unleashed power, but unfortunately, you're not escaping when you're locked down with the Trundle.
I think it's just way too much stuff that can be thrown at Maryville that they can't deal with right now. Just not big enough. This Syndra, I think, really putting the Rise behind the way that CCG was able to do and the way that Lessa was able to do really slowed down the ability for Maryville to play around the map. Between that and one of Aojun's ports just being that dive defense that ended up being all CCG. Again, important series for both these teams to get a win on the board. And I think a CCG win here would be so impressive, just given Dardoch being sniped at Dignitas this week as someone that we rightfully pitched as being one of the most important players in the league to his team. Again, I love the draft the CCG's put together. They got a big lead, but do want to see if they can, pull this one out. Because one of the biggest things that Dardoch adds to the team is a very stable, educated voice. He is baby inspired. So I think Aeon Crystal shouldn't be expected to assume the mantle of what Dardoch does in this team, but the team has to look to level up and make up for what is missing with Dardoch out. Yeah. And any win has to be a confidence builder for them moving forward. If they really can find wins with a change for a player this green this late in the season.
I like that from only 35. Still getting flashes out with the Tempered Fate. You know, if we are able to get an interview from them, depending on if they win or not, I would like to hear how that voice is developing for this team. The shot calling is developing for this team. Because you can see essence of CCG kind of still there. You know, it is a team effort at the end of the day. I imagine only 35 puts in his effort on top of it. Dragon now up and available. Maryville will grab the Scuttle Crab over on that side of the map. Side of the river. Getting control of the bottom wave. CCG now entering from the mid lane. And this is where things are going to get a little tricky. They want to take down spawn if they are going to 5v5, but it's not in their advantage because Leza can always catch you out with the Scatter of the Weak. Killer is a big tool. Only thing working out for them right now is Tempered Fate is on cooldown, but Maryville will still go ahead and bail out, not willing to take that chance.
I don't think they picked up as much gold off of giving that away as they quite hoped for, but I just don't know if things get better late for Maryville. I still think that they have ways to take Sivir off the map rather effectively, and that's definitely the target they need to find, is at the moment hunting for Fiji, who has a cask, but well played.
Buffering out with the public execution will force the flash out of Fiji, but the chase will continue as Crimson returns with his own flash. Continuing the chase, the slow, thanks to the cask, will buy Fiji a little bit more time and just enough to not get snared up by a rise.
I really like how Fiji played that. I mean, you know that it's going to be a cask response to the Realm Warp coming in. But I thought the Q at his feet during the chase, just to kind of match/guess the Ambessa flash, was the big difference maker. And then also the Q on the rise in the back half. He's throwing that out to make sure that he knows the slow for Ambessa is coming. But the rise route, removing that from the equation with his Q slow, means that he can't be, fully dove by this Ambessa. So I think Fiji managed that really nicely in the side lane.
Yeah, it's got to be a little frustrating for Aojun, who's just give me one snare, man. It's kind of like the Eric Andre meme. Let me in! Let me in!
My favorite. The, my very first follow or sub noise was from the Fruit Loops bit he did on the subway.
I don't think I know that bit.
Oh, it's so funny. It's like a 17-second short. And he walks into like the subway train dressed in all black with like Fruit Loops attached to him, and he's like, I am no longer employed at Fruit Loops. Life is no longer worth living. And he starts pouring milk and Fruit Loops like into this cone on his head, and he's just like, eat from me, drink from me. Like in the middle of the subway, and of course everyone's like, what is going on?
Oh, it is the most chaotic energy anytime
pretty
it's
much.
an Eric Andre bit. But here we go, team fight. Bring it out. Pillar's going to be thrown up. Aeon Crystal took a lot of damage to start this off. Tempered Fate will find its mark, but Aojun's too far forward. Gets caught by the Scatter of the Weak. Niles wants to hop in. Public execution, trying to find its mark, but Niles now too deep. Gets caught by Scatter once again. Leza with stun after stun, but Niles will survive. It's one picked up by Maryville, but it's cost them two so far. Double blast plant from Niles builds enough space, but not enough to get away from Leza's stuns. That landed one after the other to give CCG the team fight win.
If you're Maryville, you got Sivir, you took Sivir and Syndra's flash away, and you might lose something else.
Oh man, yeah. Look at Leza. Look at Leza. Scatter the Weak onto Obsonatus. Nice ultimatum. You block out a little bit more damage, but your fate is still sealed. And this has been a great game from Leza, by the way. These Scatter the Weaks keep landing.
Was granted some early pressure mid, and boy, has he cashed that in. As Yeah, Leza continues to be a player that even Coach Niles recognizes as a really strong individual, and Aljun going down. Yep.
Yeah, it was the shout from Coach Niles during that pregame interview. And you can clearly see why on this intro, looking fantastic. Pillar goes up, stops Crimson from chasing on to this Bard. Another scatter of the week. Niles says, just please do the Eric Andre mean again. He will go ahead and throw out that Crescent Guard, but nope, denied thanks to Fiji being that big boy body blocker. And that is Baron for CCG.
Oh, that's a sign of a good Syndra. If you can EQ at the right time. That was a wonderful EQ. He didn't need it against Niles, but nice to see a little bit of proficiency there on some of the mechanics you look for in terms of the champions. Les has been on point. Only 35 has also been really on point this game, and Aeon Crystal deserves kudos. As, again, this is a player that stepping in late, I was impressed by his willingness to improve and take accountability for his own play during a combine. Had a lot of coaches rooting for him because of that behind the scenes. Was a potential option for Blue Water going into Split 1 when they did decide to go with Munchie, who they've stuck with for the year. But I think that he's moving around the map really well and enabling his teammates to just do good stuff. That's all you can hope for as the Trundle. And it's going to probably net him his first NACL win.
Gonna feel good. Sometimes you just got to play the facilitator role and let your players do what they do best. Now looking at this angle coming out from Maryville, Obsonatus wants to get in, but he's spotted by a ward. Here we go, Realm Warp to get in. Only 35 is low. Les is getting low as well. Oh, a great scatter of the week. Pushes away Maryville and gets them so damn low. Blown up by the Bomba Fiji. Maryville sent to the hills as CCG will take the fight, but they want to take heads. They want him to roll, and Niles will get one in return, but falls. Only what remains is Crimson as the base is getting dismantled by CCG.
Obsonatus is going to be here for the defense. I don't think it's enough, though. This Sivir is big, and CCG put together a great game 2 to push us to a game 3.
Crimson still trying to hold the line, but it's a Baron-powered wave. Obsonatus hook shot, it's on Fiji. He'll absorb that. He's got no problem. Guess what? You don't got health, Obsonatus. And now he's dead. Nexus Tower number 2 is gone. Aljun off the respawn. It is far too late because your Nexus is gone. We got a series.
Yeah, I like Aeon with the big smile after his first win. Immediate to, like, hands to forehead. Like, oh boy, I got to think and prep for this game 3. But you know what? A good game from top to bottom for CCG. We know Fiji plays a good Gragas, but to see him play it well, I always see why he's so willing to blind this champion. Lessa obviously had a monster game that was really enabled by Aeon and only 35 getting involved. And this brand new jungle support duo, it doesn't look like they're being slowed down, which I think is all kudos to Aeon for stepping in, but also for only 35 and the rest of CCG for stepping up and making sure that Dardoch's loss got to be a team that's not fully feeling it behind the scenes. Everyone has to step up and assume the mantle of what Dardoch took responsibility for in this team. That was a game where it really felt like CCG has done that. And the moves we've seen from only 35 on the map so far, they've been promising. I think that he's had a good series.
Yeah, he's had a great series, both on the Rel, both on the Bard.
Yeah.
Been fantastic. Leza in that last game, even at the end fight, you can see the value that Leza brought right before he went down with that final scatter of the week. It gave so much and took so much from Maryville University. So a great win. Congrats to Aeon for his first NACL game win, but you got to make it a series win, man. So we got one more game to go. We'll be right back while we set up for game 3 of CCG versus Maryville.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL CCG versus Maryville. I'm going to do my best Mazel impression. Here are my hands. Look what's on them, Cubby. Cubby, take it. Take it, Cubby. Take it. It's a series on our hands.
Oh,
Shout out Mazel. I know he does that a lot.
That was a pretty good impersonation. I have to say, my role, that's a familiar role I've played before. But
well, hey, look, sometimes, you go too long without a shave. You get that 5 o'clock shadow in a moment like that. Philips Norelco has you with our precision replay.
this ended up being a quadra kill in the end. And we did love the scatter from Nessa. It was a nice parting gift to his team before he went down. But in hindsight, also like some of the clicks we saw from Spawn in that fight, who had a really good game on the Sivir, was of course accelerated early on from those kills. Kind of closed the gap in terms of CS, and Sivir took off as it was Leeds mid, it was Leeds bot, it was top laner that was doing his best to deter plays being made upon him and Fiji. And it felt like CCG that we're used to seeing without their captain and leader Dardoch, who of course will be playing in the LCS for Dignitas moving forward. Congrats to Aeon Crystal on his first NACL win, and as we talked about in the break, Desterux, he had a lot higher game impact playing the Trundle than the Lee Sin.
Yes, his Trundle looked good. I mean, Lee Sin, there's a lot of intensive mechanical play you got to go for. For Trundle, it's about more knowing what your role is going to be. I mean, we talked about it during the break, and when you have a Sivir, you really want to provide space for that Sivir. That's a lot of what the pillar does. I think only 35 is another shout out we got to give, because I think in both games he's looked fantastic. I think the Rail game was spot on, even on the loss, and the Bard also burning flashes left and right. You got to like it from only 35.
Yeah, I mean, CCG, they did lose their fearless leader and captain and Dardoch. I do have to say, though, I really feel like this team in spring, they looked like a good team from the start. They were always a top 4 team. They were playing well as a team. I think Coach Auto Boost and everyone a part of this crew deserves a lot of credit. From Fiji stepping in as a rookie and embracing being a role player. Obviously, Dardoch was the leader, but only 35. How much better he's looked this year. I do think the Coach Auto Boost deserves some kudos. I'm a little bit biased towards him just because he always gives really honest and transparent interviews too, which I appreciate. He's never really shied away from talking about the state his team's in or his true thoughts about what the meta is or other teams in the league. So I think that's a nice, always important to know where you stand in leagues like this. I think it helps you respect your opponents and helps you prepare for what's ahead. And Auto Boost has done a really nice job this year of preparing his team to look their best on match day. I really do want to give him kudos, as I feel like he's one of the coaches that is not recognized as much in the league.
Now, as we head into the draft for Game 3, this is where, if I'm Aeon Crystal, I'm sweating just a little bit, You've lost 4 jungle champions in the Fearless alone, with the Vi getting banned out. CCG sided for that one. So you got to see what else you have in the wheelhouse to really play with here. Maryville University going to go for the first pick on the Ezreal. Is a rather safe pick to go for. Also brings good poke. For Scary Jerry, I do like that in his side. But one of the more common responses that we've seen is the Kai'Sa into the Ezreal. A good way to dive onto it.
And so far in this league, Kai'Sa's even win rate, Ezreal's negative. So Kai'Sa's been, I'm going to assume, getting the best of that matchup because the other matchup that's been very popular has been Ziggs and Ezreal, and Ziggs is 10-1 in our league. So Ziggs is just permanently banned for this week of NACL, as we have dropped the Camille and the Bard bans, and we have started to ban Ziggs, the true impactful champion on the Rift, as, say, Aeon Crystal, and to get his hands on the Nefiri blind. So, curious if it's a Niles Pantheon to respond. I know it's comfort for him for his top lane days, but the Nefiri, really strong champion with the early spike. I'm looking for utility in the rest of the CCG draft, because I think Kai'Sa plus Nefiri is already plenty of damage.
This does put you at a shorter range, and that's a place where Anivia likes to try and punish. So taking that Anivia pick You can wall off someone if they get a little bit too deep in there. You do have your own crowd control with the Flash Frost. And of course, that Glacial Storm you can bring up. For a lot of melee champions, they get stuck in that. That could be their end and their demise. And of course, pretty flexible pick you can go for. It's followed up with the Pantheon, so we do have 2 sources of crowd control, as well as ways to play around the map on Maryville.
Yeah, speaking of flexibility, I fully expect this to be a Niles Pantheon, as this was a champion he was willing to play top when no one else was playing at top. But we do see Pantheon sometimes be flexed around as support, so something to look out for the rest of this draft. Maryville they did have first pick, so they will not get to decide the draft in the end. That will be CCG. So only 35. Gets his hands on Rakan, already has 1 piggybacker in the Fury, but a pretty squishy team so far for CCG, so expect to see more beefcakes locked in. Curious to see what Maryville decides about a potential Galio. I know that's not exactly a Lessa champ, but it does feel like Lessa needs an enabler to help out the rest of his team here, and so I wouldn't mind seeing stuff like Galio, Annie considered and banned away.
At least on this season so far, Rakan has been a pretty good pick in the hands of only 35. And it plays towards his style. If you do need to play more on the pill side, you can go for it, but considering you have a Nefiri as well as a Kaisa, you're jumping in. And this will run a lot of interference onto the Anivia, which could be pretty important right here to not allow for that ultimate to channel through. But knowing that CCG will be drafting, for some heavier frontline, Maryville University going to stay on top of that as they take away the Ornn. Big tank boy, Fiji, over on that top side, making sure he doesn't get too comfortable on some of those tanks, and we'll have to dig a little bit more into his wheelhouse. As many ways he can go. Any doors, that boy? We'll see what Fiji goes for.
I feel like Lessa is probably going to pick here. I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of self-counterpicked himself. I just really feel like CCG needs trigger pull. I wouldn't mind to see Annie here, even if, we don't like the matchup into Anivia all too much. Ends up being the Ahri instead. I think that's, again, not too surprised to see a pick like this for CCG. And I think Ahri uniquely definitely can reach and interact with Ezreal well. So see if that's something that Lessa can cash in with. As the Assassin in Game 1 and the Akali, we thought individually looked okay. Couldn't find the win. We'll see what he's able to do on the Assassin in Game 3.
I would like a good tank right here, Leona or Alistair, because a good response to try and provide yourself some peel for this dive that CCG are going to be throwing your way. Leona will be that lock-in, and you do get so much value out of Leona. The Eclipse is always really big on making you feel like a true tank when you have those stats up, but the crowd control is going to be one of the most crucial things here. Rumble locked in. That adds to some of the team fight potential that you can throw in for Maryville University. And because of that, it is a lot of magic damage, so a Galio answer would be really good right here.
This is a matchup that, for me, actually got pretty heavily impacted by the top lane quest. There is more experience for all top laners. And this matchup, I think Rumble wins the first few levels, and then if it goes late game, he wins again, because he just does too much damage. Galio really has to cash into the mid-game spike, and just with more XP, like being added to the top lane, that spike kind of narrowed for him. But should be a really strong mid-game here for CCG, and trying to utilize the mid-game of the top side to have Kaisa carry late. Meanwhile, for Maryville, Anivia, Pantheon, Leona, that's a lot of control to try and set up for the Rumble and the Ezreal to land these skill shots on what is a slippery comp for CCG. So they have a lot of ways to play out of the lockdown. We'll see if they're able to do it.
I also just really like Galio when you do have a lot of this deep dive. More often than not, it's usually Vi who kind of leads the charge there to set up the hero's entrance. But when you have a Rakan, you do get the charm that can pair alongside that and kind of hold someone down a little bit longer, whether you're going after Aljun or Scary Jerry to set up that hero's entrance. So this mid game, I really do like it for CCG. As long as they can play towards it, they have good pick, they have good dive. And it's going to be up to Maryville to kind of survive that before they get into the later stages and begin to fight back.
I think going into this final game, Desrex, got to return to where we started the day at, which is both teams really needing a win. MU sitting at 0-2 in their group versus CCG at 1-2. Opportunities running out to try and move up in the standings. find that top 3 in your group and avoid that last chance qualifier to make our top 8 playoff bracket. Important game for both these teams to try and win and put a win in the series win column.
Yeah. There's a lot of weight for this game. When you do look at Group B that CCG's in, this is a group where it's still kind of anyone's ball game, so you can very much secure your way into the bracket. It's a little bit more desperate for Merrifield, given the state of Group A and how unfortunately weak that group has looked, despite the expectations of this being the stronger group. Well, now as we head into Game 3, it's all going to be decided right now.
I think our LPL teams could learn something from seeing how roster changes have impacted some of these NACL teams. As they
Speaking of, by the way, how are you doing right now? I know you casted LPL last night.
Oh, I'm great. It was so great yesterday, Desrex. I'm doing the same thing today. We've got NACL in the Series 1 of LPL tonight. Should be a bad one, as EDG is playing. And EDG is the worst team in Group 10 right now by a long shot. But we'll see if they can change our minds. Yeah. JJ is now in the lineup there, so might be interesting.
Maybe you can take a page out of Kelsey Moser's book, another 1.7 liters of coffee.
Yeah, and speaking of coffee, support our coffee over there at LPL English. This is the best way to support us. Project
Good
also
segue
ran
to the shout out. That was great corporate Kobe.
Yeah. So hopefully she appreciates that one. I am always good at being a shill.
Yeah.
I keep things sharp there.
Yeah, Cubby's the #1 to remind us about our sponsor shoutouts. So everyone thank Cubby in the chat.
In the words of
keeping our sponsors
Weiner,
happy.
Boardman gets paid, you know.
Now, as we kind of focus back into this game, I am going to be a little bit more worried for Aeon Crystal because there was the struggles with the Liu Sin. He did really well when he was facilitating on the Trundle, but this is a champion that's going to dive and to do a lot of frontward damage, so he's got to be a little bit more smarter when it comes to popping that Hound's Pursuit.
Yeah, and honestly, we'll see how he comes with this team, too. Gonna have to work with only 35, Lessa and Fiji a little bit. Going in, making sure that the Rakan Galio, the combos that can follow up for CCG are hitting and are there.
A lot of focus into this bot lane. And how much fight's going off. For Ao June, the worries aren't too big. And I think one of the most frustrating things when you're going against Nivea is like, why does this champion get a free Guardian Angel? What do I gotta do?
You know, I didn't feel like you'd be the one to bring up the egg conversation today, Desrex, but that's fine.
No! Oh, Rose is co-streaming. Nope.
I feel
he has a 7 TV emote called Desireg that I have to just live with now.
I think it's a privilege to be memed on like that somewhere else. Which I know that you know that deep down, and it's fun to play off of it.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I will say because you play off it well, I don't feel as bad for just seeing an image of you next to Ramen or on the Teletubby Sun and just getting the gut laugh. I just get to gut laugh. It's okay.
Oh, God. You saw the bye-bye Teletubby tweet, didn't you?
Yeah, that was a good one. Meanwhile, top side, good gank. Potentially avoided by Fiji, who burns the early flash, gets his way out of there. Action bot lane does get the heal out at only 35, but it's been split, or mirrored clears, I should say, from our junglers, so they ended up on different sides of the map. Not a lot of action taking place, and see if that changes around our first dragon that is going to spawn.
A friend of mine told me for Halloween I should, paint a crack into my head and just, stick a bird plushie coming out of the top of it.
Okay. That's kind of makes it into a sad cracked egg. I thought you were going for more of, the Humpty Dumpty.
Humpty I thought that's sadder. That guy literally dies.
True. It's a children's story. So
it's a messed up children's story.
Apparently it is. We'll say
Gonna
as
get the stun right there for Algie.
probably should remember the end of that story as someone who A, initially referenced it, and B, whose mom was a reading specialist growing up.
Yeah.
I think she'd be disappointed in me in not remembering the tale of that one.
And someone who got the wrong Rutherford B. Hayes.
You know what? He did get shot. It just wasn't in office. It was as a Civil War.
Here we go. Going for the engage in the bottom lane. Aeon Crystal. Jump out. Make his presence known. But good peel and good arcane shift from MU's bottom lane to escape. This allowed Niles to start positioning over towards this top side to try and scout out where Aeon's going to go.
Does have a ward here in the jungle. Niles, of course, has access to that global now, as he did get that early crab. So, successfully 6 on. Gonna pick it up here in a sec, but yeah, I mean, at the moment, game kind of quiet. I gotta say, some of the weeds that I'm seeing for MU, somewhat expected. Like Rumble being up a tad in this matchup, kind of expected. Scary Jerry, I think, up a little bit more than I'd expect, but Ezreal being up a couple CS against Kaisa, pretty expected. Nothing too out of the ordinary so far.
All right, here we go. Aeon going to repeat the gank into the bottom
That's
lane.
6.
Has the Hounds of Pursuit. Jumps right on Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry has no choice but to go forward. This allows the reset for Aeon Crystal. Gets it on Ops. Nodus will force his flash out. First blood goes to CCG.
I mean, solid first Hound's Pursuit from Aeon. I think MU, they kind of spotted Aeon moving up, assumed that he was out. Aeon moves in and catches the MU bot lane off guard.
Ow.
Aldessa has to sneak out with just a hair of HP left. And Nivea, once you get access to that ultimate, things do get a lot easier in the mid lane. But you have Aljun, most of his Nivea games does skip tier and goes for that Malignance build, which decreases your MR when you drop the ult we're looking at right now. So looks like he's going to do more of the same here. Get to that Roa quickly and expect a Malignance second.
Those are going to return back to lane. Lane so far favoring Aljun. Said ultimate goes up, the wall goes up, there's a lot of terrain, it kind of forces your pathing into a direction that you're not wanting. Things get pretty bad from there. We'll see if Only 35 can help influence. Now that Only 35 is beginning to roam out, Niles focusing over on this bottom side will grab himself a dragon. Meanwhile, priority belongs to CCG on the top side to go after the grubs.
Quietness continues here, Dasarux. We got more trades going on. I'm really just waiting on Niles to decide when he wants to speed up the game with one of these Grand Starfalls. And frankly, with the swap coming in right now, I wouldn't mind seeing it top against Spawn. I know he's got everything up, but I think taking resources away from this Kaisa could be big. But with the power on the bot side for MU, looking like a collapse down here, is Niles bringing Aljun with him.
More man on to Fiji. Fiji is on the tanky side, has the backup of Only 35. Obstinatus will go down to the tower. The dive is botched. Level 6 for Only 35 means he can pop the ultimate and get Niles in a 2-for-1 deal.
Yeah, Obstinatus, he took aggro and never let it go, as the combo came in from Fiji and Only 35 to keep that Leona stuck under the tower. Which kind of leads me to think probably should not have been Leona kicking that dive off.
I mean, it's a one-way trip. Flash was burnt earlier when Aeon had ganked that lane. So Obstinatus going in, you're not escaping. And good timing out of Only 35, hitting the level 6, immediately pulls Niles back in.
That's a pretty expensive loss for MU. They had the Dragon, they had the tempo to try and make a play on that side, and just straight up goes CCG's way, and off that, they swap back. So Spawn gets back into a lane where Scary Jerry, I mean, a few attempts have been used to try and set him behind. And Spawn should be a wee bit happier with where he's at in the lane right now.
Yeah, the gold diff, only 200, given that Scary Jerry's been playing with a lot of priority. Does have that CS lead. The attention favoring Spawn thus far. Now, top lane camps respawning for Aeon Crystal. We'll put them on the outside of the map. Also a pretty big CS difference looking at that top side of the map. It's 40.
Yeah,
Separating the top laners.
There was a swap, like Fiji had to play his way out of the dive, so I think some of that comes from the swap itself, but also Crimson did have a lead before that took place, so props to him. Again, this is a matchup where I expect Rumble to be up. I'd say when he hits the 100 CS mark, probably to 10 to 15, maybe 15 plus. So Crimson definitely overperforming what we expect in the matchup right now, and we'll be quick to finish that Leandres.
Nice little sidestep from Aljun. It's behind the minion before the charm can land. This is another lane that's going okay. Maryville so far. Aeon Crystal wants the Scuttle Crab, but look at this rotation now coming out. Support called up towards his side of the river. Obsnatus is there. Niles not far behind. Secure the Scuttle Crab for Maryville University, but Aeon might still look to challenge. Out comes the Solar Flare. Hero's Entrance going to follow suit. Looking to protect the team, but jumping into the middle might not be the choice you want to go for, Leza. Will Spirit Rush to get right back out. Stun found by Aljun. Aeon Crystal does escape.
I think Leza was looking for a backliner there. Got caught up on the Leona, and any hope of a play goes to the wayside when that doesn't connect from CCG. So able to at least go even on the play, but felt like CCG burned more bigger tools there. As that Galio ult, really long cooldown compared to Equalizer, and potential now for that Grand Starfall with some more tools missing on the map to find itself in one of CCG's lanes.
All that fight for some crab cakes. Still happy to grab that. Maryville University. Showing what kind of happens when this team does come together, and the threats that Leza has to watch out for. You know, when I was playing more ranked, I did enjoy like Alster as one of my #1 supports, but Leona was soon to follow, and this is the reason why you get locked down for days, man. And the chase is so nice for Obstinatus. Fortunately, you got a teammate there. Only 35 will hop on the Leza.
So, Aljun, I mean, this is a matchup where you're going Roa as Anivia. The fact that you're even at this point, haven't gone down. It's only one that Anivia gets, I think, happier in as this game goes on. Should be harder to kill. So, I think individually, Aljun pretty happy with where things are at right now. Is Leza going to try and pressure him, as he is a little
It's not looking good for Leza. Leza does have Spirit Rush up, so you got to get out. You got to get out fast. Gonna use the flash to get away from the Zenith Blade.
And
now
this
Crystal
is all
around the corner.
Yeah, this is all kind of in the backdrop of Dragon coming back onto the map too. So, Aljun with his reset should be MU favored Dragon with Spirit Rush missing. That's a really big tool. It's not available if a fight were to break out. So, I think Maryville really wants to try and look at this Dragon.
I mean, you're pushing forward for CCG, but even with the Solar Flare burnt, it's back off cooldown. So now MU have no problem pressuring onto CCG and taking this Dragon, but CCG might look for something right here. I don't know if this is going to be the choice. He might be crowd control for days. Not allowed to play League of Legends when Leona's there. Bond stepping up, Scary Jerry on the opposite side, joining with the team, and Maryville will get themselves the streak.
Yeah, the Fury's tools to do something goofy there were down. And no W, and he was coming back up off cooldown. No play for Aeon Crystal as CCG tried to be pesty, but kind of said going into that one, we felt the conditions for MU were better. Ends up paying off as they secure the second Dragon of their game.
Little cheeky thumbs up from Niles. And with Obstinatus on Leona, you see how willing he is to just throw himself around and use ultimates willy-nilly. I think Solar Flare, when it comes to the cooldown on that, rather on the low side, so you can keep using that to try and threaten, maybe force out flashes, make them think you're going for the full engage, or take the full engage outright. So Obstinatus doing a good job with this Leona. That cooldown already halfway through.
Mm-hmm. I'm a little bit concerned for CCG all of a sudden now. as I just don't think the next couple minutes of play, like this first engage that we saw from the Nefiri Rakan Galio that they're looking for with Ahri, didn't connect. I think this one might. Obstinatus a little bit far up. No flash.
Yeah, no flash for Obstinatus. Gets hit by the charm. No one's going to be there to help out Obstinatus, so he will go down guaranteed. Couple more hits going through. Builds up a little bit of the shield. Forces out the Hound's Pursuit. So an ultimate was burnt. CCG would have liked to have held on to that for a little bit longer, but still. Obstinatus out of position. CCG are awarded a kill.
Well, that's nice. Does open up the side lanes in favor of MU as Scary Jerry does flash out.
Only 35. Battle Dance gets him away after a botched engage. Always very hard to lock down a Rakan. Same thing with a Ezreal. He bobs and weaves. An influx of gold going into the bottom lane. To the top laner, Crimson. 1.3k after grabbing that tower. Rift Herald is up. Niall's trying to get it. CCG looking for the setup now, but almost here is Crimson. He's got the equalizer. Only 35 is too low. One of your engaged tools is down. Aeon Crystal's going a bit too deep. Here comes the hero's entrance. Slams in, but equalizer will cook CCG. BG flashes over the wall, but Crimson will see him through with the empowered autos from the overheat. Flamethrower to continue the heat that's put into the face of CCG.
And that's a fight where they get the first kill. They're like, okay, Obstinatus off the board. We can do the Rift Herald. But MU, they bring the house. They respond. Fight continues. I think Wes is going to sneak out. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
And
Killer
Jerry's
Instinct
gonna go
on
down.
Scary Jerry. He's just going to try and grab the tower. Isn't able to get it. Another man drop coming in from Niles. Big chunk of damage onto poor Spawn.
Good
Will
sidestep.
sidestep one of the spears. He's in a position to get the kill, but Niles lands the final death blow into Spawn.
That was one of his pocket picks in the top lane. Turns out he can play the Pantheon. As important to trade out that kill. They do get the tower in the end. And again, kind of my concern about those few minutes of play and why I was starting to get concerned for CCG. It was a lot of the gold that Crimson was acquiring. Because BG was dropping a lot of waves to try and make something happen. That something was going to be the Rift Herald, which did not... I didn't... Was it dropped during that fight? And did I miss it? Because I don't see the eye, Tesserax.
Did Aeon get it? I
Might have been
did
just
not
dropped
see it.
mid.
I don't know.
And did not get it. I think it might have just been dropped mid for Jerry, and I missed it. But
I'm just
it
wondering
was
if
a
the eye
really
got,
big
like,
fight win
left out there.
for MU. Yeah, really big fight win for MU.
Right, but still, yeah, MU taking their leads exactly where they want them. And that was a tough one, because even with that fight, I don't think it was a good position in CCG in the first place when only 35, who is one of your main engage tools, is already critically low before the fight begins.
Totally agree.
Now put CCG in a bad spot.
No Hound's Pursuit either. I think some big tools were missing from that fight, and CCG just didn't expect Maryville to fully rotate there, but Maryville, they did. They kind of called the bluff and end up getting control of the Rift Herald. That's at 30 seconds before the Dragon. CCG does have full control over the bot side river right now, but Maryville are the team that has the Dragons early on, has the gold lead, and has some members that are, I think, pretty big, and I wouldn't want to run into in this fight, particularly Aojun at this point. I think we need to have a conversation about who we're going to target as CCG, and even with that egg, Aojun might be the pick, just because I think the control that he's going to bring to these fights really, really tough for CCG to play out of.
Right, Spawn making a nice move right there, but it's going to catch out Aojun. Hero's entrance goes through. Aojun will flash out in time. Empty-handed, but here's the teleport from Crimson. Crimson stepping up, puts down the equalizer, catches part of Aeon Crystal, but it's only 35. Will be sacrificed. Fiji in a bad way. Dead. One more auto from the overheat drills down Fiji. 2-0 Maryville.
I like the idea of going on to Aojun. The flash got him out of everything. And so he lives. Engage misses. MU gets more. 5k gold lead. Dragon secured. And again, both these teams really need a series win on the board. I know that Coach Niles would love to make sure that UG isn't going into the rest of the split 0-3. This is one where I feel like a game that we might look back to throughout the playoff picture, Desirux. And one that MU is stepping up in right now. I think Crimson's had a really strong series today.
Fantastic, yeah. we go. Aochun playing on the Sinivia. Is by himself. Niles is not too far off though. Same thing with Obstinata, so you don't want to take that dive. Or you'll be in crowd control hell. And whether or not you have a keyboard or mouse, it won't make a difference how long you are unable to play that game. Still rotating through, though. Leza going to go over the wall. Here we go. Another attack on Aochun. Remember, he does not have flash. He turns into my people. Will be put into the egg form. Chasing down Aeon Crystal. Gets destroyed in the process. 2 kills now picked up for Maryville University. As Fiji, in a bad way, chased slowly. Same thing with only 35. It's only Spawn who decided not to go to the fight. And I think that was the correct choice because his teammates just got decimated.
I mean, Spawn can't join that fight because the Ezreal versus Kai'Sa, if left to their own devices mid, Ezreal's going to have the push. So Spawn was going to be late to that play always, and between the old school man drop coming in from Niles, the TP coming in too, it wasn't any hope in that fight for CCG to really play up numbers. And once Fiji got in, I mean, Aeon Crystal and Nessa already kind of used all their tools just to get the egg and didn't have tools left to get through the rest of MUs. So good defense by Maryville. It is our Phillips Noralco precision play. As, yeah, I mean, egg gets popped, but they can't turn it into an omelet.
It's kind of a similar story as to the last play that CCG made. First time, it was the flash. Second time, it was the egg. They just can't take down Aochun.
It's pretty BM, actually, with the Glacial Storm running and just sitting on B. I respect that. Gotta get a little BM against your old team.
Oh, goodbye.
Crystal going for camps later on in the game. Does get found out. Again, big shoes for him to step in and fill today. I think that he played well in game 2, but with TP's coming in, CCG trying something down him, man.
Yeah, the quickness used right there from only 35.
Ooh, they're in trouble.
It's not looking good for CCG. It hasn't been for a while. 7K lead. Maryville want to run right into CCG, but retreat called. They'll get out.
You know, coming out of game 2, Destrex, we're like, man, that felt like a CCG with Dardoch. I feel like the other 2 games, we've kind of felt the fact that things are missing a little bit. I like this trap, though.
Ooh. Yeah, you want to grab Gromp, we'll take you, make you a jungle camp. It's a kill for Spawn. We'll be able to find that shutdown, but I don't like Spawn's chances right here. Crimson will just chase him right over the wall. Hero's entrance goes through. They need to lock down Crimson before it's too late. But Crimson will find his meal. Now Fiji getting picked off by Scary Jerry. Gets away in time. Last Mystic shot not going to land. And it keeps happening. But this time it's a 2-for-2. Maryville still in the driver's seat. Scary Jerry snipes him with the Mystic shot out. Jude will freeze up Aeon Crystal. And right now, Maryville, hey, they're looking for the ace. Leza creates enough room, but that arcane shift cooldown is coming up. Lands 1, doesn't land number 2. Leza gets away, but Maryville, man, they are looking great.
Too strong. I appreciate some of the attempts from CCG. I thought the pick on the Niles was quite good and gave them a fight that I don't think they're going to get at this point of the game. The Crimson is just way too damn big. I mean, just turns on the flamethrowers, and Spawn was trying to hold out that flash as long as possible. Just took 1 too many empowered auto attacks from Crimson. That ends up making sure he goes down when Crimson does exit going golden. Turns on the flamethrower again, and it is a CCG that I'm really curious to see how this team can grow, because I think sometimes when you do have a member like Dardoch come in, it's, I mean, we said Inspired Light, it kind of is like, all right, who can play with, like how much of this is you, how much of this is maybe someone on your team doing the lifting for you. I think it would really speak to CCG in the year they've had. We don't expect this team without Dardoch to compete for an LCS spot. But I think it would really speak to the team and the year they've had if they can prove within a few weeks they can be competitive in playoffs. I think that's got to be the goal for this team, is to make playoffs and be competitive in there.
Yeah.
And if Aeon and the rest of the crew are able to do that, I think they have the talent to do that, but would really speak to the work that Auto Boost and all these members have done throughout the year.
It's important to state that CCG were finalists.
Yeah.
A lot of the players playing on this team, Fiji, only 35, were part of that roster. So the capability still very there. It's still very alive for them. But I think this is one of those discovery phases where you kind of got to find yourself and find what your team does well. And I think, you know, Aeon, he's still going to be new, and he's still going to be kind of developing that in the Tier 2 environment. Facilitating on the Trundle, really liked it. It's definitely been a rough game on this Nefiri. The objective of Tier 2 is development and growth, and this is the place for him to be.
Yeah, we're competing for LCS spots now, but we still like when our players grow. Definitely essential if you want to be successful at the end of the year, going up against DSG, and something our team at the top of the standings, NRG, has really been preaching throughout the year, and they're the team currently positioned best to give them a challenge. So, see, that's the case. I said MU, another team that was positioned really well to give them a challenge. I like this for only 35.
Oh, yeah, this is a good angle, but Scary Jerry, Arcane shifts out of it, and that's a choke point. Guess what? Equalizer works really well right there, so no chase for CCG.
I gotta say, though, I appreciate some of these late setups from only 35. I feel like you can kind of learn from players about how they see the game when, with how they respond to when a game is over. We've talked about this game being pretty over. Only 35 has been able to find, I think, 2 engage angles that really shouldn't be there. But from him just being hasty and looking for weird spots and playing off tempo, he was able to find 2. We'll see if he can dodge out on this one, as he has been found.
Oh, not a good angle. Wall goes up. Niles is not on the other side of it. It happens. More than often when I'm playing Anivia, but it happens. And still a good angle to try and chase down. Only 35. It's putting a lot of pressure where it's hard, very hard for CCG to actually push out these lanes at all without getting caught out. Niles will be there in a heartbeat.
Again, I like the pocket that Aeon Crystal's found. I like the TP coming in, too. I feel like MU, they're committing to one side of the map. Crimson's connecting. They spot him out now. We'll see if they can spot Crimson on the pinch.
Crimson stepping up and forward. Wall getting put up. Niles jumps right on into it. Finding the stun onto only 35. He gets low. Obsnatus will take all that damage. BG can't take enough. He has to flash away. Jumping right over the wall is going to be Aeon Crystal. Peppering those Mystic shots. Scary Jerry will chase away CCG.
Like how MU responded to that one. They saw Aeon Crystal kind of between Crimson and the rest of MU. Just taking the long way, waiting for people to group up, and then targeting only 35, who is the engage, or a big part of the engage for this team. Ended up being the right call. Aojun trying to hold the line as Baron is started. Now Aojun opts now to still play successful defense.
Spawn tries to poke away at Aojun, but Baron's going to be taken. Obsnaut is going to look for the angle. Man drop coming out from Niles, and just like that, Spawn is gone. Flamethrower being used. Maryville University. It's been a slow way to end this, but constantly on an upward trajectory coming out from Maryville University, as they've been crossing their T's, dotting their I's. Taking over this game, 8.8k gold lead. Baron, Dragon Soul, and now a siege onto the mid lane inhibitor tower. And yeah, not much to say right there. He's dead. Maryville just made it look easy.
And Maryville, I mean, again, trying to get a win in the win column before Yuji gets back, I think really significant for this team. This is conviction. We'll see that they can get a win in their 4th series as, game wrapping up here.
Yeah, food's in the oven, and Crimson is cooking. Chasing through, Niles gets the stun, finds Leza. Leza goes down. That leaves only Spawn on the respawn. He's going to call that place home because Maryville University have taken over the base. Nexus exposed, and Maryville will get their first win of the season against CCG.
Fist bump from Aojun, the newest player to join MU in their facility. Gets to kick things off with a win against his old team. Gotta be a feel-good, and hopefully a feel-good for Maryville with how they played. Again, I feel like they can build some confidence off this. Just They know they get UG back. Being at 1-2, this is a group where 2 teams sit defeated, and Blue Water and Conviction. We'll see if Conviction can change that later today, as that is our second series. But I think an important series for both teams to win, because now Maryville, they've got a notch in the win column when 2 teams in their group don't. And on the flip side, CCG, they're in the group that's harder. They lost Dardoch. They couldn't find a win today. Dropped to 1-3. Definitely puts them as the favorites to be in our last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and in that game overall, it was pretty good performance coming out of Maryville. They did play it a touch slower than they had played it in the last game. That's what we've been seeing as of lately. Just try and slow things down to be able to take wins. A lot of this really delivered by Crimson over in that top lane, who got a massive lead going on early. I feel like you even got to give credit to Scary Jerry, who was a little bit more quiet in that game, but still showing up for a lot of these fights to get those Mystic shots. You know, the fight that we had around the top lane where he was able to chase over Arcane Shift over the wall and find that pick onto Fiji. This was an effort and a win that was well needed. As you said, these standings very close for Group A. A lot of teams without wins. Maryville is no longer in that category.
And with that win, Maryville puts themselves in position to already be locked in the playoffs in this group if it ended today. Of course, Conviction might have thoughts on that later on. And I believe that is the last matchup for, never mind, I'm looking at both teams in the group. It's like, they haven't played each other. Of course they won't, not unless this is the last chance qualifier. But for CCG, every other team in that group has 2 wins. They're sitting at 1-3. So favorites to be in the last chance qualifier for sure. I know it's been a tough split for CCG. And again, nothing but congrats to Dardoch and that team and making sure that Dardoch's promoted. But Aeon, Crystal, and the team definitely going to have some work to do quickly, as they have to win the last chance qualifier, or our finalists from last split might end up in the promotion relegation tournament for next split.
It's going to be a rocky road, and it's going to be one where they're going to have to find themselves and figure out what works best for them. But we've seen little glimmers here and there that Game 2 will look good for CCG. But we got to talk about Maryville. More importantly, we got to talk about our MVP. I talked about this guy at the start of the day as being one of the better performers on Maryville during their slump. And this series, he really stood out in this one, Cubby.
In both games 1 and 2, just after CCG tried swapping, looked at the scoreboard and saw Crimson up CS before and up far more CS after, and really made his presence felt in games 1 and 2. So congrats to Crimson, who, again, another new addition to the starting lineup for Maryville this split, and has looked quite good. I think that he's brought a lot of stability into the top lane with a little bit better laning versus what we've seen from K, just the competition, and that's been a real positive for Crimson.
And it's been great to see him getting his shot on this roster. Last time it was K who was put into this position and did step up, as you had mentioned earlier, in that CLOL finals to help clutch out for Maryville in what was a pretty dominating win. But now having him, the NACL roster, showing what he can bring. I think that Rumble was spectacular, and a lot of times these game plans that were being set up around these choke points, he put great equalizers. He stomped out his lane pretty definitively. So Crimson, well-deserved MVP and well-deserved victory for Maryville as a whole. We're getting our interview ready, so we'll have that in just a second. But any closing thoughts, Cubby, before we move on to that?
Props to MU. That was a much-needed win for them. And honestly, props to CCG again. Just a really tough scenario to be in. We used to talk about how Academy teams' rosters would fall victim to LCS roster struggles. Of course, CCG not related to Dignitas, but Dardoch being picked up. Dardoch, one of the most important players to his team in CCG. So the fact that we're able to give MU a competitive series, I'm excited to see how Aeon can evolve and how Auto Boost gets to work on this team to see if they can not be in that promotion relegation slot for NACL and instead competing for that LCS promotion slot.
We do have our interview now ready. We are going to be joined with Jun from the victorious Maryville University. Let's go ahead and bring him onto the broadcast. And this time it's an Jun who is in Maryville University, actually in vicinity in the facility. So that's going to be my first question right now. How does it feel getting yourself situated with the Maryville boys?
It's been fun. I've been I'm living in the same apartment as Guy and the Crimson, so we're just hanging out every day. We live a good schedule. We wake up, we go gym together, and we're cooking together. So we got that in real life synergy now.
So coming into this game, it hasn't been a good look for Group A. There have been a lot of struggles, a lot of teams that we do have higher expectations for that are in a slump. That slump ending today with a victory. So going into today, were there any talks with like Coach Niles, with the team on how you guys were looking to start to turn the season around?
I think it's been just figuring out, how we want to function as a team. But coming on campus, I think we've clicked it together a lot better, and I've gotten better form because there's less distractions. When you're on campus, there's nothing else to do except for grind, and when you're at home, it's like different. There's so many different things to do. But yeah, we've talked, and then just figuring out our identities, getting more disciplined, and just learning to work together because Niles is new to the role, and I think he's put in a lot of work, and just finding the way to work together it's been great.
All right, coming into the series, it's not just you performing for the first time at the facility of Maryville, but it's also you going against your old team. So how'd you feel about that? Were there any talks or thoughts about, your old teammates, EG, only 35? Talk to me about that.
I would just, we did have a fan 35 on the enemy team, but we handled him. He's been trying to get me off my game. He's doing a little bit of trash talking, but we're handling him.
As you should, man. As you should. Heading into this, we're now looking at the last two games that you guys are going to have on the season. That will be Contingent and Winthrop University. That puts you part of the old collegiate rivalry between Maryville and Winthrop. So are there any thoughts going forward into your upcoming opponents?
I think what we showed before, before this match has been pretty lackluster, but we're coming for these teams. They better be ready. We're gonna show them what we're capable of, especially when we haven't even unlocked their full potential yet with UG.
Yeah, you guys are scaling. That's what you're telling me, right?
Yep.
All right, well, that's awesome to hear. Now that you got your first Maryville win, are there any celebrations you guys are looking to do? Any place you guys are looking to eat at as a group?
I have no idea where we're going, but I heard we got dinner on Clergy, so we're gonna see where we're going.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah,
I hope so.
Brazilian steakhouse. Dinner's on the boss. You got to make the most of it, man. So please get this guy to spend.
Yeah.
But to close this out, so congratulations on the win. I hope you guys are getting comfortable over there. I look forward to seeing more. Do you got any shout outs before I let you go?
Just shout out Niles for all the hard work he's putting in, and there's just one last message. They must have forgot about the Great Wall June. They have to remind them.
Let them know. Let them know, Al June. I love it, and I'm looking forward to the scaling comp. This team, Maryville University. 2 more games to go. I wish you the best of luck in them, man.
All right, thank you.
The Wall of Aojun.
The Wall of Aojun. We're gonna keep bringing that up in future broadcasts.
It's he does like the Anivia, was early to adapt it for CCG. Ended up being big in that game 3. And excited for him. Dinner on the boss is always a positive. So I hope he makes the boss just feel a tinge of pain in the wallet as they celebrate their win. Now June being in the building. Definitely good looks for MU. Hopefully be even better looks when Niles is back in the suit and tie behind the players. Performed admirably today, but we know whose spot that is, and we're excited to have UG back in the league when he does get back.
Yeah, but still, Lurky, don't cheap out. If you're still watching, do not cheap out. Spend for these players. Move on to our next game. It's going to be Contingent versus Conviction. Contingent have been the young guns who, they have their style. They've been playing towards it, and it's been giving them some pretty good success. They've yet to see defeat in a series just yet. Then you talk about Conviction. team with their struggles right now, making their roster changes, trying to figure out what's going to work for them despite being the defending champions. It's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle as they look to get their first win on the season, but we're hearing that our interview is ready. So Cubby, up to you, man. Take it away.
All right, excited to dive on in. Believe we got the coach of Contingent with us for this one. Thanks so much for joining us, Leon. I gotta say, your team coming into this split, I looked at your personnel, and one of the biggest challenges for someone in your shoes was going to be, for me, how do I get all these champion pools to fit together? As I think Johnny Rockets, Kaido, and your team, like with Daption being really biased towards the mages, feels like you have a couple unique pools to meld together. What's it been like behind the scenes trying to find the process where, as a team, you end up happy with the comps that you're seeing on the Rift with some of these unique picks able to come out to the forefront?
Hi, first of all, how you guys doing? For that team, obviously having different champion pools, different play-ins, it's just about like how you can like join the pieces to solve the puzzle. And I was like really happy because for me it's easier to have like a lot of different options that I can combine in the draft and see then how the comp develops in the game. And I really like to think how can I get an advantage for that. So I'm thinking in that way that it's just an advantage, not a disadvantage about the champion pool.
It has been really fun to see. I think that you guys have used it as an advantage so far. And hopefully can do so again today, going up against a Conviction team that I know has seen some changes and doesn't have the record, but they have been our finalists in the past couple of splits. What's the biggest challenge that Conviction presents you guys as you go into your series today?
I mean, obviously, they tend to play like pretty standard, so I don't really care. I don't really think that it's a challenge. We just need to do what we know how to do the things, and we just need to play our game. And I'm really confident that we can take on Conviction. It's just names, and we're playing good, and we know how to win the games and how our champions interact like better than the enemy team. So yeah, I'm sure that we can take on Conviction.
I do appreciate that. You guys have been playing good. Do want to give you the floor, Leon. Is there anyone behind the scenes at Contingent, like early on, just kind of putting spotlight on one player? Who's someone that you want to feature, that you've really enjoyed working with, or you feel like it's brought a lot to the team in this early season?
Okay, so, every player gives to the team like value, and we are not like just one person or one player team that we can just focus on and give like all the resources. I think in some stages and in some drafts, the responsibilities on Johnny or Kaido or Silas. So yeah, we tend to manage that differently. I don't think it's just one player team. Yeah, we're a really strong all together team, and we know like how to make one specific player or champion shine. So we are pretty good about just playing towards that, what we have in the draft and how we progress the game with the tools that we have.
Well, full team mentality going into this set today, and we have seen that so far as you guys have kicked off the split 2-0. Any final thoughts or words before I let you get back to the team?
Like most of the people like ranked like really low at the start of the tournament, and it is what it is because they don't like really know the players or the coaching staff, and we're here to show that we're like a strong team and very capable of, and we are going to aim to keep doing that. So if the people can just start like cheering for us and looking more to our team, that will be like really cool. And yeah, we're gonna show like a really good performance and have an eye on us. We're doing like really good things, and yeah, you will enjoy that.
Well, you guys have made an early fan out of me with some of the fun picks that you've been not only playing, but playing really well. So I hope we can get some more fans and hope we can see more good play out of your team in Contingent Esports. Thanks so much for joining me. Best of luck today as you go up against Conviction.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Thank you, coach of Contingent Esports. Deserek's going to bring you back in here. Team mentality, top to bottom. And I also feel like this is a team where every player for me in some way, shape, or form has kind of been slighted. So it's fun for me to hear a coach be like, you know, a lot of people ranked us low, but we've been playing good, and it'd be fun to more people root for us, because they have been playing well. They're 2-0 to start off the season, and both series have been really good reverse sweeps where they've dug deep into these unique champion pools and used it to the best of their abilities. Yeah, I got you muted real quick.
I got it. My bad. My bad. My bad. I want to be a fan. I want to be a fan. I want to vote for them. I did vote for them. But then I just looked at their Twitter. All the meanwhile, they posted this. They posted this on their Twitter as their game day tweet. What am I supposed to do, man? What am I supposed to? Why do I keep getting dunked on? That being said,
I've been there. It's all right. Things go up your way in the end. You know, all press is good press, right?
Yes, yeah.
Right?
I'll believe that. All right. But Contingent, yeah, I do like this team. Again, this is a team that, for, Asila, it's kind of a redemption angle for him, and seeing this team kind of come together so well has been pretty awesome, especially with some of our new players. I think Johnny Rockets has very much been impressing.
I mean, Johnny Rockets is the one player, it's hard to say that you were slotted as a rookie, but even in collegiate, felt like he was taking down teams that were better than the team that he was on thanks to his play. Kaido's someone that, he's gone through a name change, has kind of been in and out of NACL, but I think has had decent looks when he's been here, always with unique picks. Daption had the role swap. Tub was relegated, and Asila lost his spot last split. I really feel like this is a team that came together to try and prove themselves, and so far they've been doing that. And the highlight for me has been Tub at support. I think part of it is just I had the least amount of expectations for Tub, but it's really tough sometimes to know what the issues are when a team goes 0-9 and gets relegated, like was the issue with Pulse. And for Tub to go from that and being pretty invisible to coming into this Contingent team, and I think being a really big part of their wins, I've been really impressed with some of the looks and plays that he's been able to set up. It's been far from the form that got Tub relegated. And I think that he is someone that isn't usually talked about in this team because he's not the one necessarily playing the flashy picks, but he has brought some of the flashy play and engages for his squad.
Yeah, and, Contingent, I will say, you did go through Blue Otter. You went through Ole Miss. I feel like the real challenge is going to begin now. I know going into this week, it's kind of the winless teams that you're facing, but these are still the heavy-hitting teams that we kind of had higher expectations for, and it starts with Conviction. Conviction, this is a team going through their own struggles, but a team that every time they do struggle, once they make it into playoffs, they perform like no tomorrow. Insanity has been that playoffs monster. Sniper stepped up a lot last spring. Bringing in Cody-san and Zyko, I think the big one has been Perry, who's been filling the shoes of Tomio. And Perry, honestly, I give a lot of credit over to Perry because I feel like whenever you just slot this guy in on the E-sub role, he will jump in and perform well, regardless of the time it is.
It does help that he's paired up with the midlaner that he actually started with when he had to E-sub in for Dignitas, which actually happened in, I guess, kind of a similar timeline. That was back when Xe was promoted because River was traded. And then we had Perry step into that Dignitas Academy squad that actually ended up making it to the finals, paired up with Insanity. This time around, stepping in, I had a good conversation with Insanity after their set last week. And there was an unfortunate DC that happened, game 2, that put Insanity in a bad position, and I feel like really gave Dorado a winning game state from there. But Insanity was focused on what he could control. He said, I'm proud of Perry stepping in. We're trying to talk Perry into sticking around with the team because Perry wasn't sure if he wanted it to be temporary or permanent. The fact that he's back for this week tells me it's at least a little bit more permanent, which is great for us, as Perry is someone that brings good play to the Rift whenever he decides to compete. But no, Insanity was very focused. Like, hey, we got to play better. We got to turn things around, and we need to win games. And this is a team that is 0-3. We just saw Maryville put a win in the win column for Group A. Conviction needs a win here if they want to start outpacing Blue Otter and trying to compete with Maryville and Ole Miss. As those are currently the teams that are slotted, along with NRG, who are already locked in to make playoffs.
This is where we got to bring up our head-to-head for the day in the matchup between Contingent and Conviction. We're going to be looking at the jungle role, so I'm glad you had that topic. As you had said, Perry doing a great job. Anytime he steps in, he always is going to step up. But I feel like Kaido, especially with what he's been able to bring to the team, has been fantastic thus far in helping to facilitate a lot of the games that we've seen out of this roster from Contingent. And every time, you know, he is willing to go into like some of these more creative picks. He will pull out the old school Kindred that he likes to step in with. But through and through, even with that, you have to beware of some of the quirkiness he can bring through. I know we had that Graves game in the recent
that was a fun
Water
one.
series. That was a lot of fun to watch. So Kaido, you got to watch out for him, man.
They put the Pantheon bot to play Graves jungle, and Kaido split the map. Got 3 quadrants on the opener and played really well. And yeah, I mean, it's funny because the pick that I most heavily associate with Kaido is actually Hecarim. And we've seen most of the weird champs, but we haven't seen the Hecarim yet. So curious if we get that at some point. Going into Perry, who I expect to play pretty stock standard League of Legends and play decently well. So we'll see if Kaido can get up in his face and change anything. As you see the champ pool a little bit narrow for Perry, given that it was a single best of 3 that we've seen from him. But Wukong, always a favorite. We know we can play the Jarvan or the Poppy. A little bit of bias towards the Boulder Bear. I don't think we're going to see that from Perry, but champion that I know that he has in his back pocket. And one I associate from his initial run with Insanity and Dignitas Academy.
God. Sorry, Perry has such a nice camera. The quality.
He's got the streamer set up, man. He's got the content set up. He's ready to go for this.
That's the thing about Perry. Even when he's not playing in NACL, he's always very serious about coaching and kind of promoting that. And he has the hands to back that up. Yeah, he does play a little bit more traditional. He's very intelligent when it comes to his matchups against opposing junglers. That's one thing Kaido has to watch out for is, as you saw in the champ pool, like the ones that stand out, Kindred, Kha'Zix, Graves. Perry is at least one of the wiser junglers who knows how to kind of maneuver around those sorts of picks and play some of that stock standard style to his team's benefit.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because I just think back to Perry's initial retirement where he did the interview with Travis and talked about how going into content was the best move. And honestly, I mean, it's kind of an advantage now when you get to have League be, in a way, your gig when you can do this, because a lot of the players we have right now are in school or working other jobs to sustain themselves as they play in this league as well. And it's funny, because I think Perry's interview, in a way, aged well, just because he predicted a lot of where the space was going. But also because that decision kind of gives him an advantage as he steps back in and still decides to compete. Perry always been someone that has, I think, the competitor's mindset behind him, and also the want to perform, going back even to his roots starring in a martial arts film as a kid. Which, yes, that is indeed a fun fact.
That is such a deep cut, Kobe.
Well, it's how he could put his leg behind his back always, you know?
Yeah,
he has some advantages.
God, he used to have that so many times. Oh,
yeah.
Good. Taking me back, Kobe. Taking me back.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, getting word that we have a last-second bio break. And after that, we're going to hop on into our draft, you know. I wish I could take that, Deserex. We're stuck up here.
Yeah, we're stuck. We unfortunately have to pull out the bottle, you know, and take care of things that way. No.
I have not had to do that on the cast before, fortunately.
No. It's a joke. I swear. I don't need any more memes about me.
I did have an hour and 45-minute pause that I had to kill. That we got 1 5-minute break, and that was, we were able to request a bio break. But I don't know why we were live for it. It was also the very first day of the LPL unofficial broadcast. So that broadcast is also lost to time, because that's like the only one where they didn't save the Twitch VOD. Oh. And Wennon and I still have fever dreams talking about the fact that we killed 2 hours of time. Because in that world, you don't know when the pause ends. We don't have ins to the production team that runs the LPL over there in China. We are fortunate to have Liga Ase, who is always very communicative with us behind the scenes. So shout out to Ozzy and Dokit, always handle things for us. Do a damn good job of it too.
Yeah. Appreciate our prod, and we appreciate that we're now in draft. Bans coming out. Poppy Vi over on the side of Contingent 6 going to be taken away as well as Nefiri for Conviction. Again, Conviction, a lot of struggles for this squad. Falling to Cupid was one of the things that, you know, you could have flipped in the air. It was going to be a fun one. I think the Winthrop game, and more importantly, the Dorado game, were the more surprising ones
Very
now
much so.
Conviction. Contingent has a chance to try and keep up and chase their momentum. Final ban now coming through. Jace taken off the map. This does leave the Orianna as well as the Nocturne available for either of these teams.
I think that might be a combo that we see split up here, potentially. That's Rux. Still a lot of priority picks on the board. I think Mage early for Contingent, very likely. And if we do see a Mage, the likelihood it is in the hands of Daption or Asila are even. And I would say even Daption sided, as he has been our AD, along with Tomo, that has been most heavily Mage bias.
Interesting little pivot right there. Instead, going for the Syndra. This does leave the 1-2 punch if they want to go for it. Nocturne's right on the table.
I think they want to go for it.
Orianna, I mean, it's such a good combo. It's hard to react to, man. So, Insanity takes that. I do not envy Contingent.
I think that's very worth counterpick, like arguably a self counterpick. I think after the last round of changes for Syndra Orianna, I would argue that the Syndra side is stronger. But when you have Nocturne to pair with, it really doesn't matter if the Syndra side is stronger or not. Because, as you mentioned, the Paranoia into Shockwave combo is one that is very difficult to deal with. But Camille going to be taken, so a chance for Contingent. I think that we've started to see a lot of answers into Camille that teams are comfortable with in terms of the Poppy and the Shen. Shen would be really nice for Contingent here. Can help kind of answer the Nocturne if they want it to, and maybe even a big Stand United shield behind a Kha'Zix, as Kaido gets his champ of jungler, and it's not about a champ, it's a Kaido champ.
The Syndra can go into the bottom lane. Daction has taken it in the past. You did mention it, Cubby.
Yep.
He does like playing for those mage bot laners, so if Contingent do want to take away the Orianna right now, could be the opportunity to go for it, but instead, going to grab the Galio. It's pretty fun right here. I do like the pick potential, some of the dive potential they get, Hero's Entrance, along with the jump that comes out from the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and
potential set up some fights, but Ezreal, final lock in for Conviction.
And they technically have a couple of setups they can go for, too, because we've seen Spica have really heavy priority on Galio's support, but I do know that this isn't a Silas, like, Asila really likes this pick. So I'm going to expect it's Galio mid and Syndra bot, given the player profiles, but I think there's a world where this could be Galio support, Syndra mid, or Syndra bot, and maybe Syndra support. So, or Galio support with Syndra bot. So I do think that Contingent does have options, and we'll see if Coach Leon can cash in on those options later on, as he mentioned in the interview. Loves the fact that on this team, he has more options to work with to see if they can bring these picks together. And I think that's, I think the biggest compliment that I can give Contingent as a team so far, because I knew going into the split, they're going to have interesting pools to work with between Johnny Rockets, Kaido, and Daption. But the fact that they've been able to bring it together in the manner that they have so far, really feel like the two teams we have on our screen are the two biggest surprises we have in NACL so far this split, with Contingent being the biggest positive surprise and Conviction being the biggest negative surprise.
Yeah. Contingent games have been a lot of fun to watch. Again, all of them that I watched so far have been through the co-stream, and done a few of those with Misa. Misa, I apologize. I will never vote against Contingent again. One more ban now coming out from Contingent side. Cassiopeia gets banned away, focusing onto the mid lane, going to take away some of those tools. And finally, the Ori ban. It was left up a little bit too long, and in phase 2, they're going to make sure to get rid of it.
Cassio ban tells me it's likely to be the Galio mid, or they're still looking for a mid laner. Just because Syndra, matchup that a lot of these players are happy and willing to take into the Cassio. But
I know a lot of people who want to play the further range are some options for it. I was going to say the Victor, but Talia here instead to grab that. I mean, you got decent wave clear. Weaver's Wall is a great terrain tool to utilize to try and make these fights a little bit more discombobulated. It's locked in for Insanity. Go for the next pick. Shen.
Shen support.
Stand United. I like it for the Kha'Zix.
Yeah,
the
me
Kazakhs
too.
play a little bit more ruthlessly.
I mean, this is a Kazakhs that is insanely empowered by his team. As this guy
By
has
far.
a Galio ult and a Shen ult behind him. So, going to be marksman-less for contingent, but ability to combo going to be very high. As Johnny Rockets has his choice of blind in the top lane. This is going to be an R. It just has been the choice that the majority of our teams have made. And yeah, I mean, curious for Sniper. I think the Sniper has played his counterpicks really well. I know that Conviction has struggled so far this split. We feel like Sniper has still played really well. Even better than, for me, what he's played in the last regular season. We haven't seen a lot of his picks, though, so far until this game. As that Aurelia is locked in.
Aurelia, all right. Okay, Sniper's looking to get to work this time. And seeing that locked in, taking a look at the rate of Aurelia picked. It's only been picked 2 times in competitive tier 2 and above for Sniper. Still a lot of fun to see this.
I mean, this and Riven are his 2 solo queue picks. And I think that from my perspective for Sniper this game, outside of Kazakhs, there really isn't damage that hurts Aurelia. And this might be one of those games where Aurelia can kind of drain tank or be very bruisery, just because the marksman doesn't exist for contingent. So I feel like this puts contingent on a bit more of a timer for trying to cash this game in. And this really gives Conviction the ability to play the map. I mean, Talia plus Nocturne to support the Aurelia. Because this Galio Shen, it can support the Gnar, but they want it to support the Kazakhs. Just given how contingent plays and I think the expectation for this game. But man, Conviction could play really heavily for this side lane if they wanted to. And if they do that, I think especially pre-6, like if Camille gets involved up top, could be a big game changer. I like the fact that Aurelia is in this game. I am not sure if enough damage exists later on to deal with the Aurelia. And I think that's going to make things really difficult for Contingent.
Sorry, I got distracted by a Sniper being in the Shadow Realm once again. Always plays in those low light environments, and I like having a little light. Just also my eyes not strain as much, but there we go again. If you're ever watching his camera, sometimes it looks like a flashbang is going off. It's kind of crazy.
It is. I think it's kind of fun too. I believe Sniper's in the same house as both Viper and Crimson. Of course, we did see Crimson find a win earlier today. Might be a nice dinner for them. Sniper can find a win later on, Series 2.
Yeah. But going back to the comms contingent with the Kazakhs, you're going to have to see Kaido get busy. And same thing with Tub. I mean, Tub on Shen. It's always been a little bit iffy for some players who have been like hopping onto the Shen. How well do they know the Shen taunt distance? Can they pull off the taunt flash? We'll see if Tub has that within the wheelhouse to back up Kaido. But more importantly, that all these ultimates really do come together to empower this Kazakhs. And it's something that we've seen a lot of in the past from Kaido. He's already picked it once in NACL on Contingent. We'll see it again as we head into game number 1, Contingent versus Conviction.
I will say for our observers, as it goes to a pause and I see Insanity throw up the Rizzler face right as it goes to pause. He's a memer deep down, he really is. I was going to ask observers to mostly focus on top and bot lane, but the pause is kind of the buzzkill for that.
Yeah.
Is top and bot lane going to be busy? Mid lane will be about push and moving.
Another bio break. What's going on?
Better not be.
Wait, look at Sniper's screen if we stay here too long. Eventually, at some point, it's just going to flash back to bright. Okay, never mind. We're back in the game. Back in the game. We can focus that on that instead. I do like the choice of lanes to focus on, though.
Yeah.
Oh, Zyko.
Storm Raider Surge for Kaido, interestingly enough. See if he can use that. Honestly, I could use it to position a Galio or a Shen into the backline, sincerely. Just given how unique the draft is this game for Contingent. But you see Zyko always get moving early, and for me, it's really curious what happens in this top lane. And I just want to see if Sniper can catch this pick in as hard as Sniper might be able to. Because on the flip side, Johnny Rockets had been having a really nice debut split as a rookie top laner in the NACL, and one that we really pitched for being a player that's willing to play the carries and trust his hands. I feel like we haven't seen the pop-off performances, but we have seen moments where, he shows mechanics. I think of some of the plays. It's definitely a player I'm looking forward to seeing more out of.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, at the start of the season, shout out to Slayer.
Yeah.
Hopefully we do see more of them once the promotion tournament comes up, but Slayer was in our group chat talking a lot about Johnny Rockets and really hyping him up. And even before that, I had talks with Shauna Tonen, one of our community members does do some coaching within the space, and even he was very high on Johnny Rockets. I think for the most part, given this is squad that a lot of people were kind of looking down on, he has performed well beyond expectations. It's been a great thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, taking that gap year as he navigates his way through med school, props to him for pursuing a field that I think means a little bit more than playing video games. But, hey, bring the intelligence from that field to at least be successful in this one, something that we have seen other players do. No Revenge was the public player about med school and skipping out of med school, the way to do this. So,
yeah.
No, Johnny Rocket said, taking a bit of a gap year / a break, seeing what League can do for him in the summer. Excited to see if he can really keep on scaling up and play well enough to try and impress. Is at the moment navigated out of the first potential threat window, as Sniper did have a big stacked wave up against his turret, wasn't able to find the dive. Johnny Rocket's going to push this one back. We'll see when he does want to find the base. It's likely to be really move speed and steel caps out of him to try and do everything he can to avoid the Aurelia all in.
Ooh, here we go.
And this right here.
You're talking about that all in. That's exactly what you shall receive. Johnny Rockets goes down. Meanwhile, fight in the bottom lane. Tub will take down Zyko. First blood belongs to Sniper, but the kills get evened up with contingent spot lane.
I think this has been the avenue for conviction that's been a little bit lacking from their championship run in the last split. Had to bring in a new bot lane. Bounty going to Ole Miss. Congrats to him, as I believe that entails scholarship. But also with Tactical moving up, bringing in Cody-san. I don't think that we've seen the Cody-san Zyko lane be exactly what Conviction was hoping for, and I really feel like the impact that Tactical had when he joined this team, it really took them from being a team that looked a little bit off to the team to beat immediately within the league.
Johnny Rockets.
He's kind of
something
aware.
might be up. Yeah, he smells it.
That's going to be this whole game for him. Just going up against Aurelia, just being like, if there are more people here, I am cooked. I must check for it. So, nice spidey senses there from Johnny Rockets. Gets out of the first look. We'll see if Tub sticks around for a look of his own.
There was a ping on that top side, which leads me to believe they have an idea that Tub's in this area. But Psycho's now walking up. Sniper willing to take the fight. Hook shot to come in, focusing on the Tub. Sniper instead pulls back. He got some jungle support walking in, though, as Perry makes his way northward, looking for Tub. Sniper's getting lower and lower as Johnny Rockets will go into the Meganar form. Here, tether going to be placed onto Johnny Rockets, who does not have his flash, doesn't have a chance to escape, and that's another death for Johnny Rockets.
Oh, Sniper.
Oh, there we go. Beautifully done by Sniper, but gets too close to the tower in the process. It doesn't matter. A Sniper will still get kill number 3 of the game.
Holy smokes. All right, the third one was nasty from Sniper. I didn't see that one coming. I thought he might have been in trouble, but that fireplace you see on your screen, if you click right below it, that's where you can hold the wave as a top laner. It also means that you're just outside of the tower range. Which Sniper was able to do. So he clicked right below the fireplace, got out of the tower range, and man, the fact that he was taunted for a tower shot, I thought he was going down for sure. But getting that kill, there are not many Aurelia players that play this champion to the likes of Sniper, and it just so happens that he's also a professional player. So getting to see him bust this one out, been fun so far.
Tubby, wow. Tub eyeballing up. The situation over here tries to go for the taunt onto Insanity. Insanity will get away. Yeah, I just merged you guys together right there. That was...
I ran 4 miles yesterday at SRX to try and defeat the Tubby allegations. And I reference Teletubbies once.
Paranoia gonna be used as he jumps right onto Asila. That's a simple pick for Perry. Nothing special needed. And the kills 4-1. Conviction really getting started in this game.
First Paranoia connects for Perry. Not going to lead directly into the Dragon, but curious if what Conviction wants to do, because they have full control. I mean, this is a 2k gold lead for Conviction, and want to see if, really this last week, if I assume kind of playing and practicing a little bit with Perry, ends up being what this team needs, because we did hear behind the scenes it was a bit of a slower practice schedule for Conviction to start off the split, and then changes came in, and it kind of sounds like the recipe for disaster behind the scenes, but this team does have the pedigree in the league where, well, the last 3 finals Insanity's been in, he hasn't lost a game. So,
yeah,
it just kind of is what it is with Conviction. And we know if they show up to play, they are likely the team to beat in the NACL. We haven't seen them have a good start to the split, but this is the best opener they've had to a game so far.
Here we go, jumping on to Zyko. Zyko will hook shot over the wall. Seismic shove was nice from Insanity to make sure they couldn't finish off Zyko right there. But yeah, there is the meme within NACL. It's playoffs form Insanity, or how poorly he will do sometimes in the regular season. He will be untouchable once he hits the playoffs. So that's always a scary prospect right there. Seismic shove comes in onto Asila. Well, the startup of the grubs for Kaido. Got to get position on the junglers there. Yeah, Perry to spot that. Chased on by Kaido. Tub is there to back up. Meanwhile, there we go. Taunt onto Perry. Hero's entrance will catch Perry in a bad way. The Scylla gonna pick up that kill.
Oh, something much needed for Contingent, as we do kind of see the first signs of that. I don't know what to call this Kha'Zix Wombo combo. Not even fully empowered, by the way, because no Stan United is behind it. But I mean, we can go invisible and bring 2 members with us. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. No stealth bomber.
I don't know if that seats 3.
Ooh.
Speaking of stealth bombers,
Perry flying right on in. True shot barrage will get Daption pretty low. Scatter of the Weak finds a stun, but one more Duskbringer brings hell to Daption.
can't click his way out of that one. Perry had the move speed, would have had another Fear Tether to boot behind it. And we'll see if the Dragon gets attempted here, as Asila does TP back in. Daption's still in the gray screen, and I mean, if I'm Conviction, I think the game plan is to probably just keep on playing through Sniper, who has a pretty big lead right now, Desterux, and that concern that I had spawning into the game of, is there enough damage to deal with Aurelia later on? A little bit more concerned about that, given that not even 10 minutes into the game, we have a 1.5k gold lead in the hands of Sniper in this Aurelia.
Yeah. That's a scary prospect to have to deal with. I know Sniper had gotten second team All-Pro. He personally wasn't my choice, mostly because of the way he did in the regular season. The way he did in playoffs was tremendous, and this is kind of that form that we did see. As he'll get another solo kill. Yeah.
He was the MVP in playoffs, and their last 2 series against CCG was really fantastic with what we saw out of Sniper in those games. So to see this Aurelia and giving Johnny Rockets a little bit of a welcome to the league moment. That is a Bork completed, a TP back into the lane, and Tower Plate's going to the way of Sniper. As, again, they have ways to control Aurelia, but do they have enough damage for this champion? And if they dump the tools needed to get rid of Aurelia into Aurelia and do so successfully, what does that enable the Talia and the Ezreal to do in the fight? That's I don't have an answer for that question right now from Contingent, because the DPS fight is going to be so much better from Conviction. And they have the might and the lead right now where they can kind of deal with the initial upfront burst that I'm expecting out of this Contingent comp. And should be able to set themselves up to, I think, have a pretty easy game 1, because they have a very big lead right now.
Yeah, and more importantly, where the lead is at. Sniper 2K. 2K ahead of Johnny Rockets. That is a terrifying Aurelia. And to stay on that point a little bit more, by the way, I don't want to make it sound like I'm trashing Sniper. I do think his regular season performance was a little lackluster in that season. But yeah, as you said,
expectations for him.
As you said, once he hit playoffs, it was a completely different beast. And considering the competition he was up against, you know, we had great performances out of Denethor and Hoarder that was able to get the better of Conviction back in that regular season. You know what Sniper's capable of, and that's the biggest thing right there. And we're seeing that return to form in this game with this Aurelia pick, which has already been awesome to see.
I mean, Sniper's definitely a player that we have higher expectations for, and those expectations have been deserved. So I think when he meets him, he is still one of the flashiest and most exciting players to watch that we have in the league. No one else is whipping out Aurelias, doing stuff like this. The consistency that he does this stuff is sometimes just about piecing all aspects of the gameplay required in the top lane. Get the best out of what you can do on the Rift. The Sniper does a lot. But this game going to be a little bit more fun to focus on him, given the uniqueness of Aurelia, not just the Sniper himself, but to the fact that we don't really see Aurelia get played. We've been asking to see it in New York. Seeing it in the NAR, the other really positive matchup for Aurelia, though, is fun. And I'm curious how defensive Sniper wants to get here. Because I'm feeling Sterax gauges and maybe a Wit's End if you want to get really weird. Probably doesn't need that this game, but we can get really tanky for Aurelia.
Kind of have your pick of the litter when you're this far ahead. Contingent looking to put a stop to that as Sniper's still fighting this out. He's not going to go down, though. Barry joins the fray. Sniper's still swinging away, and this fight is going Conviction's way until the hero's entrance looks to flop that on its side. Perry now on the run. Suddenly, Zyko doesn't like his odds. He'll get chased down. Unleashed Power finds a kill right back for Daption. And just like that, when all seemed it was going awry, suddenly you get the cavalry arriving on the side of Contingent. Barry will jump back in, though, and it's flipped once again. You stay too long, and Conviction will pounce right on you. Asyla left to his lonesome. Perry doesn't have enough health to continue, and what a back and forth fight. Ultimately, Conviction going to win out in the grand end of it all.
Sadly, Daption was indeed basing on a ward. Conviction keeps them around and is able to turn the play in the end off of what was initially a good turn from Contingent. To stand united in Grand Entrance, really high value in this fight. We're able to actually find Sniper as that the heroic entrance from Galio, it was delayed. So when Sniper kind of went back into the fight, they were actually able to find the Aurelia and CC Aurelia when that W was down. They took Sniper out. I thought it was a really good rotation and play from Contingent as they found it just Daption based on a ward and Conviction punished from there.
It was close to being the ideal play for Contingent. You kind of see how this comp is coming together and how they can reply to what's being thrown at them by Conviction. But missteps like that, you have a lot of veteran experience from Conviction, and they will punish.
Yeah, and you can see here for Daption, that lower left, the brush he was going towards, red ward in there. All the info that Conviction needed in order to make sure that that play did end up in their favor in the end. That said, consequences of it, as some gold gets back into the pockets of Contingent, but it is still Conviction that has full control of the map. We're going to use it to kick off this Rift Herald, and Contingent fighting from behind, trying to get control, but at least going to poke their heads in here.
Back on the Rift Herald, looking to jump in. Paranoia going to be used. Secured over on the side of Conviction, but they can't get to the eye in time. Perry just going to use his Paranoia to get right onto it, but he'll give his life in the process. So will Tub. Low health bars across the board. Kaido will flash out, get out of there in time. Hero's entrance, creating some space, but this leaves Asyla all by his lonesome, and Sniper will swing away, getting the kill. Perry still able to pick up that eye at the very end, and Conviction taking the fight.
Yeah, I mean, again, Sniper getting out there at the end, it's really big. Like, if that ult lands from Galio, maybe they can find the chain CC to actually find Sniper, but that lack of damage, the concern we had in draft for the Aurelia, kind of seeing it here as Daption was missing from that fight and not a lot of damage on Kaido yet. Sniper, not enough damage that he has to worry about. Was able to kind of dash his way through that fight and again be very effective against Contingent.
16 minutes into this game, almost 17, 5.2k gold bleed. Belongs to Conviction. And a good chunk of that on to General Sniper. Everyone else on Conviction feeling damn good. Having almost 1k across the board. It's up to Contingent to kind of make this composition come together and work out. They have the pieces. We've seen little bits here and there, but Conviction looking to pull the trigger right now. Paranoia looking for the back line right onto Daption. Daption getting feared, pulled in by the seismic shove of Insanity. Now Asila left by his lonesome. Johnny Rockets, this is not the fight you want to teleport into, even with the Meganar almost coming up. Seismic shove not going to find Johnny Rockets. He will bail out, but 3 fall for Contingent as Conviction begins to take over.
And sadly, this kind of feels like the game, as dragon stacking for Conviction now underway. But the gold lead, it's so big that, and just given the direction of these comps, like it is an Aurelia and a marksman versus a no marksman comp, and a comp that we're worried about if they have enough damage to get through Aurelia.
Yeah.
Let alone some of the other pieces, and an 8k gold deficit at this point. This is Contingent's to lose.
Hey, look at that fight. Paranoia onto the backline. It's kind of all over the place, but it's something that Contingent just couldn't respond to.
And I think a big part of that was Insanity's entrance was so big. Just that Weaver's Wall kind of split the team, and Insanity ends up in the fight. Really impactful entrance into it, too. He's able to help support Perry in that back half, so well played by the longest tenured member of his team now. As Insanity... This guy's really good, and I give him a lot of hall passes just because I know that he's really good. But I'm interested to see what he's able to do against some of the other mids that he has not faced yet, because we saw him go up against ABO in the first matchup, and that's a rematch that I want to see, because the last couple times that they've crossed paths when it's mattered, Insanity's gotten the best of them, and we do feel like those are the 2 strongest mids that we have playing right now.
Mentioning that he's the longest tenured member, that kind of threw me back right there. I know oftentimes we're used to, like, what was it, the Luminosity roster? Fake God was part of that one, right? It was like Fake God, Tomio, Insanity. What was the bot lane for that? I know
Zazel Tactical.
Zazel Tactical, yeah. That team dominated. Conviction would go on to dominate for the last spring that we had. Even with the roster, the players changing up, I mean, this is still a very experienced team. Sanity definitely will be a big part of that, given his performance so far in this Talia. As now, you can see the jungle lit up over on that top side. Aaron is spawning. They're just going to do it on spawn.
I mean, Aurelia uniquely, if Sniper gets here, there's a lot of Baron damage. With the passive in the Bork, going to be a hull breaker, though, for Snipers to focus on the side laning.
They can't leave Perry alone. Meganar is almost available, but Johnny Rockets is alone. So this Meganar bar is going to time out. But I think at this point, Contingent know enough. Conviction realized that and not willing to...
I think it's Kaido. Yeah.
That Baron again.
Perry was waiting for the crab. Again, I think I'm a little bit surprised to see Sniper just not hard committed to the bot lane, because there's a world where if they do send 3+ to deal with the Aurelia, which is necessary at this point, that could open up the timer for Conviction to hit the Baron. But Sniper was just walking up to hopefully try and support the play, and will now be walking back after his team gets a little bit more info. Thinks it's safe to hit the wave, and Aurelia is going to be safe for the vast majority of the game, Deserux, because 2.5k gold lead, level 15, and a comp that worried about the damage profile and its ability to deal with Aurelia. Should be a happy game for Sniper.
Yeah. Sniper is beyond fed. Sniper is stuffed. It's been eaten well, to say the least. Lots of protein. This boy's diet. Most of that made of Johnny Rocket's corpse. Now playing over again towards his top side. And there's not too much to really say about this. You're really just waiting for Contingent. Try and pull the trigger and make some miracle play work for them, but not looking good right now. Baron going to be started up again by Conviction.
A lot of control so far. Trinket used, so they spot it. Can they get here in time? The answer to that is going to be no.
It's a big no. Baron's gone.
They didn't get to the river in time.
Goodbye. They're not getting anywhere in time. I did say this was going to be the big test for Contingent. I do feel they've gone against some of the teams we would perceive to be in the middle of the pack in both Blue Otter and Ole Miss, even with the performance slumps of Blue Otter. But now you're going against a lot of experience here, and that's not looking good so far for Contingent.
I could kind of see the vision with this comp. I do really like the Aurelia 5 pick. I feel like it really breaks a lot of what Contingent wants to do.
Yeah.
And can pretty uniquely respond to the Shen Galio, because in a world where damage isn't high, Aurelia is a happy camper, because she just gets to keep on trucking with these auto attacks, which I've seen Sniper do. At the moment, Johnny Rocket's going to see if he can get any access to an objective bounty on the top side, as this is the first time he's going to touch that top lane turret.
Oh, Kaido going right after Zyko. That's a pick. Nice. Over the wall. Finds the first one. Now looking for Parry. Parry going to use the paranoia. Too much damage on the Kaido. Has to get away before Sniper takes him out. But Parry sees him and pounces. Now Syla getting chipped away. Has to flash away. Insanity joining the play.
Oh, Insanity
against the wall with the taunt, but will still go for the seismic shove. Flick gets the kill. Going forward is Johnny Rockets. Johnny Rockets picks up one. It gets follow through. Contingent are fighting back against all the odds. Sniper critically low. Knocked up his Parry. It's an unofficial ace picked up by Contingent.
Contingent, it starts with Kaido. He finds Zyko, but the way they were able to follow up on this play, I feel like Insanity's ult put him in a really tough spot, just where he ended up. It kind of had to burn the flash out early. And Contingent, I'm pleasantly surprised, but they had enough damage in that instance. And I think a lot of it was the fact that Kaido just wasn't dealt with early enough in the fight. That and the fact that Parry kind of took himself out of the fight. It was a good ult to get Kaido, like, to trade 1-for-1, but Parry didn't end up doing any damage. And Contingent, in that choke, were able to kind of hold things together, keep things in control.
Jeez, man. Okay, I'm reevaluating the test right now. I'm going to put them at a, low C. Low C. Just taking that fight already is a really nice look for Contingent.
I really like how Asilo played that one. I think it was a really nice Galio ult. Kind of allowed for them to reset the fight. And then Johnny Rockets, good TP again. I think it ended up punishing where Insanity ended up, but good fight here for Johnny Rockets and for Contingent. They don't get access to the Dragon. They do get access to much needed gold. It's still a 6k gold lead and 2 dragons in tow for Conviction, as we see the latest Cloud Soul that I can remember in NACL. 25-minute Cloud Soul spawn. Fun times.
Going for the long one there. Yeah, we're just ignoring the dragon spawns. I know. I keep seeing
ignored for a while early.
I keep seeing the potential here for Contingent. Every time I think they're out, they just get right back into it. I'm waiting for them to have their Grand Elder Guru from DBZ to unleash their power, but here we go. Coming in, Hero's Entrance does get a knockup onto Sniper. Double taunt. Zyko's low. Weaver's Wall comes out, but that completely takes Asila out of the equation.
Yeah, I think that was a little ambitious coming in from Asila, as upfront damage was okay, but got himself a little bit too far in where it didn't have the help of the team, and a well-placed Weaver's Wall from Insanity turns that one back in favor of Conviction.
still around 7K, all things considered. If you're freezing the gold lead, we'll kind of run with it for right now for contingent. Oh, Kaido just keeps doing this, but he's taking a lot of damage in the process. He is squishy. He can't get away with it a second time. Psycho lives, and contingent are hurt. Wounded animals getting chased by the hunt of conviction. Daption looks for the sidestep, but Perry will swing away. 3 down for contingent as conviction turn the attack of Kaido on its head.
Perry even going to be able to sneak out, can heal up off the camps, and conviction going to start breaking down the base of contingent as that last fight, again, we didn't feel like the comps really enabled contingent to repeat what last fight was. I've been pretty clear that we prefer the scaling this game of conviction. Definitely kudos to contingent for finding the last fight that they did. But this time around, look onto the Camille. Doesn't connect. Psycho does a nice job of playing out of the Kha'Zix and turning it on him as well. Definitely deserves some credit there. As I think some of our NACL supports have not been the best Camille. Psycho so far is passing. We expect one of the players that does have better mechanics to that role. But yeah, it's I just don't see the way out for contingent.
It's
got to
hard
be an overcommit into a choke again, you know?
It's hard to just keep committing onto Psycho, because Psycho buys time when he uses the ultimatum. He will go untargetable for a brief second, but also the Sundered Sky gives you a brief burst of healing. You're looking to delay for the rest of the team to get in. If that pick isn't done instantly, it's all squishy, Kaido is. That bug will get splat in no time.
Oh. Baron time coming in here, Deserex.
Not even a sneak Baron. It's just like, Baron's up. Yeah, we take it.
Cannot be stopped, Baron. Yeah.
Yeah. Easy enough. Or conviction. And, you know, even if this team does end up playing in the last chance qualifiers, I fear for the team that they would face, which very likely be Blue Otter. I fear for them, for the love of God. But, yeah, and Conviction is a team that, defending champions, some of that roster is still here, even with the changes that they've had, and the changes that they've had still experienced players. Watch out for those seismic shoves. These are treacherous grounds to walk on. A little bit of earthbending action from Insanity, but now the siege set up for Conviction. Ooh, Cody-san.
You know, I feel like if you're Blue Otter, you're really rooting for Conviction to win these two series. And then just really praying that some form of tiebreaker doesn't have you going up against Insanity for... But we did talk about this the other day. It's likely to face Insanity or Yuji in a promotion, do-or-die promotion relegation match. I'm going to favor the team that has Yuji or Insanity. Yeah. Sorry to Blue Otter Summer, which currently is going as well as insert unfortunate scenario here that I can't think of.
Unfortunate scenario, unfortunate scenario.
Going as well as the Mets season.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say going as well as reffing in the World Cup.
Ooh, that's a good one. I appreciate that contribution.
We work together.
Mm-hmm.
That's another dragon. This is it's a hard game to cast, man. When it's just Conviction kind of having.
That's why we're not doing a ton of casting here, Deserex, because we're just kind of waiting for things to end in favor of Conviction. Soul point secured. Again, I think the game plan for Contingent didn't go well enough early for us to take this game too seriously late.
Yeah.
I see a level 19 Aurelia on my screen, and I still don't see ways to kill it.
I am scared.
That's a GA.
Get out of there, Johnny. Here comes what could be the last potential setup for Contingent. I'm not going to find an angle to try and flank into. Zyko getting jumped on again by Daption, but Daption, you're going after the support by yourself. The rest of the Conviction will just collapse right onto you. Kaido falls. Now jumping through, Asila has some alone time with Insanity.
Okay.
Seismic Shove goes out. Insanity is going to survive. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Kaido will give his life to take down Zyko.
Sanity did need the flash. Sniper gets caught up, has GA, and Death Stance will be okay. But enough found there by Contingent. The fact that they forced Insanity back does mean that Conviction cannot continue the siege.
I appreciate this never say die attitude that we're getting from Contingent.
I would expect nothing less.
Yeah. This is not a bad time to give a shout out to some of our co-streamers. No, Raz is co-streaming right now. Fondont, Misa, talked about her earlier, Bon Chiley. It's always great to have them and the communities they bring over for co-streaming. Gubby, you do some co-streaming as well. I do too.
I hate to admit it. Yeah, yours have been fun. You got the Boise State set up. Some of the students helping you out there. It's been a good time. I hate to admit it. I learned it was Bon Chiley and not Bon Chili last week. And yeah, that's not proud of it. Man enough to say it. That's way too late to have learned how to correctly pronounce. Dedicated co-streamer to the space for the last year plus. Might be. You know, for casters behind the scenes, folks know that I do struggle with the pronunciation of words at times.
Oh, do you remember
Chicago accent? Oh, that okay. Well, that was
Niquid.
Yeah, that was more so from Game 5, lack of water, and that desk being positioned differently. I learned that if I'm looking down and extending my neck, my L's start to become N's. And that was unfortunate to find out after the fact.
It was still pretty funny. We even had a content bit about it.
We had some good memes. We had some good memes about it. My favorite content bit featuring words and struggling at pronunciations was actually we did a translation minute, like a 1-minute video of like words to know for Jimian way back when, and we took all the slang words and I just got to like meme it up. So like we had I think we had a cope in there. There was we had a bunch of, I'm thinking of the fun ones. I'd have to go in my folder because we had sheesh. Sheesh was really big at the time. Like sheesh, you know.
All right, here we go. On to Insanity. Finally going to make a play, but Insanity's A-OK. Daption attempting the pick. Weaver's wall goes out, puts Tub in a tough spot where he has to taunt to get his way out of this. And the slow game continues. As Scatter of the Week will stop the engage coming out from Sniper. And now I think we're just waiting another minute. Even less than that, because Baron's about to be on the table. They'll take that. The thing I remember about those old days, it was my favorite thing. Shout out Mazel. That's Jimian.
There was a big difference in player skill between his Silas and his Seraphine that frustrated our team a lot back in the day. Because he was really, really, really good on Silas. Like, I think won Worlds games on that champion. And then he had no idea what to do on Seraphine. Like, where to stand, what buttons to click, which abilities to empower. And it's like, how is a player this mechanically good on this melee champion? How can they just not understand this far easier champion?
All right, here we go again.
Last shot.
Okay, this time.
Good find.
Kaido's going to get it. He's going after Zyko, but here comes Perry looking for an angle in with the Paranoia. Asila has some room out of here. Johnny Rockets gets the pick onto Zyko. Contingent are alive. They'll pop the Guardian Angel of Sniper. Waiting for the taunt to come through. Sniper's able to flash out in time. Still following him as Johnny Rockets wants to get the pick. Perry's low. Sniper's low. But they can take down Johnny Rockets with the help of Cody's son. So close it was for Contingent, but you can feel the wallet diff.
They got the GA. It was a beautiful fight from Contingent as the same choke that Conviction lost in. Contingent find a fight in that location again. And the opener was so solid that they almost pulled this one through. I think removing Insanity first. it's so tough to fight over those rocks when you have a lot of dashes as a team, which Contingent does. Really helped them in that fight, but the lack of damage in the end for the Aurelia. You're concerned about it in the draft. Sniper is hella ahead, and they could get through the GA, but they couldn't get through the rest of Sniper.
Oh my, how do Contingent keep doing these fights, man? Like, this game should be long over, but they're stalling it out pretty well, and almost finding their angle in right there. Unfortunately, didn't finish the job with 2 of those picks in the back end. But now the base is cracked. It is opened wide. A long time before Elder Drake comes up, and it's going to be another siege in the top side.
Contingent, I think, as much as we felt like this game is going to be convictions, and as sad as it is to see 15-minute first dragon turn into a soul, I feel Contingent has showed why they're 2-0 a little bit. Just these unique picks they have, not only are they different and throwing teams curveballs, but they play them well. They have found teamfight executes that I feel like are decent against Conviction. It just, Molotov is there, and this Aurelia is impossible to deal with when you get to the later stages. As third inhibitor taken, first Nexus turret falls, and Contingent on their last stand.
Scout of the week. It's a good stun right there. Kaido hopping into the back line, but he will not survive it this time. Godu-san goes on a rampage. Contingent fight tooth and nail, even on their last breath. They will not stop fighting, but Conviction have this base in shambles. It is burning down, Nexus exposed. It took almost 40 minutes, but Conviction will close out game 1.
And you know what? As much as it almost sounds like a criticism for Conviction, as I'm joking about the late Dragon being taken and the late Soul, that is the stuff that we want to see from Conviction. This is a top team that we have in NACL. And they need to put teams away like this that they should be putting away cleanly. And if it takes time, that's okay, because there was a challenge. That was a game where Contingent is going to be able to find fights. It's tricky to deal with the Kha'Zix Galio Shen combo, but there just wasn't enough sustained damage to really get through the rest of Conviction's comp after the first couple of wins they'd find with these fights and the big ultimates being used. And that's why we were concerned about the Aurelia pick. And boy, oh boy, did Sniper, did he showcase his mastery in that champion or what?
Yeah, is, as you said, one of his tried and true solo queue picks alongside the Riven. Looked damn good on it. It was a slow game, but sometimes you need slower games to not allow for these windows for Kaido to try and capitalize on with that Kha'Zix. All that being said, good fight out of Contingent. Conviction going to take game number 1. We're going to throw it over to a short break. When we return, we'll get ready to see what Contingent have left in the barrel against Conviction.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. Conviction versus Contingent. I will say, I did like the showing from Contingent to kind of nestle in some of these picks, even with the big deficit. But I also like the way Conviction did play the slow game, realized, you're not at a rush to close this one out.
That Aurelia, we spent a lot of the game pitching the fact that Aurelia couldn't be dealt with. And at the end of the game, it looks like Aurelia couldn't be dealt with, along with the rest of the comp of Conviction. So, as you said, props to Contingent for being a little feisty. That's the most damage I think I've ever seen a Galio do. So props to Asidla.
Yeah. Wow.
I did not expect him to be leading the game in damage, we'll be honest. But, I do feel like for Contingent, maybe a little bit more early game drafted for the next one. Or that's a game where I like the idea of Shen, Galio, Kha'Zix. I just think you need more damage around it than Cinder Gnar. And I think Cinder is good setup for it too, but it's not enough damage, I think, to really encourage your setup for the comp they ended up going for. And that's what got punished at the end, because we saw them be able to make good plays, but because they were behind, those good plays never really turned into a real lead. At best, it was them going even in the fight.
Oh, my boys in the Shadow Realm again. As we get ready for the draft of game number 2. Conviction going to be a match point for this series. Contingent, yeah, I gotta agree. It was a very singular focus in what their comp wanted to execute. To be fair, they really did their best to try and play towards that win condition, but not enough grand scheme of things, especially with that Aurelia throwing a wrench in it. Bans now coming out for both teams. Get into this, Orianna going to be left up again. Seen both of these teams very willing to just kind of throw that on the wayward.
It's going to be a Rumble opener for Sniper. That's usually not what I'd expect out of Conviction, but maybe a response that they might see coming. Rumble's not a champion I expect either of these top laners to have a lot of priority on. As we will start with flex pick between bot and mid, but this time picked up by Conviction, picking first on that blue side.
Yeah, Cassiopeia. I'll always mention how valuable that miasma is every time I see a Cass. Now, she does scale well, but just being able to lock down a lot of early mobility, it's nice to have on your side. Victor, been one of the more stock standard mages to pick up, especially in these later halves of the draft. Does get locked in for Contingent. Could go for an angle onto the jungle here. Again, both teams looking to forego the Orianna, not really focusing on that. It is a flex pick with the Victor, technically. As again, we did mention that Daption does love to flex towards the mages.
Yeah.
Has no problem with that. And yeah, that might be the case as they hovered over towards the Annie, but instead locking down the Aatrox.
That is expected to be an Aatrox jungle and a Victor bot with obvious flexibility for Contingent, who do have second pick. So on the red side with second pick, we'll see if they use the last pick to decide where some of these champs go. I do feel like matching the Cassia with the Victor is where I'd lean if I'm Contingent. Because I expect there to be a little bit of time before we see where this Cassia goes. That said, Cody-san did bust out the mage in the last series, but not one of the ADs that we expect to be gravitating towards the mages.
Bard locked in, Trundle locked in. Trundle cast, that is... Oh, I hate that.
It's
not as a
this
pick,
is a really
but
good
hate
combo.
to play against it.
Yes,
yeah.
It's the fact that you can use Bard, use Trundle to set up for these miasmas. And we already kind of saw the Trundle Bard in Series 1 today. SRX was very well played in the one game that was picked up by CCG. As will be Nautilus for Tub. I think that Nautilus in games though with Trundle, Bard, Cassio, I think this Nautilus is already kind of set up for struggles. We'll see how on point Perry is with those pillars to try and stuff the dredge lines.
Yeah, not going to be a fun one if you are Tub in this one. I think it's not the most fun to play in this comp as a whole. You did already say enough about that, but we do head into the second phase of the draft. They ain't going to be bound away. I mean, that does open you up for options such as the Mbessa, which I haven't seen just yet to be picked up. Considering the flexibility of these champs, we will find out where that's looking to go. Varus eats a ban on top of it. Yeah, first phase of the draft, it really does feel like Conviction are getting away with a lot here.
You know, with Vayne and Renekton taken away, this Aatrox is flexible. I kind of wonder what they're thinking or where their head's at. Because I don't think those are the go-to champions that I'd play into Aatrox, but I think Renekton plus Trundle into Aatrox would be rather dire if they ended up putting this thing top. Renekton just kind of munches Aatrox, and Trundle brings the quite literal munch to the fight for that too. So Ahri taken away as well. Definitely pointing towards them, thinking this is more likely a Victor bot. Okay. These bans make sense for Ambessa. I'm just a little bit surprised to see Ambessa in a game with Trundle and Miasma existing. I feel like Contingent's far behind in this draft. I'm curious what Asaila's gonna... what we expect from him to take mid to try and piece this one together.
Yeah, I can feel that as well. I mean, again, the first three picks that Conviction grabbed do not... well, they don't let you use your mobility skills that well. And, okay, Sniper. We're pulling out the Riven. This is just solo queue heaven right now. We're 2 for 2.
I think it's viewership heaven. SRX, his fans at home, getting fed good today by Sniper. Sivir to get everyone moving a little bit faster. I wouldn't mind whatsoever from Conviction. I think it also feeds into the fact that Daption more likely to play the mages. Spell Shield on Sivir in the wave clear. And the free scaling makes her a bit of a better answer into mages compared to most. And now the real choice. Where's that Victor going? Is it mid or bot? Again, Daption's played the Victor on this team, but we're kind of sitting in drafts saying we think it's going to match the Cassiopeia. So is it time to take something that can push around the Sivir? Varus is one of those picks that sometimes you look to do that. That is off the board.
The last pick coming in does tell you where the Victor is going to go. Yanara will be locked in for the bottom lane. Yanara, Nautilus, you do get some mobility as long as you pop your ultimate, but I do have my worries for this comp, and I as you were saying earlier, it feels like Contingent are behind the pacing in this draft.
Yunara without Lulu, for me, is just not the same champion. And I think this means that the bursty fight from Contingent does need to be good. Yeah. I do like how they were able to find the champion that can interact a bit with Pillar and can push Sivir around. You can kind of match the priority on the wave with Yunara. And definitely, you outrange Sivir nice enough where those auto attack resets when you pop the Q and the move speed buff you can get. I don't mind the pick in the Sivir, but you're just not the same power of champion when you're missing the Enchantress behind you. And it puts more focus on the opening of these fights, which Contingent going to need the openings of these fights to be big. But man, the setup from Conviction, their ability to play around it with the Pillar, the Magical Journey, the Tempered Fate, and the Cassio as well. I prefer what I saw from Conviction out of Game 1 as a team. And I like their draft coming into Game 2. Because they're not going to lose this game if it goes late.
And for me, I just don't see as much of the focus for Contingent's win condition right here. It feels kind of just thrown together more in a bubble than anything else, and not respecting the draft on Conviction's side. But time will tell if they're able to actually do something with it. Game number 2, Conviction versus Contingent. In that view of Sniper, who's playing the tried, the true, it runs in the family. It is Riven.
Yeah, I appreciate the view from the director, but I feel like under new guidelines they've been putting out for the Olympics, that view may not be allowed.
I'm so happy you said that. It was in the back of my mind, Cubby, and you know what? It is what it is.
It's rare that I go there, so
yeah,
I'll take the L this time around. Look, I think being
blame it on the LPL sleep deprivation.
Yeah, being a little bit favorable towards Conviction's draft so far. You mentioned sleep deprivation. We just hit a pause. Now we're deprived of gameplay. That's rough. I was gonna talk about how I feel like the goal for Contingent, make life difficult for Sivir to auto attack, and try and use the range advantage they have, which does exist with, you know, what you get out of Victor, and we talked about it a little bit, Yunara into Sivir. It's just that this move speed that Sivir grants a team, what it can grant Trundle, even a Cassio, and kind of being able to get out of that, play around it, and have the late game that I feel like they're set up to have with a lot of the scaling elements available to them. This is a game where I feel like Contingent has to come in, beat the better team early. And that's sometimes difficult to do.
I'm sorry, I was getting a kick out of Insanity on his chair. He just looked like he was done with it, man. I don't blame you. Sometimes these pauses kind of take a bit out of you when you're already ready to go.
That's why it's nice to have, you know, for the ADHD folks at home, we got Tub with like a little Subway Surfer in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like the TV's running. Do want to give a shout out to Tub. He gave a really, I say, thoughtful and heartfelt interview for Contingent, and after one of their victories, and did shout out the fact that he's at home with his family. I believe he shared that he's moving out soon. It's been kind of nice for him to be back home and go about this as he gets support from the people around him and spend a bit of time at home before he prepares for his next journey, wherever that takes him in life, which he didn't share, but that's all good. So definitely a wholesome moment, especially as someone that moved back into the house during COVID for a good reason, and definitely enjoyed kind of reuniting with parents as an adult there after college.
What show is he watching right now?
Do not know.
Trying to figure it out.
It looks like a really long advertisement.
It does.
But now I'm unsure.
A lot of walking.
Reality TV for sure. Seen a lot of cars and walking.
I do want to give one more shout out to our co-streamers. I know a lot of them have been active. Some I didn't mention before, but Aries is another one who's been doing some co-streaming. Sweetheart as well. Nice to have her part of the crew. No Shochi, he didn't make a team for summer. I don't think he's co-streamer right now, but also great to give him a shout out. And of course, Two Idiots on the Couch, the guy for Ole Miss. It's a lot of their stuff. Shout out to him. Always got to foster our communities right here. I wonder if Cody Sun's going to pull out the fan again. I don't know if you've seen it, but like when he was on CCG, every so often after like a slugface game, he'd pull out this fan and just start like fanning himself down. It looked very posh.
It's like for House of the Dragon right now. I'm going to try and navigate this without too many spoilers. That one of the new characters they have is extremely posh because he is sensitive to sense.
That's kind of my situation right now.
He just carries around perfume. It's a choice.
No. What's going on for me is, for those who don't know, I'm roommates with Kelsey Moser. She's cooking right now.
Ooh.
And
good cook.
It smells so good. And I don't tend to eat before a cast because my throat gets a little bit phlegmy. It's hard to manage.
Yeah.
So I am damn hungry smelling that in the air.
I'm a little jealous. I cooked with Kelsey once, and it was the only time I have ever done homemade noodles, which was brought and facilitated by Miss Moser herself.
She loves her homemade noodles, yeah.
It was a fun meal. That said, we're returning Perry. Trying to open up on this red buff, and Smite Bite. Perry gets it.
Perry going in. It's a Smite fight. You don't want to duel it out with the Trundle ever. Every chomp. He steals your AD. It's very mean. He's a bully. Report him to Drew Levin if you can, but he has just stolen in the Smite fight.
And Kaido's going to contest because he still has Smite, so Maybe more action up top. Is that camp going to be contested?
Yeah, but Perry still wants to duel it out at the end of the day, and that's Flash. Burnt out by Kaido.
Oh, he missed everything.
Ooh, oh, first blood picked up by Perry. And again, this is a very intelligent player. Even when he's not playing in the NACL, even when he's doing his content, he's still very knowledgeable about everything because he's coaching, doing his educational streams.
Playing the game at a high level.
He knows ball.
He does. And sadly, Kaido lost the flip there. That was the maximum pain loss. He lost.
I saw the pain in your expression, Cody.
Yeah. I had 2 fingers over the bridge of my nose for folks that can't see through the voice for radio. But, or face for radio, I should say. But, yeah, it's, this is a rough start now for Kaido. It's just really hard to bounce back from. You lost a solid portion of your quadrant. It will respawn, but Perry just gets to kind of sit back, farm everything up now, and be accelerated in this game. He's sitting as pretty as a troll can sit.
For this game, that's...
By the way, if he's really lit, he goes to Kaido's Raptors like right now, / right after, yeah. Because he should read the fact that Kaido started his Raptors, and Kaido skipping over his blue buff to go defend it with his support right now, so I think good read from Contingent, and the fact that this was an open and available play for Perry. It's going to turn into a play mid.
Oh, it's not looking good for Insanity. He takes a burst of damage, does flash out, uses a ghost in the process to escape the grasp of Tub. Finds his way to safety, but some nice pressure applied from Tub here, roaming out and giving a bit of an advantage to Asila.
Maybe
oh, and we're not done.
Chunk.
Yeah. One Zyko in. Zyko's not going to be in too much danger, too close to his tower. But still, Tub really making his presence felt here.
Again, I think he's going to need it early. And just with how the early lanes have gone so far, it is Johnny Rockets and Daption. A little bit behind, of course. Camera was mostly focused on Perry. He had the action early on, and I think for Contingent this game, it's important that Nautilus is making some of these moves early, because again, if they don't get a lead, I'm not confident in Contingent's ability to play this game later on. I think they have some tools to make it difficult for Sivir to auto-attack, but we've seen how well this like Bard, Trundle, Cassio can play off each other. Having all that be empowered by Sivir's move speed, we did see the Sivir take over off of a lot of kills, granted, given over to Spawn early in the second game we had today, because that's what also featured this Trundle Sivir Bard combo.
Yeah. Taking a look at this top lane, all the meanwhile, CS lead.
He gets 6 here, and a creeper too.
Belonging to Sniper.
Yeah.
There's level 6. You can see laying prey right now, Zyko. Just hanging out in that brush. Step even closer, trying to get the recall.
Sure.
Johnny Rocks doesn't want to be there.
Oh, wait, he's waiting. I'm sure the call from Johnny Rock or Sniper was... Oh, they found him.
Yeah, they found him.
Yeah.
And he is cut down by Sniper.
I'm sure the call from Sniper was, I have 6 on this wave, he doesn't, come up and we dive. And Johnny Rockets was trying to sneak 6 away from farming the XP over the wall. Try and get back in there. So, again, kind of snuffed it out, but Sniper totally shuts him down. Better carry player on the day. It's been Sniper so far as he's had his 2 pocket picks. Been able to bust out both in good angles. We love the Aurelia angle. I think Ribbon playable here. As this is the one that Sniper has pulled out a little bit more on the pro stage.
It's always a treat to see his Riven. A lot of Riven players, it's all about the like mechanics that they have. Their auto cancels, their understanding of when they're strong, when they're not, when they can all in, when they can't. It's just a flashy champion, Kobe.
It is, and I mean, it's one where the mechanics it takes to play this thing at the highest level too. This champion does take a lot of practice. Like, if you want to have a Ribbon in your wheelhouse, you've got to be actively playing this champion if you want to pull it out at this level. It helps that Sniper has years of that experience under his belt, where it is, I think, closer to instinctual than not. and helps him always pull it out on the stage, and it usually makes a difference when he does. We don't see a lot of Gwens picked into Conviction for a reason.
Yeah. And it runs in the family. Shout out to Viper. Want to see it more from Crimson. That'd be a lot of fun. That'd really prove my theory right there. Then we got to get his like dad and mom to play. Get the whole family on that.
I think Crimson should go like polar opposite, and given the theme of his name too, just become the best Vladimir player ever. He was a Yas OTP.
Here we go. Public Execution finds its mark onto Zyko, who is looking for an angle on the top side, but Contingent read it right out.
Yeah, I don't think Sniper or Zyko expected to have a bug in his tub, as Tub was a thorn in his side, finds the hook, and finds the kill. So, good pick up there for Johnny Rockets, who is down ult now, and will have to be very wary of a potential Riven all-in. And with the two members showing topside. Oh, all-in missed. Whew. Didn't find Q3.
Close right there. If that damage goes through, then you know that ultimate is going to execute. Now Cody's Son looking to get out of this, but here comes Daption on the pinch.
Hold on.
Finds Cody's Son. Insanity on the opposite end. Should be able to grab a Silo. Silo trying to carry some distance, but the fangs sink into his back. Insanity now on the run. Daption will chase. Gets a double kill on the Yunara. Dragon's low. Kaido falls, but they're all in the pit now. And Tub and Daption willing to shoot fish in a barrel if it wasn't for that magical journey of Zyko.
Magical Journey is clutch, and honestly, Conviction clutch out the fight. I thought it was a really big entrance from Insanity, who does go down, and it was a decent attempt by at least Contingent to, I'd say, keep members alive. They were able to hunt Insanity. Daption got 2 kills, so that's nice, but neutral objective does go over to Conviction, and Contingent still don't have the leads that we're looking for them to have early enough for them to really threaten this game and the scaling that we know is going to come in for Conviction later on.
And the influx of gold onto Daption is at least a good answer. And a way to get a start going for an angle that Contingent can possibly take. So you're still pretty happy with that. It's on to a carry. But there are many difficulties, especially as this game goes on, as you'd mentioned, Cubby. They will have to worry about. All being said, 1.1k is the lead for Conviction. A lot of presence going towards this top side. The grubs are now up and available. And Kaido is far away from that direction. So looking to take all 3 will be Perry.
I mean, a Silo already brought low like this. Insanity's got more sustain as those poisoned, empowered Twin Fangs do get some healing done when you last hit the creep. So nice trade by Insanity, who has that and the Catalyst behind him to stay ahead, and that's enabling Perry to hit those grubs for free. So, a way to create some advantages by splitting the map, playing side lanes, and trying to accelerate your tempo with the grubs. Secured for Conviction. The game that I feel like Contingent does need to push the pace of in their favor.
Kaido stealing some camps back. Trying to get some revenge. I mean, it does even up the camps for Kaido. I'm going to be watching very closely over in that top lane, though, as Sniper has been getting the better of Johnny Rockets by far, not just with the kill, but with CS on top of it. Makes it hard for an Ambessa to kind of find your way into these fights when you already feel so squishy and vulnerable. Silo really trying hard to clear out the wave here, but here comes Tub over the wall with the Hex Flash just to protect his mid laner.
Dragon 2 minutes. I don't think Conviction really needs to do anything before it. I would love to see Tub continue to try and get active on the map. Try and fish for these dredge lines. I think there's a bit of a danger of leaving Sivir Yunara to their own devices in the bot side, because Daption does have a lead now. And that's one they might look to at least try and drive home and punish, but Sivir with that spell shield still kind of difficult to execute onto if you are Contingent.
I really like the way Sniper steps up here. He gets 1 Q in, instantly autos, backs up, gets the second Q onto the wave, and then he threatens Johnny Rockets with the 3rd Q, which does have the knockup. So the little mechanical plays right there to keep Johnny Rockets on his feet.
Yeah, got Bone putting off too. So well done.
Yeah.
Probably why I don't think he committed to that one. Big CS lead up there for Sniper's Riven, where he always shows his player proficiency. As currently, I think Contingent still lacking the control mid for a silo to really start fogging and being able to fish with some of these lasers. They're going to be fixed now.
All right, here we go. Petrifying Gaze. Stuns up Tub. And it stops the play right in his tracks. Insanity. Nice ult indeed.
Yeah, I mean, really well played by Insanity. Feel like Tub, you can react Q, but wasn't able to find that one. And remote play, and now Johnny Rockets, see if he finds his way out of this one.
Here we go. Public execution used on Johnny Rockets. They're looking for the chase onto Johnny Rockets. He is low. Sniper jumps forward. Flash out of the situation, but still Sniper will follow through.
I like that attempt from Johnny Rockets. I feel like he played his way out of that one the best he could. Going to parry immediately was the right call. Get away from the Riven as Kaido was coming up late to help. Able to get out of the Tempered Fate, get out of the pillar, and try and protect his camps here.
Get out of the Tempered Fate is a choice of words. Zyko kind of overshooting it right there. Now, here comes the hook from Tub. Does get caught by the Cosmic Binding, so unable to chase his Contingent.
I think worth noting, Zyko definitely one of the stronger bards that we have in the league. So, definitely a champ while we're talking about Sniper's player proficiency. One that Zyko, one of the newer members of Conviction, gotten his hands on champion. We know he looks good on. And that Dragon being ignored for a wee bit. We'll see if Conviction sets their sights on it off this reset. As it just feels like it's been a series, Deserex, where both games, whenever I take inventory of the scoreboard, it is Sniper that's up heavily. And it's a difference this game, the fact that Daption and Tub have a small lead, but it definitely was the case last game that these lanes for Conviction have been really solid today.
Yeah, that CS lead is kind of wild over on the top side. Clips finished for Sniper. Riven does trigger that pretty easily, so burst of damage will be there. Johnny Rockets is going to finish up on his. Got to watch out for the danger that is this Riven. Of course, Johnny Rockets can always get on you with the public execution. You just got to pick your target wisely. Dragon up and available. It's going to be an Ocean Drake. And we'll reveal what our soul is going to be after this is taken down. Contingent fighting for positioning. They will at least be able to get first foot onto the Scuttle Crab and take that down. And grant them some vision as to when the world is going on with Conviction. A little bit of mid lane control as well to get Contingent into the Dragon.
All right. Dragon given. As it gets secured, you gotta imagine Conviction wants to play for that Herald now. As Contingent moving up, might look to play this one too, and maybe we get a little bit of interaction between our teams.
Johnny Rockets versus Sniper over in the top lane. Public execution doesn't land! And the wind slash will make Rockets' head roll.
He is so proficient on this champion. Like the hard things to do, he makes it look easy. It's like watching PCA play center field for the Cubs right now. Beautiful sidestep on the public execution. Just the fact that he's waiting to throw out that R until all the potential tools of Johnny Rockets are down. Knows if he throws it out, and public execution comes behind, that's a big chunk of damage you miss out on. So Sniper on this Riven. This is his champion. He plays it maybe better than everyone else, which is a question that in his household gets asked at family dinner, but we can also ask that of players around the world, as no one else brings this champ out on the pro stage and plays it to the likes of Sniper. He's always done.
That's enough gold to be a full item ahead, as Sundered Sky now to be will be completed for Sniper. See how dangerous this Riven is.
This is new.
Word.
Looking
I
sharp.
have not seen this before, yeah.
looking sharp. That has been the ribbon in the NACL this year for Sniper. And yeah, it really has been that good. Seems like the scoreline of maybe 2 wins and a loss, or maybe 3 wins. That I do not know. I do not have that one up, but this one sure as heck looks to be a win incoming.
You know, with Riven's Ultimate, I used to always accidentally call it Windscar. It's a little anime pilled for me. Shout out to the Inuyasha girlies out there. Goes back a little bit. Adult Swim Nights is the Wind Slash. On top of that. I know the subject of anime coming up is always, like, not the best one for you, Kobe.
I just can't contribute that much.
Yeah.
I'm uneducated in that vein.
It's like me when we talk about the Gulf.
Yeah, we'll
Here we go. Fight breaking out in the mid lane. Adaption, not looking too hot in this one. Finally able to turn around because Tub is frontlining and Kaido is there. Teleport now coming through. It's Sniper joining the fight. Will hop right out of that gravitational field. Sniper jumps forward, times the hourglass, but there's the public execution looking to take down Sniper. Sniper falls. It's a 1-for-1 trade thus far. Rift Herald gonna go down from Conviction. It will charge forward, gets picked up by Zyko. Zyko gonna swing around, slams it into the tower. Big chunk of change picked up by Conviction, but ultimately Contingent will fight out the 1-for-1.
I mean, fun entrance into the fight from Sniper, but well turned coming out from Contingent as they were able to lock down the ribbon after Sniper flashed in. Followed out that Tempered Fate wonderfully. And I guess not enough damage, not enough gas in the tank quite yet for Conviction. Still felt like a fight where at this time of the game, if you're going even as Conviction, I think you're pretty happy. It is 1 stack Aroa on Insanity, and he's stacking up the tier. I'm sure Yuntal is still being stacked up itself. Sniper at 2 items is ahead of the curve, so that's nice, but at least the shutdown went down and went over to the top side of Contingent.
Johnny Rockets needs it. Again, that's a full item difference still that Sniper has on Johnny Rockets. Should have some gold in the pocket. Here we go. Fight breaking out. Tub going to follow through on the magical journey. Caught by the Cosmic Binding. It doesn't cause a stun. Hook, Dredgeline, parry, dodges. Chased away. Conviction not going to get caught out by the traps laid.
That just means that waves go over to them. As mid was pushed into Contingent, top and bot both on Contingent side of the map, so Contingent have to respond. That does make the ability to hold this space a little bit more difficult 20 seconds before the dragon spawns. That said, the good news for Contingent is that while they were letting those waves come to their side of the map, they were able to force Conviction to a late base, so Conviction kind of fighting an uphill battle with this dragon.
Oh, they caught Sniper. Tempered Fate gonna go out. Sniper Golden for a little bit. Has time to get away with the combo. Broken Wings. It's out of there.
TP.
Dragon is spawning. Something Contingent can look to continue to stack.
All right. Contingent, I think showing some more good stuff in the mid game.
Yeah.
As they punish Sniper walking in first there. After they forced Conviction out of their side of the jungle kind of late in the Dragon timer. Gave them the better setup overall. And in a game where we feel like, really like Conviction's game state, Contingent finds a win right now. So, nice pickup on the Dragon.
This is such a fun team. You never count them out. At any given moment, you can't count them out. For some reason, they just fight so well as a unit together, and they find these creative angles. And even though I think the Tempered Fate might have worked against them a little bit, it does give time for the Broken Wings to come off cooldown and for Sniper to slip away. I mean, trading out the way they did still resulted in a Dragon. The Dragon stacking now going over to Contingent.
I think if there's a world where it's 2 items cast, 3 items Sivir, I think that's the break point where Conviction starts to take back over. But again, these openers of the fights for Contingent, they've been able to take out Sniper quickly twice. And we did talk about in the draft how the ability for, Nautilus Victor and Yunara now with the ability to rip some autos quickly after the ultimate. Hopefully it's enough upfront damage for your contingent that you start with a lead in the fights and are able to stick with it. And we aren't concerned about the DPS nearly as much this game as we were last game, too, just given that Daption is playing that Yunara, and we know that Victor and Best can pump out the damage.
Cubby, if there's one anime I would want to get you into, it's Cowboy Bebop. I think that might be up your alley.
I watched the first 20 episodes of that. I did like it. It's a cool world.
There we go. Tempered Fate going to be used. It catches out Daption. Pillar coming up, still continuing the chase is Conviction, and Sniper on fire right now. Perry grabs the kill onto Tub. Cody's son going to pick up the next one onto Johnny Rockets. And just like that, Conviction able to pull the trigger off of this Bard engage.
Daption, no flash. You can see it's coming off cooldown likely during his gray screen, but just enough time to get the Tempered Fate on the marksman of Contingent, and should be enough time while he's in the gray screen for Conviction to secure the Baron.
Baron started up. Insanity gonna be the bodyguard right here, the bouncer. He's checking IDs, seeing what you got. No, you're not of age to go over here for this Baron. Instead, Conviction, the only ones to get to bounce around and wear purple.
Team colors on their back. As I mean, game plan for Conviction now. Asaiwa's down flash a little bit longer. Maybe they can find another Tempered Fate. That would enable them to make another quick play, but again, I don't think they have to do too much too quickly.
Teleport into the mid lane. Johnny Rockets arrives. Silo's a little hurt here. Maybe Zyko looks for an angle. Tempered Fate is still 7 seconds before it comes off cooldown, so can't full commit just yet. But 5k lead now for Conviction. Hook comes out, Dredgeline finds Perry. Perry getting knocked up by the depth charge to follow. Kaido jumping in, but Tub is realizing he doesn't want a piece of this. Walks out. Engage, not going to go the way of Contingent.
I had my eyes locked on the Zyko there. I was just waiting to see if a Tempered Fate came out or not. Insanity. He knew he was going to get stunned up by the gravity field, so was trying to find the petrifying gaze as he thought Asai would walk at him, given he was stunned, just a little bit out of range. Such that connect is good flash up.
Oh, here comes the hook. It's a nice hook, but Perry flashes out in time. Almost getting caught out. And this is why it is so difficult to fight against Contingent.
They stand feisty with their looks. But what can it actually produce, or what can it be turned into? Again, last game we saw a few kills, but no team fight wins. We've seen less kills this game as the lead for Conviction has slowly grown a bit more. And expected to grow more, just given that 15 seconds away from Cloud Dragon. As that is our Philips Noralco precision play. Yeah, wonderful Tempered Fate. Miasma on the Daption. He can't move. And then from here, Sniper able to get in the backline. This time around able to sneak out too, given that Daption was taken out of the fight. Just a really solid fight coming in from Conviction as we're back to more.
Ooh, Sniper coming in on the flank off of the teleport. It's already one taken out. Contingent gonna be down a man as Conviction. They're able to run this rift, keep the momentum going. At the same time, the dragon spawns. This will stop the dragon stacking of Contingent.
Yeah, fight opened while we were in the pause. Looks like a public execution connected against the Cassiopeia. So Insanity got taken out first, but health bar won by Conviction. Dragon will be secured. Do they want to fight? Daption still has ult.
Ooh, Zyko finds his. Tempered Fate gets onto Tub. Depth charge returned onto Zyko, who has to flash away. Johnny Rockets gets Sniper. It's a trade. Mid laner exchanged for Sniper. Johnny Rockets stepping up, stepping forward, looking for an angle in onto Cody's son. Out comes the hook, finds its mark, but wanted Cody's son instead. Perry able to peel that away, and Zyko will take down Tub.
That was a really nice click by Perry just to catch the dredge line. It might get him 2 kills here as Johnny Rockets.
Yeah, Johnny Rockets will fall to the poison of Insanity. Now Cody-san free to wail away at this mid lane inner tower. It falls and more gold goes into the pockets of Conviction.
And while Contingent has proven that they can take good fights, there hasn't been anything convincing enough as, yeah, sure enough, public execution connected onto Insanity. Kaido did burn the flash, try and pull this one through, but Conviction does a pretty good job of kiting back. Again, and Perry just standing in front of Cody-san, really valuable. That was the second replay. Yeah, depth charge was on Sniper. Zyko got out. That's the catch from Perry we were talking about.
That was very nice.
That was really nice. You can't let Cody-san get caught by a hook if you can control it on this team for Conviction. Everyone else should be taking that hook pretty much before Cody-san. So really good read by Perry to quick forward there and make sure that his AD was safe. That turned in a negative play into a positive play for Conviction.
27 minutes into this game. 7.5k gold lead for Conviction. They still keep pushing forward, trying to set up a trap right here with that control ward. It's a scary one. Because once you realize you're out of position, you're already in the miasma by that point. Need to be careful. Trap not going to be hot just yet. Sniper going to come on out. Gets hooked in by Tub instantly. Miasma goes down. Sniper waiting for the broken wings to come off cooldown. Will be able to slide on out of it. Still over on the sidelines. Perry jumps right onto Kaido. Starts stealing some of that AD. Public execution on the backline. Gets spell shielded by Cody-san. Tub falls. Johnny Rockets onto Cody-san. Can't fight it out with Cody-san. Sniper hops in with the broken wings and looking to take it to Contingent. You fought well, but it's all said and done. Now you need to lead another minion wave for an inhibitor to be taken.
Contingent were feisty, but coming into the day, we said that these were the two biggest surprises that we had in NACL so far this split, with Conviction being a negative, Contingent being the biggest positive. A return to the mean a little bit as Conviction get their first win on the board for NACL 2026 summer.
Couple more hits onto the Nexus. And Group A is finally alive. Conviction will follow up, taking the series 2-0.
I mean, pretty big shocks that Maryville and Conviction were both winless coming into the day. Both leave with a win, as keeping the standings tight for Group A. And as you highlighted after the first series result, Deserex, a little bit more pressure on Blue Water, who look like the team likely to face that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and I do want to give credit where credit is due for Contingent. For them to put up the fight that they did, even being down the gold that they did, they were a team that were kind of never say die. They were always looking to challenge Conviction every step of the way. So credit to that. I really like the showing that we got out of the Young Guns, but the day does belong to Conviction nonetheless. A lot of damage coming in from Cody-san as that game went on. I really liked a lot of the team play that we got. You know, Zyko might have slipped up one Tempered Fate, but the other ones looked damn good. Pairing that with Cassiopeia, this was a performance to witness. And of course, Sniper getting out those solo queue champions. Aurelia game 1, Sniper game, Riven game 2, and ultimately resulting in that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, and I think that, again, for Conviction, I guess we're going to have to ask when we get a winner's interview, Deserex, how permanent Perry is as a solution. Because, again, when I talked to this team last week, I talked to Perry and Insanity. Insanity was like, I'm trying to talk him into it. And Perry's like, I'm considering it, but I'm not sure yet. Definitely curious to see if that's going to be a more permanent solution moving forward for Conviction. Because props to Perry. He stepped in and looked good. We expect that out of Perry, who is a player that we think highly of. But I think it's just clear that Conviction's getting more practice in. I know before the series they had last week where they lost with Perry against Dorado, they were like, yeah, the stage games are the first games you're going to see with us playing with Perry in the lineup. This week obviously made a big difference for them, and all Contingent, I think, proved that they do play well as a team. Some of the individual might, that's where Conviction gets the best of a lot of teams in NACL, and I feel like that's where they got the best of Contingent today. Just walking in to these fights where, you know, Contingent were trying to find angles. They weren't finding bad angles, but they were not the team that had a lead. They were going into the team that had a lead, and that really showed.
MVP here is going to be a pretty easy one. I already mentioned some of the gameplay that we saw, but Sniper pulling out the solo queue champions 2 for 2. Amazing KDA to see. Did really take down Johnny Rockets over there in the top lane with the solo kills that we got, the all-in very early from the Aurelia play. And of course, the classic Riven you see out of him. Beautiful stuff, Cubby.
Yeah, I think that when you get to play two champs that no one else plays competitively and that you were known for, and then you go up as much as he did, it was a good angle for both champs. Like, we're not sitting here like, oh, I don't know if Aurelia works. Like, no, Aurelia breaks this game, right? And then the Riven, of course, Sniper always makes it work. So good to see him having an MVP performance again with conviction. As I think rightfully so, a lot of talk from us is about Zamudo and how much we'd like to see Zamudo move up and get a chance. Sniper's still a player that's up there as top laners that we always talk about and consider as players that can play at the next level. In his case, is proven to have played successfully at the next level. And an opportunity that I would like to see Sniper get again. I think he has a lot of fans for a reason, and he's easy to root for. And when he's at his best, he's a flashy player. Really fun to watch.
And we are going to hear word from our MVP as we have an interview ready with General Sniper himself. So let's pull him on to the broadcast. Sniper, how's it going? Hey, you're finally out of the death realm. Like to see it. We got some light in the background.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. It's all you. Hold on.
All right. Well, first question I wanted to ask was, we've seen Perry for a second week now. Is this going to be a more permanent addition to the team?
Yeah. We are going to be playing with Perry from now on. I don't know if it's like been revealed or anything, but I guess I revealed it. But
yeah, no, he's been a great addition. Like, it's been super fun playing with him.
You got to talk about the champion picks, man. You pulled out the solo queue specialties. Aurelia just felt right in game number 1, I'm not going to lie. And the Riven, chef's kiss on that one. But how you feeling about it, man?
It's more of like a relief because like I honestly had so much like expectations for the split. Like I still do, of course. But I mean, we were obviously 0-3 like before the series, you know, and it was like I never thought we would like get to this point, even though we did change our bot lane. I don't think bot is like what was like our issue or anything like that. I feel like just everyone had to step up, but it definitely felt good to pick my two champs, you know, Riven and Aurelia. It's like, I mean, I guess I have to pick them in order for us to win, you know. So I'm just a two chick, I guess.
What were your thoughts on going against Contingent? This was a team that kind of surprised us a little bit. Even in that game 1, you guys were ahead for the entirety of it, but still you would find moments where, you know, Kaido was jumping onto your backline and kind of prolonging this game more and more. How'd you feel in that matchup?
Yeah, no, I felt like really comfortable in both these matchups. Like I played both of them in LCS, I remember, even though like I was a different player back then. I was like, I don't want to say a lot worse. Sorry. I just didn't really show my potential. But yeah, these are matchups like you always see me playing on my stream. Like, so I'm not too sure why they just thought I wouldn't pick them. But yeah, I mean, I got them in 3-1.
So as the season starts to find its close, there's only 1 week left after that. This is a situation where even if you do end up in the bottom end, you will end up in that last chance qualifiers. How are you guys going to prepare for playoffs once that does come around the corner? Is this something where you might look for like a sort of boot camp, maybe just more scrims together? What's the situation looking like in the future?
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's gonna happen. Honestly, we're kind of just like taking it day by day, and yeah, like we were obviously like 0-3, so we like know we're gonna make it to playoffs and everything, but like nothing's guaranteed. And one thing I realized is like, one thing I also realized was that like anything can happen. So yeah, I'm not too sure if we're gonna boot camp or anything. I just know that like we're just focusing on like the process, and like whatever happens, you know. Gotta give it our all.
And then what are your goals going forward into this one? Is this where you want to go into that LCS promotion and take the spot from DSG? Are you looking to like promote individually as players? Or is that not even on the menu for you guys? How are you feeling? What do you want to see in the future for your career?
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, I obviously want to play LCS again, you know? Like my expectations were like I just do really good this split. as like I did last split. Like we eventually like won it all, you know. So it definitely felt a little weird like losing for me. Because like I said, I had a lot of expectations on the split. That like we're just gonna crush it. Like I'm just gonna have like a lot of good like individual performances, which I feel like I've been playing really good this split. But obviously like it is to make it back to LCS. But yeah, you know, like anything can happen. Like I said, literally like one day everything can like go super well. Like you're winning NACL, like you're streaming every day, you're chilling, and then the next like you're just losing every game. So I feel like yeah, I just have to make sure I can just adapt to like any situation, you know, and just take it as like a lesson. Yeah.
Take it day by day, keep growing as you learn, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Now I want to ask about the living situation. Cubby had said it earlier, but I do want to hear from you. Are you living with your two brothers?
Crimson's currently in Maryville. Actually, he was here for the first 2 weeks, but I'm living with Viper, and my oldest brother. His name is Moaz, and his wife as well. So yeah, wow. It's kind of like I'm living with my siblings, you know. So it's really cool.
Do you ever like talk with them about gameplay or anything like that? Because, you know, we know Viper as the original kind of Riven player, but now you following that type of play style. Is there any conversations you guys have?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the game like every single day whenever I see him, because like Viper is really busy. Like he's like always streaming. Yeah, he's just like super busy. So whenever I got a chance to talk with him, it's just like, yeah, it's we're normally talking about League, you know, or like whatever. Yeah, so yeah.
Well, it's a lot of fun, man, and it was great to see you guys pick up a win and start getting into playoffs form, because I want to see more. So do you got any shout outs before we let you go?
Shout out to my team. I know it hasn't been like the best split or anything, but I feel like we're making a lot of progress, especially like in scrims. Yeah, shout out to like my family, like my parents, all my siblings, and yeah, shout out to Crimson as well, because we both got MVP today. So it's like the twin day, you know. So it definitely feels good.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much for the interview. I'm looking forward to more of it, man. Keep that trajectory going upwards. You're defending champions. You got to defend that title. Have a good one, Sniper.
Thank you. You as well, man. Take care.
I didn't even realize that it was Crimson and Sniper until he said that. That's a cool day. And, you know, special shout out to that family, especially the oldest brother's wife, who has to have a few extra gamers around the house. I hope they're doing the dishes and, you know, keeping things a little clean, as I'm trying not to get distracted by Caesar, who is doing
right there.
He's doing what I want to do here in a couple minutes. He looks wonderful.
You know, it's a situation when just heard his name. I saw his eye open up. You know, it's a situation when Cubby has opted to sit down. LPL, you know, gets to someone when he comes to your sleep schedule.
I would love to say that was the case. Instead, I will say that it's because I ran 4 miles yesterday and I'm out of shape, so I'm sore. We used to be able to knock out 6 a day. We're getting back up there. And yeah, it does have me squatting. So I'm still probably going to take a nap before LPL. And I got to make sure I get my rest, because we're at this again tomorrow. As I got the baton for the week. So should be fun for NACL as well tomorrow, as I know that we've got a couple of housekeeping items to take care of before we leave the stream here at SRX.
Yeah. First one, I know production had readied up a picture without telling you. Curious if they have that, so we can kind of give me some atonement.
You had secret? Oh, no.
There it is. There it is. It is beautiful.
They gave me a bad beard, too. It looks worse than Split 1. Actually, it looks better than Split 1, because it looks like it's like half your beard, half my beard. Which yours is fuller. I'm
your ray of sunshine, man. Just the glare on my head does that for you.
You know, I actually looked up during the broadcast, like, if the baby Teletubby said anything. And I realized that it just didn't say anything, because it was like a baby son, so just like did the ooh gagas throughout. I was going to hit you with one of those, though. And it was going to be legendary, but I couldn't hit you with an ooh gaga for everyone else at home. That doesn't feel appropriate during the games. No. It feels more appropriate when we get to shoot it afterwards. And production gets to have fun. I'm not going to king shame.
Let's pull up today's results.
Yeah, I appreciate that from production. That was well crafted in the break. So anyway, less cursed than the results are the curse being lifted on the winless seasons for Maryville and Conviction. Both putting a 1 in the series win column today. Very important in Group A. putting the pressure on Blue, and frankly, Ole Miss sitting above them as well.
And a very nice day for, again, the brothers Crimson as well as Sniper. I still think a very good showing from some of these squads that we had. CCG taking one win off of Maryville. Even though they did lose the series, they are starting to find themselves, and we'll get a similar situation there with Contingent as we take a look at tomorrow's matches. I know you'll be there once again, Cubby, but it will be Blue Otter versus Dorado. Maryville University taking on Contingent. And yeah, more action, more fun, and more casting for you, Cubby.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to both those series. I want to see if Contingent can bounce back, but also if Maryville can keep up the good play that we saw from them today. And looking at the standings, I know we highlighted the wins being added in the columns for Maryville and Conviction. Do want to highlight CCG are finalists from last split, sitting at 1-3. And you know what their final match of the regular season is?
What is it?
It is next Wednesday against Conviction. So they might have to beat Conviction for a chance to avoid the last chance qualifier. That's got to be tough for CCG because they got to go about that one Dardock-less this time around. But, of course, looking at the rest of our standings, it's really tight in Group B. So both Dorado and Contingent hopping on the Rift tomorrow could be really important games for how that group ends up shaking out.
Yeah, so Group B, very contentious. Be a lot of fun to see that. We do got Caesar brought up onto the stream right now. Hey, Caesar. People have been wanting to see him, so I'm finally going to go ahead and show this cat. He is a very lovable cat. He loves cuddles. I know you wish you could have him right now to take a nap with him, Cubby.
do. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's been a pretty fun day. Lots of action coming out. Caesar enjoyed it enough to watch it right over my shoulder, and there he goes.
Someone's happy for a little bit of attention, Desrex, and I feel like that's well too. Thanks so much for joining me the last 2 days. I've had a lot of fun. Been some competitive games. Feel like asked at the end of yesterday for teams to continue to put their best foot forward today. Feel like we had some of that as Maryville and Conviction picked up their first wins of the season. And tomorrow, I think pretty much a lot of information will be discovered tomorrow when it comes to Group B. Because that's a very tight race, and both Dorado and Contingent are in the mix of that. Hit the Rift again tomorrow. Could be competitive series that could really dictate the events.
Yeah, so everything's getting real tight right now. Again, after this, there's only one more week of the regular season. You're not going to want to miss anything as playoffs starts to get locked in. But that is going to do it for the broadcast. Shout out to our sponsors, Philips Norelco and their One Blade for, of course, keeping his head bald, man, and my beard a little bit more tidy. Same thing with Cubby's face. Keeps it nice and clean so we don't have to see the sunflower beard from earlier.
Yeah, that was rough. That's actually a good reminder for Philips Norelco, One Blade. You don't have to look like this Photoshop beard that we needed to Photoshop in a different beard to make look better. Sometimes it's supposed to just be beardless. Other times, be beard full.
It's luscious. It's beautiful. Thank you to our co-streamers as well, Raz, Shaunatonin, Bon Charlie, everyone else who is keeping our community thriving, alive, and having a good time as part of the process. Shout out to the staff, the players, Liga Say, who do production behind the scenes, and of course you guys for tuning in to our Ugly Mugs. Sure to tune in same time tomorrow for some more North American Challengers League.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.